the gravy, please.
All right, 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is off and running, and we thank you for being with us. A brand new week. If you're listening live, we are towards the end of August, and good night alive. We are here, and September is right around the corner, and we thank you for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show. We got a lot of weekends to recap, and then a big week to look forward to. Don't forget this Friday, it's the Rick and Bubba Best Of Show, and then on Labor Day, next Monday, a week from today, it's a Rick and Bubba replay. Let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Gentlemen.
Fire it up.
How are we?
Oh, good. Ready for a brand new week, and it's here. Here it is.
Got on us quick.
Here it is. We have, we got a lot to discuss today.
Boy, do we ever.
A lot happening. College football's off and running. For some of you, this past weekend was and then this weekend is when you feel like it officially starts. Whatever the case, we are here. We had some big wins, some historic wins, and one of them being Jacksonville State University. They beat UTEP for their first Division I football win in the history of Jacksonville State University. It was a historic win there on the campus of Jacksonville State, and they beat UTEP 17-14. So that hits home with a lot of the staff members as we have all the connections towards Jacksonville State. So congratulations to Coach Rich Rod and the crew at JSU. That was a big win.
Learned something during that game. The NCAA and the rules officials still, and I knew they hadn't changed the rule, but it just does. It's horrible for me. This whole getting ejected for targeting. Can y'all not change that?
I know. Yeah,
I am sick of it.
It's back.
It's
going
to like the NFL's 15-yard penalty.
And exactly. Yeah. And I don't care which team it's on.
No.
It just puts a damper on the game. You're removing these guys that are in their senior year, junior year. They're
it's ridiculous.
They impact the game, so you're impacting the game. I just thought we might have learned from it by then.
Oh,
we
no.
obviously have. It's frustrating.
No,
okay. I need to get that off my chest.
I agree.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's.
I don't understand it. I don't understand why they can't
know.
adjust that after a few years of looking and going, this is just not best for college football.
Right.
Because the majority of them are not, and when you see it, it's not intentional.
Right.
It ain't like they said, okay, I'm finna take advantage
Exactly.
of this shot I got. It's just everything's moving fast. I'm trying to get here, get there, and sometimes I hit with the crown of the helmet.
Yeah, to your point, a lot of times it's like the defender is going down and he's not targeting, but by the time they hit, the person that's running the ball or has caught the ball or whatever, they bend over or something weird happens and it looks like he was targeting. Yeah. It just seems like common sense could rule the day there, but it does not. So we'll continue to see that in college football all year long. But I didn't catch really hardly any college football. I saw a little bit of that game. I saw a little bit of Vanderbilt and Hawaii. They had rain delays coming through a lot in that game. Missed the whole USC game and missed Notre Dame and Navy and all that. Of course, everybody won that should, and then Vanderbilt beat Hawaii 35-28. Got a lot of renovations going on there in Nashville at the stadium, but that one was delayed, I think, because of weather, and then it was pretty wet up there. But those were some highlights from this past weekend, and now this week, hey, here we go.
Here we go.
Starts Thursday, and to celebrate, Dr. Lou scheduled to be here to kick off college football season. And then the NFL wrapped up. There might be another game tonight.
I've got preseason.
Preseason.
There's one more tonight, and then they start.
Giving it zip.
Watched a little bit of the Jets and Giants.
Okay.
Battle of New York.
Yeah, gave them a little bit. By the time I got over there, Aaron Rodgers was already out of the game. So I didn't. But I think he played 2 series, and that's the only reason I flipped it over to see how that was going. They're going to be my team that I look at every week, just see what's going on.
Right.
I'm kind of interested in.
Thank you for that, Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
I'm definitely interested as well. So you said there is a game tonight, or there is?
Yeah, I thought there was.
Okay. I know there may
not be. There may not be. I thought there was.
I'm looking here because to you, what we talked about, it started Thursday, and they've been playing ever since then to get all that out of the way. But we'll look at it and see. I don't see any tonight, but that's just a quick look. Looks like they have wrapped up preseason, and they are getting ready for the kickoff
staying
to the
with
regular
a
season.
sports theme, I saw something this weekend I have not seen in years. I mean years, and it was simply because we had family over yesterday. Dad was part of that, and you know what he wanted to watch. Hey, I think the Little League World Series is on. Why don't you flip it over there? I said, okay. So we got it on. It's about the third inning, and I sat there and watched the rest of that game, and it was actually really enjoyable. And what a game! The California team was up. They played Caracas out in the Caribbean or something. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it was the final game. It was the finals, and California was up 5-1. Well, then they had some pitching changes, and I don't know all the different Little League pitching rules these days. You can only throw so many, whatever. If you throw so many this day, you can turn around and throw so many this day. And anyway, they had to take a pitcher out. Well, I knew it wasn't going to be good for California. Kid hits a grand slam, so it's 5-all. They go to the sixth, and a kid from California hits a walk-off home run, and it was a yickety-yak bomb diggity. It was just exciting. I have not seen that in a long time. So that was fun to watch in the sports world.
Sure.
And
so you got hung
the
up
fact
in it,
that you
get out.
I couldn't, and the fact that we had an American team won was even better.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. We have an update on a story that we've discussed a lot on the show. Has to do with sports. We'll have that. Plus, we got a lot of other stuff to look back on this past weekend about. And then, as I said, a lot happening this week. So we appreciate you tuning in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. These three good ones, the Good Time Gang, will get you at the top of the hour when Rick, Bubba, and Adler all join us. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to and optimized gel tips for an in-ear fit that is comfortable and is comfortable enough to wear all day. Plus, they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. No wonder they have over 56,000 5-star reviews. Right now, get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why we say you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Yes, you can post for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba, linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wake
20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba, as well as Adler, join us at top of the hour for the main show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If we look over and a lot of you are hollering at us, it could be unscreened phone calls, so be aware of that. Have a lot happening. We're looking back at a busy weekend. We do have one update, and Greg and I were talking about this prior to the show, Helms, about Michael Orr and Blindside, and we've discussed that on the main show for the last couple of weeks or so, about how he was suing the family and the whole story that goes behind that. Well, the Blindside producers have addressed what they say are many mischaracterizations and uninformed opinions about this story, and have put to rest the amount of money the family got.
Yeah, there was speculation. Now, they've actually got the real numbers. Right?
Yes. Both producers of the movie explained in a statement obtained by People magazine that the family, including Orr, made roughly $767,000 in total payments. The deal was consistent with the marketplace at the time, and it was split evenly. So this deal where he's saying that they
got millions off of his story. Let me ask you this. So, because now it's become, you know how we are, the liberals. Oh, the white savior saves the black kid. Somehow that's a bad thing. Okay, but his lawsuit, whatever he's doing, is based on that he says that he didn't get his fair cut. Well, we just showed that he did.
Right.
Okay, he said he didn't know they had a conservatorship. Well, we just showed in 2011 or whenever his first book he did. He said they did. He knew it. There's no evidence they ever were involved in any of his negotiations in the NFL, like getting something because there's conservators or any of that.
Right.
When do we throw this thing out? What are we waiting on?
We should be getting there. You would think it.
I mean, at what point? Because like I said, what he makes you have to believe that the Tuohys were riding home and they saw this young, big black child out in the cold, and they thought, well, hey, here's a great opportunity. Right. If we get him, he may be a good football player one day, and we may make a movie about it, make millions off of it. That's what you have to believe.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes no sense. At what point do they throw it out?
I don't know, because we've discussed the conservatorship versus the adoption and the age and him going to Ole Miss. We've done all that. The missing ingredient here was how much money did the family make. Well, now the producers are going, we can tell you. This is exactly the agreement. This is what was made.
And to say that he didn't know, when you look at his book in 2011, that's not true either. He did know.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah, and the son.
So these two things, just those two things, that you ought to throw it out.
Right. The son was at SJ. He said he went back through text messages with the family, and he knew about it a while
his
back.
Book.
Yeah.
He knew it.
Blindside grossed about $330 million in the box office, and has made more sense, the box office, of course, through streaming and everything else. But the family, it made $767,000 in total payments that were divided up equally.
I'm missing a point.
So there's your update on that. And the update is the producers have come out and divulged how much money that Michael Oher and the Toohey family actually made from the film, so we can put all those rumors to rest.
And he's always said he didn't like the way he's portrayed in the movie. Well, okay, but there's no law against that. He said I wasn't as bad of a player as they showed me. Okay, that's Hollywood. That's what they do. There's I respect your opinion on that, and I agree with it.
Yeah,
but it didn't harm anybody.
I'm just trying to figure out, if we had Michael Oher sitting in here right now on a mic, it's like, what are you trying to do here?
Yeah.
So
they just said we didn't make millions, so therefore they didn't keep you from millions. Were they ever involved in your personal contracts in the NFL? Never heard any accusations at all about that.
Right. So I want to ask him.
So what are we mad at?
Who are you mad at? Are you mad at the film that it was even made, and that's what you really are mad at? Because it seems like to me you've had a pretty good career. You've done well for yourself. So why are we all mad?
See,
what's going on?
I read today the studio. They said the deal the family made is on par with what you normally do.
Yeah.
Somebody comes to you and says, "I want to make a movie about your life." Well, you're not going to get a lot.
No.
Because they're going to put the money up. They're taking the risk that it may be a flop.
Right.
And they go, okay, y'all get 3%. They say that is pretty much in line with any other situation similar. So I didn't like that they're coming up with this number, and I can't believe that's all they got. They said that's pretty common.
Yeah.
I don't know.
know.
My gosh. And then everybody now, all of a sudden, the white savior movie, and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, the media love this story. Now I don't know if they're gonna run this producer story where they've come out and said, okay, I can tell you exactly how much they signed for, because we were part of the deal. I don't know if they'll follow up with that, but the media they've loved the story. And that's one that we also, when we first saw it, we were like, what in the world? Then you start reading it, and you're like, wait a minute. And then more information comes out about NCAA compliance and the family and how old he was when they tried to do this, and why it was a conservatorship, not an adoption. But he knew, apparently, through family text messages and his own book, he knew.
Yeah.
But they're claiming he didn't know till this year, February of this year. So anyway, but it doesn't look like they've kept millions from him. And there's one of the stories we talked about. The guy said, you'd be a fool to think that a family that's worth that much money was keeping a couple of thousand from somebody. That just doesn't make sense. They didn't need the money. They don't need the money.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's your update on The Blind Side, one of your favorite movies, Greg.
But every time a new fact comes out, it's but, but I mean, I like, and Helms made this point when we first reported the story. I can promise you this: he's better off because they were a part of his life.
Yes, seems like to me it was just a blessing, and he went off, and he's the one that's got to play, and they allowed him, put him in a great position to go off to Ole Miss, and then he proved himself, made it to the NFL, had a great career. It seems like he's doing well, and then now
must have spent all his money,
and then now this. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
Anyway. Can you watch movies like that? When you see it, do you immediately turn it? Because I know the inconsistencies, and you've never really enjoyed the movie.
I didn't dislike the movie, but I was just, why do we go too far?
If one of your grandkids said they wanted to sit down and watch it, would you watch it?
I watch it sometimes.
Could you be quiet and not verbally point out the inconsistencies?
No, I'm not going to be quiet, but I could. I say, it's on all the time. It's getting up every roadhouse. I see it on a lot. I'll sit there and watch it.
Do you talk out loud to the TV when it's on?
Sometimes. It's like therapy.
Oh, like she would call him from the stands. Like that really happened. Stuff like that.
And his little brother's over training him.
Yeah.
It's just Hollywood, guys. I mean, it's okay. It's all right. Ain't nobody needs to be sued over it. I get it, Michael. They portrayed you as kind of goofy. They did. I understand. I get how that works. I probably think he's probably not that goofy. But that ain't what he's suing about.
No.
I mean, he's always said it, I wasn't surprised. He's always said I wasn't as bad a player as they said I was.
I'd played football before. It's not like that. That was the first time I ever stepped on the field.
But for a movie, it makes it look better if he's just, that's called, creative license. So
yeah.
You kind of know that going into.
Yeah, there's been a blindside. The family's been blindsided by this lawsuit. They're like, "Hey, wait a minute here. I thought we were all on the same page."
Just give him the $15 million, let him go. Be done with it.
But it's almost like, why? Why, bud? Why? Why now? Yeah. Anyway, all right. So there's a couple of other stories out today in the old sports world. That's one of them. I didn't give any. I saw this. The U.S. gymnastics made history, or did Simone Biles or whatever? She made history by winning her record 8th all-around title. I didn't even know they were on.
Now, she set the Olympics out. Remember when she got all spooked or whatever happened and left them hanging.
Well, they're back. Apparently, they did well. Apparently, they did extremely well.
Evidently, she felt good about herself at this event.
Yeah.
Pulled herself out in the Olympics.
Saw a little bit of Victor Hovland winning the FedEx in Atlanta. I love the PGA Tour was there, and I love when all these guys, even some of them from the South, so they know humidity. But the last couple of weeks, they've had to play in the South with all this heat.
Oh, yeah.
And good night. It's a game changer. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We are off and running. And Rick and Bubba, as well as Adler, join us right after top of the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit, too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode, so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your your order of My Coffee or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Protect your home with the latest innovation from Simply Safe Home Security 24/7 Live Guard Protection. It's designed to help stop crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them with the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, warning them that police are on the way. The new Smart Alarm indoor camera is the only indoor security camera that can trigger the alarm and instantly deter intruders with a built-in siren. 24/7 Live Guard protection and the Smart Alarm indoor camera work seamlessly as part of the entire Simply Safe security system to keep your whole home safe from break-ins, fires, floodings, and more. Our listeners get a special 20% off when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com, or you can always visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. It is the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. Over there to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right is Coach Bullethead Helms, and we are off and going here on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba, as well as Adler, join us at top of the hour. But don't forget, go to Rick and Bubba, spell out and, rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. When it comes to upcoming events, I'll actually be at Protective Stadium this Thursday night, 7 o'clock, as UAB and Coach Trent Dilfer, they open up their 2023 football season. And there's a lot of anticipation to see how the team looks and what's going to happen.
Are you going to get the crowd pumped?
And we're going to try.
You know what you need to do? Learn how to blow fire, like Gene Simmons.
Ooh.
What if you...
What
All
if,
right, let's get it going.
a lot of times to start
That
the
would be
whole night
awesome.
off, they'll get me at midfield, and I'll
Picture you blowing fire.
And then what if I said, "What's up,
Mother?" And you...
Hey, Greg?
What?
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say that.
I wish you would blow fire, though.
What's up, bunch of fire breathers?
It would go crazy.
And then I actually caught the field on fire, and
You
I
ain't
was
got to
running
worry
around
about
trying to put
catching
it out.
your hair on fire. You ain't got to worry about that.
No.
That happened to Gene Simmons.
So you think that would get everybody fired
Yeah,
up?
to get them fired up.
Because,
No pun intended.
Sometimes, you go to a game and you just want to kind of sit on your hands and just watch
if you
the game.
got Speedy breathing fire.
You
ain't
kidding
sitting on
me?
your
That'd get
hands.
them on their feet, wouldn't it?
Not the dragon head, but maybe a dragon suit.
Okay.
But I want your head doing it.
You want me doing it?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's reality. It becomes real, and it starts.
What if you
this
came out right
Thursday.
before the team run out, and they came out behind you?
What's up?
And they came right out behind you. You had to run fast to get away from them.
If you're a Blazer, somebody go. It's just.
You 7 o'clock kick.
Yeah.
What time you got to be there?
6.
Okay, that's not bad.
No,
That's
it's
at
not
all.
bad. I mean, they probably want me there a little earlier. But you got
In
to.
your mind, 6.
You're right.
5.
Yeah, I think my first hit's at 6:40.
Hey, buddy,
So,
you're cutting it a little close.
Yeah, they want me, and I agree because I'm on their end during the show. I mean, I like to see my guests, but don't get here too early.
Yeah.
But at least there you can kind of meander around and say hey, because there's a lot going on with pregame.
Yeah.
And we've discussed this, Greg, that pregame is it's probably my most favorite part of the whole game.
Oh, I love pregame.
Is just pregame, and
because
all the hype, because everybody's in a good mood because nobody's gotten beat
they come
yet.
out in groups. Here comes the line.
Yeah.
Here comes
we're kicking and punting, and then
and then also these big huge guys here. They come. They always come out last. Always.
Yeah. I noticed you mentioned Kevin Carter, Helmsy, on the broadcast.
All I can think about when I saw
CBS
it.
Sports. And whenever I think of Kevin Carter, I do think about the Titans, and I do think about pregame. But to your point, because when the big boys come out on the defensive end, the linemen, the front would come and go to the end zone where I would hang out prior to and I would go and watch him and Javon Curse and others.
Y'all have quite a bond,
and
a lot better bond than you have with Dan Mullen.
and so it would always be pretty cool. And he was always so nice. He would turn around and shake my hand, and I felt like we were friends.
You did.
And now he probably can't. He won't remember me, but
Well, I tell you who does remember it.
I thought about when I saw Dan Mullen in the Swamp Kings thing. The first thing I thought of is I said, "I bet you Greg's saying."
You know what I was thinking when I saw it? This is before he got stunned. I mean, they show old pictures of him on the field. I said, "See, at this point, he hadn't been snubbed by Speedy."
That's not true.
It's coming.
A lot of you don't know. We were on Radio Row for the SEC Media Days when he was a coach at Mississippi State, and he came by or actually he was sitting down and Kevin Carter went by. Yes. And the guys claim I snubbed Dan Mullen.
You're in the middle of talking.
It was one of the biggest snubbings I've ever seen.
He was talking.
I don't know about that.
I mean, he was answering a question. Hey, how you doing?
Well,
and you did that, and he looked at me, and Helms was like,
"Well, that was my buddy that walked by."
You hear me? He was like,
And now, he didn't. And now, before I think this show retires, and it's going to be hopefully a long time from now, you're going to claim he was crying.
It was rough.
At one point, you're going to claim he asked you for a tissue. Is what you're going to end up with.
It was close. I'll say that.
Good night. Now, for somebody that doesn't like awkward situations, I didn't realize there was one until he left, and y'all went, "Hey," But I think he gets it. Anytime there's mania. And there's a big media row, and you got people.
Question.
Well, it's fine.
Anytime I see Mullen,
he ain't got a team.
Well, y'all have asked him about it, and he said he was fine.
Well, what would you say though?
He told me that he was all fair. He told me he was bothered by it.
He's a grown man. He's fine. Yeah. He's grown.
It is funny the way we think about things like that. When I see Mullen or Carter, that is the first thing I think about with those two.
Yeah. So you said, "Hey, Coach Mullen, we're glad to have you, but we would rather have him because once he comes by, it's like you
thought you were going to kiss him on the mouth."
Yeah, and it was like Coach Mullen disappeared.
No, it was.
Speedy came back and said, "Who are we talking?"
It was. We're not interviewing Kevin. Oh, let me say hey to Kevin because he's moving on. He's gone. But hey, now we're going back to hey, Coach.
Yeah, mid-sentence.
Hell State.
He thought y'all was tight too.
All right.
Is he doing booth work now too? Just analyst?
Yeah. They announced. I think when ESPN started firing people,
I know they've left
and everything, they announced their schedules as far as who's calling games, and I think he made it. He's kind of like booth and calling games too.
Did Pollock ever get picked up somewhere?
I don't know.
I'm sure
I don't think he's announced anything yet.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Mullen's not coaching again.
I know. 1 year I get, but I figured he'd be back by now.
He's still young. He's 51. Yeah. I mean, I just figure he's probably he would rather be on that sideline, but who knows?
Yeah, and it could be that he's just taking a break, waiting for the right thing. Yeah. But it's a complete exaggeration on y'all's part. But looking forward to Thursday night, UAB Blazers and Coach Dilfer. The big around town, and we live in the Birmingham market, so around town that's a discussion. A lot of folks go, "Hey, you doing the UAB stuff again?" Blah blah blah. Yeah. Hey, how's the team look? And I truly don't know.
That you don't know. But
I truly don't know. But one of the players is still best friends with Reese, J.C. Sibley, and he says everybody's extremely excited, and preseason's gone well, and summer workouts and everything. So there's a lot of hype behind the team, and so good luck to them. Look forward to seeing everybody at Protective Stadium.
Well, they need to get this W because it gets tough for them after this.
Yeah, it's real. When you change conferences and stuff like they're doing, you play some big hitters.
Yeah, you do.
And so it is definitely real, and they'll I think they've got this home game, then they go away, then they come back. But we'll see. NC
A&T.
Yeah.
And then they go to Georgia Southern. Then they'll host Louisiana. Go to Georgia.
Hey.
Go to Tulane. Host South Florida. At UTSA. Host Memphis. Host Florida Atlantic. At Navy. Host Temple. And at North Texas. It's tough. That's a tough schedule.
It is. It's
going to be some good football.
Yeah. And I guess Tulane really good? They're in the.
Well, they were last year.
They were a preseason top 25.
Yeah.
They were really good last year.
I was.
I don't know about that cartoon wave on their helmet. But besides it,
we went to a get together Saturday evening. Terry and I did to celebrate one of our friends'
little soiree
50th birthday, and so we were over there and we were trying to find the USC game, and it was on the Pac-12 network. I don't know who carries that, but we couldn't find it. Who they play? I had it up here. They won. I forget who they played though, but. I was hoping to find them, and then we ended up watching the Vandy game after some rain delays and stuff. But I see where USC won handedly, and so did Notre Dame.
San Jose State.
Okay, but I was anxious to just see how they look. But of course, we couldn't find the game. It was my first experience with YouTube TV. You know, I've been asking y'all about that.
Yeah.
About how you navigate through it. It wasn't that bad actually. I was like, okay, because you know me, I'm asked too many questions.
Of course.
You know, hey, I'm thinking about this. Tell me about this, that. But it looks like you can, search by category or whatever, and it kind of memorizes your favorites where you don't even have to put them there. So it was pretty neat.
No.
It was. I know he has DirecTV streaming.
Well,
so
I've done YouTube TV.
I know.
I've done them all,
and it seems like each one of them has good things, and then. Folks say, "Hey, I leave that to go here because this one had here," but actually that one. Yeah. I've heard people went back to it, so I don't know. But I thought about it for you, Greg, because you and I are both in the same situation.
I mean, Channel 42 is out.
I know.
Can y'all help me understand why they're being so silly about that?
I don't know if it's
they're losing a lot of business.
You know, it happens.
Do y'all realize
it's happened before for different ones, but they always work it out.
Yeah.
This I've never seen it be.
Do they not care? I mean, are they going?
I'm sure they care. I don't know. I don't know the end.
Well, they're losing customers by the minute.
Yeah. So I've got to get our local CBS. For those of you who don't know, our local CBS affiliate in Central Alabama is not on Uverse. It is a DirecTV as well.
DirecTV, yeah.
So because they're both the same. Owned by the same folks, and there's some kind of dispute or something, so they're not carried. So I've had to go to Paramount Plus to watch CBS
so you
that
can
way.
See it
you can see the local news and everything.
Okay.
So I've had to do that just to see what's on CBS.
So the ball games, I guess you can.
Yeah.
So I wonder. So this weekend when I watched Jacksonville, it was on CBS Sports Network.
Yeah, that's part of my package.
But here's what was funny about it. Yeah. I think they messed up something because. The provider when you have to choose a provider or whatever, sign in. I signed in, and I don't think I was supposed to get it, but I got it anyway. It allowed me in.
To the app.
Yeah.
Well, on regular DirecTV, it's part of the package I got. It's on every week.
Yeah.
But
okay. Well, I don't have that channel on Direct Stream, or I don't think I did anyway.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. For a limited time only, get our special offer at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure. Your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between, you have to get sleep. And a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
It's the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition Smart Bed, plus special financing. Ends Monday. See store for details.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode, so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please.
All right, it's 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. During this portion of the show, we want to remind you, for those of you that are business owners, maybe you're in charge of your marketing campaign, our audience is something else. They're called the Rick and Bubba Army, and it's because they support what they hear. And the advertisers that we've created relationships with, we can do that for you and your business. If you're in the market for that, Be thinking about it. The National Syndication and Sponsorship Team with SSI has asked us to remind you of the power of the show and this another program that they syndicate. It can help you accomplish your goals, and if you're interested, there's a lot of avenues. So over our 60 network radio affiliates, you got the 24/7 TuneIn app, Blaze TV feeds, YouTube, some of you watching now. You got platforms like podcast, online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. It's all there. Give us a call, 203-431-0790. That's 203-431-0790, or you can drop them an email, rickandbubba@syndicatedsolutions.com. And if you're one of those and you're just like, I'm interested, but I just need to get the information out locally, well, then still give us an email or a shout, because we can put you in touch with some great local sales teams that represent our affiliates, and they do a fabulous job. And so you can do that as well. All right, as we are moving along, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Right after top of the hour, Rick and Bubba join us. And Greg, this week, we've made a commitment to each other that every year we help remind each other that our parents share an anniversary with each other. And this coming Thursday, they celebrate their 60th wedding anniversary.
How about that?
My parents and your parents.
Yes, same amount of years, same day.
That's it. And my dad has already told me, Larry the Leaf.
Yep.
I am writing a 60. I'm writing a 60-year anniversary poem that'll be good for both families.
There you go.
And so that's in the works.
Well,
I'm expecting that
ready.
any day now.
Just give me a little proofreading time so I don't mess it up.
Think about that, though, 60 years. And
That's
we'll talk more
long
about
time.
it during this week.
And it is, I know we've repeated this 1,000 times, but the fact our parents were married on the same day in the same year is strange.
And
very strange.
Also, I brought this up that on Mom and Dad's wedding anniversary, on that day, my mom and dad got married, and then my Uncle Larry got married later that day.
You told me that.
And so
Two
I'm thinking back as a parent how that would be. So I've got a daughter being married, and then later in the day my son's getting married.
So I know you've answered this question, I'm sure, but did your parents go to Larry's wedding?
I don't think
on
so.
their honeymoon?
I don't know. That's something I need to ask.
Or did
I don't
they
know.
say, Larry, we're out?
Yeah, I don't know, because my mom, not my mom, but Terry and I were up there, a week and a half ago, and we were sitting down just hanging out with him and talking, and Terry asked Mom that. She said, I think she asked, did everybody leave your reception and go to their wedding? And Mom couldn't remember the exact details, but I would think that some people that went to their wedding would go to his.
Absolutely.
So,
and would she go? I mean, it's her brother, right?
I need to ask that part.
Yeah.
But when we were on Pensacola Beach, they went there for their honeymoon down to Pensacola.
Oh, wow.
Because, back in that day, you just went up and down the coastline for your, the getaway. You didn't go like flying across the country.
Yeah,
or,
I think my dad had to go to work that following Monday.
Yeah, they didn't have long.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we got married.
Yeah.
Let's smile at each other. Let's get away for a honeymoon real quick. Okay, now back to work.
Yeah, back to work.
But anyway, I just wanted to remind you of that is all.
There you go. Hey, thank you.
Well, I mean, we've promised each other that we would help, and I think
have a hard time remembering mine.
That's a fact, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
See, if it wasn't for Lisa, she knows all the birthdays of everybody and stuff like that. Yeah. She's up on it. Yeah. I'm not.
Yeah, my sister is that for me, and Terry too, and thank goodness for iCal and those reminders.
Also.
And those reminders. All right, so we talked a little bit about this past weekend, and I know we talked about Jacksonville State getting their historic win for football. They opened up their season beating UTEP, their first D1 win, as they're part of Conference USA now, and that was
an upset.
Deal.
That was an upset too. They were 5-6 point underdog going into that game. So, good start. For the gamers,
for sure. Other than that, I was very frustrated. If I could just. On a local level, Thompson High School played on TV, and I watched them a lot.
I heard the coverage was great.
Just because of Coach Taylor Burgess.
Yeah.
And I got really frustrated with the coverage because something was going
the whole
on.
Game.
Something was going on. I don't know what it was, but I told Terry, I said, if I'm frustrated, and I can't imagine what Greg Burgess is like right now.
So it ruined the whole thing
because
for
you decided not to go to watch it.
Yeah, I said, well, it's going to be on TV, and they normally do a pretty good job. I don't know if now the technical problem And it wasn't just my service. Everybody said the screen was freezing during the game. Okay, that's a tech problem. Don't like it. Maybe you could have worked it out before the game was over. But that ain't just it. Whoever was running the switcher, I don't know if somebody's kid got in there, but it was ridiculous. I missed 3 touchdowns because they were either showing a replay. One of them was bad. Probably from the TV hanging up. And then, they would have the camera on the quarterback, and he would throw the ball, and they just keep it on the quarterback. And then they'd have it on the coach on the sideline. The play's going on. We're looking at some coach on the sideline.
Yeah, what was frustrating?
And we had this great view through this net that was really
that was
sharp
good. That was really good. Well,
it was ridiculous.
I was like Terry,
and they normally do a decent job.
Yeah, they do. Something obviously that we're unaware of happened, and so
it was terrible.
If to
the point it affected me. Watching the game.
Yeah. Well, I left it. I'll tell you that. I left it right after halftime. I was like, that's it. Can't do it anymore because Helmsy, the audio portion of it would be fine. It would continue, but the TV would freeze. So you could hear the excitement of the play, and you're like, well, I wish I could see it.
Touchdown. I'm like, what?
It was awful.
Or we're watching the replay from the play before. Touchdown.
What in the world?
Because Greg.
I love when that, but seriously. And then one time, they're getting ready to snap the ball, and they've got a back view of the receivers on one side.
Yeah.
And that's as the ball's being snapped, that's who you're watching.
There was one time, too, they went to a graphic.
Crazy.
They pitched to a graphic keys to the game, and it was during the play.
It covered the whole screen.
Like, I can't see.
Yeah. One time they showed their schedules for the rest of the year, and the play's going on behind the big thing. It was ridiculous.
I'd like one key of the game to be able to see it.
It was terrible.
It really was. And so,
and again,
I don't know what happened
to them before, and they usually do a good job, but I don't know what was going on.
I don't either.
Tech problem. Don't like it, but I can live with that. But that switching,
I'm sure they were aware of it, and they were having to deal with something. And they were just
that
like,
doesn't have anything to do with the.
I don't know
with the shots we were getting.
I don't know
of the quarterback after he's thrown the pass.
I don't know.
And we just stay on him.
Y'all were hoping.
I just knew how bad you had to be frustrated.
So really and truly, you're hoping that somebody was just on vacation this week, and they'll be back this week.
And whoever they thought could fill in for them really wasn't qualified to do it. Or it was kids go with dad to work day, and they let him run it a little bit. I don't know.
Were you screaming at the TV?
Yes, I was. It was ridiculous.
I knew it.
Between
you make a decision to stay home so you can watch it on there. That's it.
It was so bad. It's almost like you didn't get to watch the game. It was that bad. It was.
Oh, that's great. Oh, I predicted you were. Whoever was watching it was frustrated, but I knew especially you. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Especially since it's not real.
Right. And again, we're going to find out that even people who act like that they think it is, not so much as we'll give you a Casio Kid Cortez update today. The new green deal really.
Well, that thing flew through the Senate yesterday.
But I was. But what I'd like to say, Bubba, is let's now go silver lining. Now, you and I know that these people are wrong.
Yeah, they're wrong on a lot of levels.
And their view of the world and producing children is not something that we would agree with. But the reasoning behind it, we certainly think is ridiculous.
Yes.
However,
I'm trying to be sensitive right here.
However, there's always that silver lining, Stuart Little.
Well, I started to say, while I think it's a shame, and I think it goes against a prime directive here on the planet,
which they probably would not adhere to either.
Right, I understand that. Right. If possible, not speaking to those that it's not an option. If more and more liberal couples who believe in global warming will decide not to have children.
See where we're going?
You know, we've talked about the carbon offset. You know, this may be a carbon offset in the right direction, if you know what I mean.
Greg, right. I think about people like you. If we can get enough of these couples to adhere to the same standard, I feel better about Ellis's future.
I know.
See, that's who's going to really benefit.
Oh, yeah.
Are our grandchildren.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's who's really going to benefit.
Great point.
Because
not having to deal with more.
They won't have to deal with more of them because they won't be reproducing.
Now keep in mind they're following the directive of their cultural leader, the notorious AOC.
Right.
Yeah.
Who what is she? 29 now, 25, 29 years old.
I think.
Just introduced into our Congress a deal that would basically do away with cows farting and rebuild every building in the United States to be more green.
Ground all the planes.
Ground planes, which is going to, I guess it would help with jobs for people who build bridges, because they're going to have a lot to build between here and the other continents.
Probably be a punch to the submarine industry as well.
Yeah, that's
passenger submarines.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't
That's
know.
not a bad idea.
I just don't know if I would follow the directive
Good for
of
boats.
AOC, who one is not married, two does not have kids. I don't think you have to have kids to know the right things to do, but in this case, it might help to have a little hands-on experience.
Right.
Well, but again, if the Casio kid Cortezes in this couple you spoke of do not want to breed, I'm good with that.
Yes. Well, it goes back to my theory that we've let too many idiots breed over history anyway. That's why we got so many idiots now.
Right. Because sometimes idiots.
In the old days, they didn't, idiots would take themselves out of the gene pool.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I think I can touch that, or I can do this or do that. But we got so many laws protecting them now. Idiots have not naturally been removed from the gene pool.
And we've had a number that we've lost, sadly, or have been maimed following the phrase, hold my beer.
Right.
Oh,
right.
yeah. Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. So,
this.
That
check this out.
Watch it.
By keeping those in the gene pool, we've idiot people usually have idiot kids. I hate to say it's kind of the way it goes.
Do we have? Didn't you tell me that?
The world is going to end in 12 years if we don't address climate change.
Down to the 12-year. It's about 11 and rejected it yesterday, Rick. Even one of the people who were a co-sponsor of it voted against it.
So even the co-sponsor?
Yeah, but let me ask you this. The story I said the Senate voted 57-0.
You're correct.
Well, most
How
of the
can there
Democrats voted present. They didn't vote.
actually
They just
vote
said
on
they
it.
were present.
Let me tell you.
But how do you come up with 57? There's only 50 senators.
It said 57-0. 57 zip.
But
57 yay.
You can't have that many
nays.
votes, can you?
I don't know. I don't know how it works.
It was so
political
stupid.
guy.
We had people voting that weren't even in there.
Well,
There you
I mean,
go.
why not? Why not?
So,
guys, the fact that when she first revealed her plan, that anybody even thought, well, that's something to really consider. I feel better about the world as adults.
Yeah.
Because I mean, guys, we're gonna do it with all planes. We're gonna rebuild every building.
Yeah, sure.
It says there were 57 nays and 43 present. Nobody actually voted yay. Not one single person.
Give me those numbers again.
57 nays and 43
Where are you
present.
getting that we only have 50 votes?
Yeah.
The Senate.
Yeah, but you have more than one senator. Per
It's
state.
100. That's right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You have two.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. 57 senators, as Helmsy said, voted against it.
55.
43 Democrats.
55.
When you first
50
said that,
states.
when you first said that, I'm like, well, we got more than 50 senators.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
was wrong.
Yeah. So 57 of them voted.
I didn't
know.
want to say anything. It's your birthday.
And 40.
No,
you know
I-
what I mean? And 43 just said, "We're here. We ain't got anything to say about it."
I saw.
LINZ.
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. Thank you for being with us. We'll unpack another one today, looking back over the weekend, looking ahead to Labor Day weekend. We'll give you all the programming notes on that. Span is going to join us today. We got a hurricane brewing. So Span will kind of let us know how that's going today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've already given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms, live and archived. Eddie Van Adler settles in for his duties on the YouTube channel. For those of you that are watching live and or archived, got a best of hour that you can see on Blaze TV, and then got an audio best of hour on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a brand new edition, came out over the weekend. Letters from the audience as we unpack some of your letters. If you haven't caught that one, it is wherever you get podcasts. We're missing the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
And that makes me a millionaire. There it is, Chris Stapleton. Millionaire, buddy.
Buddy.
So we'll look back over the weekend. You mentioned there's some hurricane something brewing.
Yeah, we got a little hurricane out there that may affect a lot of folks in Florida and up the coast of Georgia, South Carolina. We'll check in with James Spann, get the very latest on that. And one other things, none of us know how to say the name.
No,
we're all scared to try it.
I heard some of y'all take a stab at it, and I thought, are we now naming hurricanes after singers? Adele?
Well, I don't know how you say it exactly.
Adele,
We'll break into that. A lot of big news over the weekend. We had this terrible shooting down in Jacksonville, Florida, with this guy who appears to have Nazi background.
Nice.
Crazy stuff going on there. Also in sports, big news. I know the guys talked a little bit about it. Jacksonville State University went in their first D1 football game this weekend, and a lot of other things going on. So, hey, football is here. That's the good news.
You go back to the crazy killer. How does anybody in modern times say, I'm in with the Nazis? I mean, it's you talk about a bunch that's got a bad PR campaign that there's really no fixing. I don't know how.
Yeah, there's no positive slant.
I don't know how somebody says, the Nazis are not so bad. They kind of get a bad rap. They kind of get a bad rap. You don't hear that.
No,
so I don't know, and rightfully
there.
so. How do you get talked into saying that's going to be my passion?
I don't know. Crazy thing, and part of it too. The story: Ron DeSantis trying to speak at an event in Jacksonville gets booed and blamed for this. I really don't see how he can be blamed for crazy man with a gun. Seems like that might be a stretch.
That's the famous "if I don't like you, everything bad that happens, I find somebody."
I got that. So, but you would think you'd want to work on the problem and do what you can do within the limits of what our Constitution allows to be done. So, really, it's a problem of the heart, and we've talked about that a lot here. We've got bigger issues, deeper in a lot of ways than even this that are causing these kind of things. And until we address those root causes, you're going to continue to have them.
Well, I've noticed, and I think we all have. Sherry and I will use this term a lot because of just looking at. I don't know if you're encountering people much these days or reading the headlines, and I don't think we've lived in a time in this country that the Jack Nicklaus line "from as good as it gets" is any more apropos right now, and that is, sell crazy someplace else. We're all stocked up here.
Right.
I mean, we got no room on the shelves. I mean, I've never in my life I've dealt with so many crazy people, either just in the headlines or just really in everyday life. I mean, we got a lot of folks that are, they are bonkers.
Yeah.
So we'll do that. Also, I told Bubba I have to address something. I don't know what's going on in this situation. I had a pretty traumatic incident over the weekend, and I have to ask the question, what's going on? Because it's I tossed around theories. I started trying to think what could possibly be causing this, but it was traumatizing. I'm even having to do some follow up today, and it's not anything I've ever dealt with really in my life, and unfortunately it comes from the animal kingdom.
Oh, no. And if that's not enough.
And I've told you they're out to get us. I've tried to tell you, and people listen. I think that one of their special forces has targeted me.
Uh-oh.
They're after me.
And, Rick, if that's not enough, you have a pretty big weekend planned.
I do. We start this weekend. It's been out there on the calendar. You can just see it off in the horizon, and that is two sons getting married within 30 days of each other. And I've been saying that for about a year, and then it just kept.
Then it got real.
It just kept getting closer. So I've seen various dress fittings. I've seen various shoes. I've heard things like, "This is for that wedding. This is for the other wedding." Now, I am thankful that it's not two daughters. Now, I am thankful for that.
Right.
Two sons getting married, not near as traumatic as two daughters. So I will acknowledge that, being on the bride side of things. But just your sons being involved in a marriage, it does pull you into these weddings.
Oh, yeah.
So in rehearsal dinners and so one of them, of course, is this weekend in beautiful and very pleasant New York City. Hopefully we can get there and get back alive. So that will be, New York's kind of fallen off a little bit, but we will, we'll get a chance to go there for the wedding, and that's what's most important. And if it was up to me, I'd like to just get in, do the wedding, and get out.
Right.
But I'm sure I can feel a little bit of.
But Camtastic hadn't been, right?
Camtastic has never been to New York City.
Yeah,
so
you got to carry around show other side.
So Sherry is talking a little bit on Labor Day before we come back for her to hit a couple of your typical
Hello,
stuff.
Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, Empire State Building, that kind of stuff. So we will do that, and so that's coming up, and then we will reset. And 30 days later, young Broderick will marry Camtastic, but at least that'll be in Birmingham, right? At the Barn at Shady Lane, by the way.
We're looking forward to
it. So that'll be a blast. So I got a lot going on. I don't know whether I'm supposed to do that thing where I'm looking toward Tuesday of next week, or I'm looking on past Brody's too and get all the way into mid-October. That seems like that's a little big a step.
Yeah,
there.
I think
I'll just focus on Tuesday. Yeah. 1 week from tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah, Lord willing.
Let's just get through that.
Just think, when you finally feel fall air outside, it'll all be behind you.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's true. And in this part of the world, I probably still won't feel it by then, but close.
But I mean, it'll be behind you.
No, right.
I mean, you're going to be sitting here in October going, well, that was fun, and it's cool, and I'm good.
And then Christmas dead ahead.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's always something. I mean, it's that really sums up life. It's always something.
Yeah.
Do you ever feel like you're the Titanic taking on water?
Yeah,
and water's money falling out.
I think one of the ththings that I scream all the time is there's only one me.
Yeah,
I'm not a team of people. It's just one person.
And it weighs on you a little bit. Sometimes people don't realize the dad's got that kind of hanging on them.
I'll tell you what it's like to be a dad.
I feel it. I know what you mean.
Unless you're one of these people that said, I don't want anything to do with my family and I do whatever I want. But if you're somebody who actually wants to do your job as a husband and a father, the analogy you need to take on is that Atlas statue. Where
he's holding the world.
He's got the whole world on his shoulders. And if you look at it, he's kind of struggling.
He's like, come on, man, get up, get up.
He's not holding it on one finger. He's really got it.
The fact he's holding it, I give him props for that. But he's struggling.
It's like you're doing a walking lunge.
Yeah,
right. It on his head.
Right. Hang on to that, Mr. Atlas. So I've got that. I'll carry that all over the next several days.
Just get through one at a time.
Yeah, one at a time.
One at a time.
One at a time.
Actually, just play it like a game. Just get off the ground and headed that way.
Right.
That's a win.
Yeah. Yep. So we'll come back. I'll tell y'all one of the things. I don't know what's going on here.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what's happening. All right. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where our Senator Doug Jones, there was a story yesterday afternoon.
You talking about dynamic Dougie Fresh Jones?
He had not made his mind up yet how he was going to vote.
Really? So he actually considered it.
Yeah.
How about it?
That means I got to decide how am I going to look in this?
Well, he finally voted against it because he says I'm only going to be so loony.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even.
I know they're playing politics, but I don't think we've gone so far off the edge that you supporting that's going to get you voted.
I
just don't, especially in Alabama.
Not enough.
Here's what I tell Dougie Fresh: vote one time, just once, for what the people of our state actually feel for. Right. You're there to represent us. I know that's shocking.
I will
add.
I
wish you wasn't.
I will add to the list as we go to the break. One person who is practicing this now. Again, it's stupid that this person thinks this is going to have an impact. But did you see, and I'm not familiar with this band. This is one of those bands that like only musicians know.
Oh, yeah.
Roxy Music. I
remember them. They were from the 80s.
Yeah, they're going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. One member will not come because he says he will not fly an airplane for 1 year to offset his carbon footprint. So he's excited. He accepts the honor. He's excited for his bandmates, but he can't go against his commitment not to fly for a year, so he can't come to the Hall of Fame induction.
You know, and I'm like you. I'm glad he has his personal commitment, but that means absolutely.
At least he's actually doing what he stands for, like these other idiots.
But I love that he says, "I'm not done with flying forever, just for 1 year."
But wait a minute, it doesn't
and that
matter.
somehow catches him up.
That plane's gonna fly either way.
Right.
Yeah.
He just
won't be in the seat.
Not his footprint.
That doesn't help anything.
Did you say Hall of Fame? They're in the Hall of Fame.
That's what it says.
I mean, next he's gonna think there's 50 senators. What's wrong with him?
We'll be back. Your phone calls next. Come up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Superpower. Welcome back, the birthday boy, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Well, Rick, thank you very much. Glad to be here. And speaking of can't drive 55, how about Scott Dixon?
Scott Dixon's on hold, but let's all say it one time. Everybody say, hey, Bubba's turning 55. Scott Dixon.
This morning, so happy birthday, man! That's awesome.
Thank you very much,
Scott.
That's all I was calling in for, man. I'll talk to you guys next week, maybe. No. Looking forward to it, man. Love Alabama. It's been a fantastic track for us, in the past. Last year was a little wet. I think we had to race on Monday too.
Yeah.
Maybe I can't remember, but looking forward to getting back down there. And we were there in November, December testing, and we've had a bit of an up and down start so far, but looking forward to getting going again.
Well, I mean, you've moved up to 3, so that's not bad. I mean, you're within striking distance where you want to be, so this race will be important for you. You, as you said, you've done well there in the past, but you guys have been racing here long enough now where you've got it kind of you know the track pretty well. But more importantly, have you learned, Scott, about the Southern culture? I mean, you had to learn that when the Indy Series started coming down south. Do you know like where to eat and what to do when you come to Alabama now?
We get confined, which is a beautiful place to get confined to as far as the track, but we don't get to travel out too much. The days are long. We get on Thursday, we're there through Sunday, but literally you're running around from 7 a.m. to probably 7 p.m. So it's, I think with the years that we've spent in Alabama, we've definitely got around a little bit. It's good spots, lots of good spots.
Well, talk to us about the track itself. How do you race different there?
So I think a lot of people generally, when we first went there, didn't think the track was going to be very good for IndyCar because I guess a lot of it is mostly designed for motorbike racing, but it's actually turned out to be one of the best tracks. As far as racing, as far as passing, one of the best shows that we have all year for road courses. But it's a tricky circuit in the fact that it's got a lot of elevation change, so it's a lot of blind corners. It's very high speed. It's got a lot of grip, so the cars are very fast around there. And it's very physical. It's super physical, man. Like if you have a race that goes from green to checker or a lot of green flag running, it's very physical on the body and the neck especially.
Yeah, as far as your car, obviously you've done some testing there, and the courses are all different. Do you have a good car for a road course like this? Do you feel like you got a good car for this race?
We better do, man. Like that's we're going there to win. But no, I think we've had decent cars in the past. I think I've maybe had 5 second place finishes there, something crazy. We've never actually won there, but we've had a lot of podiums.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us as we do a brand new show today. It is a short week. We'll have 2 short weeks because of Labor Day coming up. It'll be a best of show coming up on Friday and a Rick and Bubba replay coming up on Monday, as everybody will be off on Monday. So Bubba and I gone for 4 days. Everybody else gone for 3. And then, Lord willing, we'll all come back on Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, with a brand new show. So make a note of that for those of you out there that are trying to bring people in the loop. And if you're out and about enjoying the Labor Day weekend coming up. So, Bubba, I have to put in front of the the team today, because we're problem solvers.
Yes, Rick, I try to be. That's I like building bridges and solving problems.
So I can honestly say, and I'm going to.
I didn't hear anybody say amen.
Amen.
But,
Amen. I have to throw out there. I'm just going to grab a number. I don't have a specific number because I hadn't really kept up with these dates.
Mm-hmm.
But I can pretty much say that without any hesitation that it's probably been. I'm 58. Is that right? Be 59 here next. Well, as it says, not September yet, is it? But so
we're
coming up,
close.
coming up. So
a month away. Basically.
So let's say 59.
Yep.
So 30. I would say probably the last time that I was stung by a stinging animal before what's happened now was probably in my 20s.
Mm-hmm. So it's been a while.
I mean, I haven't been
like
stung.
a bee or something.
Yeah. Well, I got hit not long ago.
Yeah.
Going up the back steps at a friend's house for dinner. Well, yesterday.
Talk to him about
the day
that.
before yesterday. So Saturday. So where we've lived, we've had these. We went through a period of time that there were buckets of rain every day. Then we went through a period of time where there was no rain, and 1,000 degrees. Okay. So Sherry said, "Hey, the pool needs some water." And all this heat and everything is just evaporating the water out, and we're not getting any rain. And the stuff starts making, all that. And so I said, "All right, I'll go out there and throw some water in it." So I successfully get the hose over the little fence and into the water and turn it on, no problem. So we finish out, and I think, oh, it's been running a few hours now, and I look out and say, okay, it's good. So I'm walking out in the driveway to just pull the hose back up and turn it, and all of a sudden I feel and they got me, and I get hit, bam, and I get hit right here, and I'm like, oh, bam, bam, I get hit 3 times,
full attack,
and I looked up and I could see the one that caused the most damage, and it was one big old red wasp. And I don't know where they came from because I'd already been. Nothing changed. I went to the same places I'd been before to get the hose.
Think they were in the bush.
Maybe.
You just kind of disturbed them. Then they were like,
they didn't like it.
And then you came back.
They didn't like it.
Hey, and they started knocking the crap out of me. And I was like, hey, and Sherry starts, what's going on? I say, okay, somebody do something.
How about that big whelp? How about that big whelp with the hole in it?
Oh, wait. So I get my hat off and I just start slinging and frailing. And I wish somebody had footage of it, but
somebody help Daddy.
So
is there not a security camera with that on?
You know what?
I brought mine in voluntarily.
There may be. I'll go look at that today. So anyway, I go back in. Well, now, I mean, I go from charging man of the house, ready to defend my house against all comers, to I'm little Rick, and I'm just my little heart. It just breaks my little heart when these things sting me. And I just don't like it. I don't like the way it feels. And I look down, my fingers got hit, and then I got hit back here, and then I get hit right here. So I'm sitting there, and I'm not thinking anything about it. And we watch TV, and I'm whimpering a little bit. So we get ready to go to bed. So I get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and my whole arm has swollen up. And it's itching and stinging.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like,
stinger's still in you.
And I'm like, what's going on? And so I'm looking at my arm in the mirror, and so then I'm just like, well. Then I go back to sleep, and I get up, and it's swollen, and so I start Googling, and then of course it says there's times you can get these that have a lot of venom that about 4 inches out, it can be red and awful and ugly, and so look at that.
Rick.
Oh my goodness.
Still there.
Yeah, so that's nothing. That's better. It's actually made a turn for the better.
Oh, and that's that old tender spot.
Okay.
Oh yeah, hit me right there on the tender. Hurt bad too.
Okay, you can see where you got hit.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I got hit hard.
Looks like you got hit by a baseball bat.
I know.
Yeah,
My goodness.
It's bruised. For those of you who can't see, it's bruised. Awful. It's purple. It's terrible. It looks awful.
And it's better. At one time, it was like a balloon. It was so swollen up. And at one time, I mean, like, it's not possible something to get infected that quick in 24 hours. And I started reading that all the things I was seeing were possible. But I'd never had a reaction to anything like that ever. And so I was like, oh, man. So I finally make a few calls, and they're like, well, if you want to speed up the process, and I sent pictures of it.
Benadryl.
Take an antihistamine, and then
white meat poultice,
and then let me send you some
get your bacon out,
wrap it up, some steroids, And then today the dermatologist said, "Come, I'll give you a cortisone shot. Just try to get it sped up."
Look at that arm.
And
Good night.
but it just hurt my feelings so bad. And then my arm was just miserable. And then
It's O'Reilly too. You need O'Reilly.
Oh, it's bad. It was awful. And then I started thinking, why are things stinging me now? I mean, I went a large portion of my life never being stung by anything, and now they're just dive bombing me. And I'm thinking to myself, do you think when I was like really fat, they thought, well, we can't, he won't even feel it? I mean, do you think it's part of me losing
Clearly,
weight?
it's weight loss.
Do they see that they're after me over? I mean, why do they want me now? What am I putting something off? What's going on?
Before you had some type of repellent.
They're after me.
Either that or
they're after me now.
Are you not as aware? Like, do you see? Did you pick up things?
I've never lived my life worrying about where stinging wasps were. I mean, I don't know what happened. I mean, that yesterday.
Rick, you're just going through a rough patch.
Yeah, that's what I thought about that. I really did. I was singing it while I was laying down. But I mean, they were coming out of nowhere. I mean,
I hate being stung. I hate it.
They were hitting me from everywhere. I felt bad for old Helms. I thought, should I even tell him? I almost sent you a picture, but I thought it'll mess his whole weekend up. You know what? Just, but then not only do I not only do I never get stung, I've never had a reaction to a sting.
Yeah,
ever.
That's the odd part about this.
Yeah. So it was
because normally if you have reactions, it happens every time. If you're one of these reactions,
did the other ones look that bad?
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, this little version
and just buried up. You think you left a stinger in it and didn't see it or something?
Well, you know what's funny? You know, we've heard all these things of what to do.
You know, we got the tools to pull
You're
that
grinning too much when you discuss this.
Well,
I'm picturing it. And you sure there ain't no video of this?
Well, there might be. I'll go look. But here's the thing.
I like seeing your brother hurt a little bit.
Do you know what I found out? They said the ones that have venom like that, which this one obviously did, it says that if you go after the stinger, be careful with tweezers because you could squeeze it and just shoot more venom. It'll get worse.
Let it work its way out.
Don't.
You need just let it work its way out.
Rick, here's the good news. You know, the cortisone that your body will make to help fight this will help your other joints.
Yeah.
You know, they have that treatment, you know, in the Far East where they let bees sting them in an area to help them out.
I think I liked it better without it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to find some kind of upside to this because there's really not any other out there.
What about when your arm is swollen?
Other than you take a bunch of Benadryl, you get a really good nap.
Right.
Yeah.
What about when you're swollen and it's itchy and it's stinging?
That's good.
Doesn't that feel great? Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
You know, and that's all you can think about. Arm. Itchy, sting, itchy.
Heartbeat in arm.
Arm. Hot to touch.
You can't get any mercurochrome to put on it.
But I actually took a little turn overnight last night. It's better today, believe it or not.
So you had big
That's still
arm.
a pretty good weapon.
That was terrible. It was, but the big question is why are they dive bombing me now?
If you'd stay inside, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
I think I've only missed the podium once or twice. So we, I think we have a good base setup for the PNC Bank, PNC Bank number 9. It's a big weekend also for Honda, being one of their home races with their facilities out in Alabama as well. So we hopefully can fly the flag, but ultimately we're going there to win. So that's unless we win, we're not going to be too happy.
We've had Scott with us a number of times. Scott did Speedy. We've even had you in studio, and Bama Mark gave you his belt. But I don't know if you remember that. We had you on before,
I didn't
and
forget that.
one thing about barbers you mentioned is that there's not many opportunities to change your position. Didn't you say there was only like 1 or 2 chances to even pass anybody, or you get locked down?
Turn 5, like into that hairpin, I think is where most people, and then I think like the second to last corner, turn 16 or 15, you can get pretty sneaky there. But with the degradation and the way the tires fall off and how the cars sort of change throughout the run, you can pass just about anywhere. Kind of out of turn 8 onto the back straight. That 15, 16, into 1. Sometimes you can get quite tricky out of the last corner in 17. So it's I don't know. It's a corner that a track rather that the tires do wear and fall off a little bit, so it creates a lot of exciting passing, and especially with IndyCar with our overtake, which we get I think about 150 seconds there, which is another 50 horsepower. Once you push that button, which is pretty cool. Plus, the differences between the black and red tires. You have a low grip tire and then a high grip tire, and they change different throughout the race. So it's I think there's some good opportunities there, and as we've seen in the past, there's been a ton of options to try and get around people.
You know, I'm about to win myself over to you here, I believe, with this next statement. I actually had the honor of meeting a man who does great work for the church. He actually does the work in India, but he is from New Zealand. And and we met at my local church, and we actually support them. My wife's been on a mission trip there, and to show thanks for that, guess what he sent me? An All Blacks jersey.
Yeah, there we go, man.
Yeah,
is rugby big? Is rugby big down there or not really?
You know, it's picking up a little momentum. You know, because we like American football, and rugby's not that far removed. We actually understand rugby more than we do soccer, and so rugby. There's some club teams that are picking up, and it's getting more and more popular. And but when he gave me that jersey, I realized that it was a big deal. Then I watched. I guess it was Amazon Prime.
Yes,
did a series where they went behind the scenes with the All Blacks for a few seasons, or maybe a season or two. And it was amazing to try to figure out the season and the different things they play for. But I was blown away by the commitment to excellence with the All Blacks. I loved it.
Yeah, the All Blacks, I think it's the winningest team in sports history, right? Like they're current champions of the World Cup. But, it's definitely part of, the New Zealand culture. Everybody, is very proud of, the All Blacks and what they've been able to achieve. But, sort of growing up, it's really about, rugby, sailing, cricket, a lot of outdoor sports down there. But, those three sports I just named, Americans probably don't, know too much about, apart from, the America's Cup, which actually New Zealand just won the America's Cup a few years back too. So it's been, we're a strong sports country. We try to do the best we can. It's very small. There's only about 4.5 million of us.
The rugby, I think, would eventually catch on here. Cricket, I'm not sure about. We just can't really fathom that one, Scott.
We would definitely do the short version. No way we do the long version.
Right.
Well, this is what I still can't work out about cricket is that they will have a 5-day match, a 5-day game, and they will still draw. Even after 5 days, they can't figure out who is the best team.
Yeah, I think after 5 days, somebody has to go away the winner.
Yeah, I mean, after we
exactly.
My oldest son actually played American football in college, and a rugby team asked him to play with them, and he was like, well, I only know a little bit about it. But because of that connection, he actually was able to pick up the game, he said, pretty quick. I bet. So I think that some of the rules, the more detailed, he didn't know, but the way it worked and the way the offenses work and the defense
get
work
it and run.
Yeah, they're running an option just about the whole time. We call it an option in American football, where as long as you stay behind me, I can pitch you the ball.
Yeah,
and
no pads on.
It's very fluid though, right? Like it's continuous play, whereas I think with definitely with American football, which I didn't understand to start with, but the strategy side is crazy.
You have to stop.
The stop and go.
That team that asked Blake.
Why is everybody stopping? They're stopping for a lunch break, or what's going on here?
They say by the time an American football game is over, there's only about 18 minutes of actual action.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
That's crazy, isn't that? Because it goes for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah. So
now,
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. And we are back, and we're thankful that you're with us as we unpack another week together. I do want to point you to Cook's Pest Control. Speaking of stinging wasps, I got to get them out there. They got to find these evil red wasps that, they attack me. They attack me with no grace, no mercy of any kind, just try to take me down. So if you're having issues, put them to work for you. As a matter of fact, they can take care of really any problem. Termite protection is big because they got the Centricon system. And Bubba, why is Centricon so important? Why does it work?
Rick, it is dandy. You got to have that. You got to get out there and get in front of them before they get to your house.
So you got to lock them out?
You got to lock them out.
Right.
And then knock them out.
So they've got the best system, and they also will come and give you an evaluation on your property. That means your business, your home, contractors, new home construction. They'll do that too. No obligation, but we'll save you some trouble. You need to use them. Go to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. Bubba, understand that we have graduates from Jacksonville State University. We have, the days when Dad was the coach at Jacksonville State University, the field named after Bill Burgess. And Jacksonville State University has decided to go into the FBS, and they had their first game as an FBS Division I college football team, and they won.
They did. Big win over UTEP, 17-14. You know, Rick, I grew up going to games. We didn't live too far from the stadium. And just to see the changes over the years of the stadium and the opponents, and now to be, playing what we like to call Division I.
Yeah.
I know it's FBS technically. It's just amazing to see that growth over the years. I remember when the stadium didn't have end zones, and there was a concession stand down there.
I remember that.
And the extra points would go over the concession stand out into the kudzu.
Yep.
And it's a whole different deal.
There
now.
wooden bleachers on the visitor side.
Yeah, and there wasn't many. I mean, it wasn't about 5 or 6 tall.
Yeah.
And so many changes over just my lifetime seeing that, and it's really, really cool and proud of them. And Rick, we went in a couple of years ago with 2 other families, and we got a suite there to give back and support the university a little bit, and we've enjoyed that. Don't get to go to all the games. Try to when I can.
Right.
We didn't get to go this week. Had a wedding that we needed to go to of a very good friend that got married, and we enjoyed that. But my son Hunter went to the game, and he carried a couple of his friends, and he told me when he got back, he asked me if I knew Jeff Tyson, or JT, as we like to call him. I said, yeah. He said, well, he was there. And
JT was there?
Yeah, his son is now a coach.
Correct.
That's right.
For
That's
Jackson.
right.
I got
I
pulled
knew
into that.
that.
He
I
started.
forgot about that.
He started texting me maniacally on Saturday and said, "Can you leave a message to Beth Mowens?" And he gave me. I'll talk about the Jack State game and talk about Coach Nice Wonder joining the staff. And he literally said, "I'm gonna put you to voicemail, then play it for everybody." So I had to do Beth Mowens talking about the Gamecocks.
Oh my goodness!
Taking on the Miners
And the new coach.
and the new coach out there, Michael Nice Wonder. Uncomfortable to say, but a heck of a coach.
So Hunter told me, he said, and I had told JT, I said, if you want to come sometime, let me know. We'll get you some tickets. Or
You talking about the Cats?
Yeah, because we do different things every week. So he came in and he said, met JT, hadn't seen him, or he knew JT, but he hadn't seen him in a long time. And he said, to begin with, and he was acting it out, showing me, he said, JT come in there and, like he was the man. And
Well, he is.
And he started asking Hunter to do various things, like open the window and restock something in the Coke machine. And
So wait, JT is in the same booth that y'all have?
He was invited in by one of the other families.
Understood.
He had texted me and said,
I can't
"Hey,
figure out how he got in there."
Yeah, are you going to the game?" And I told him over the weekend. I texted him back. I said, because we're always running 6 things. Be very clear. If you need tickets, just say, "Hey, you got any tickets?" Don't say, "Hey, I'm going to the game," and just expect me to read that as, "Hey, I should offer you tickets." Right. Let's just be direct. Let's cut down all the walls.
I love direct.
Let's just be direct, okay?
I love direct.
So Hunter said he come in. He was kept asking to do things, and Hunter finally said, "I don't work here, right?"
That's so good.
Did JT think he did?
He did. Hunter had on his red shirt. He's a little younger, and I guess he thought he was like the staff for that suite.
That is
and
hilarious.
Kept asking, and he said, I really don't know where to refill.
I'll be glad to help you, but I really don't have access to the room where the drinks
He said he tried to take care of him. Like he wanted the radio change. He wanted the audio change.
Oh, JT high maintenance.
So he went
the first time there, and he's telling everybody what to do.
Hey, don't forget a guest, too.
Right. So I invited him in.
My goodness.
He wasn't even in that booth.
Yeah, I can see. Here's what I can. Zach had. He goes, "Hey, what are we gonna do to get a few more drinks over here?"
right. Yeah. Hunter said about the third thing. He says, I just don't work here. I really can't.
Yeah, look,
I know how to change the audio. I really don't know where to go and get this other.
Son, about the third quarter, if you could just shine my shoes.
Yeah. Well, you mind? I'm a little stiff. Will you give me a massage?
I said, that's so JT then.
Greg,
so
wow,
JT.
no chili.
Hey, JT's tasted blood though. He's gonna want that.
Oh yeah. You think he'll never go back not being this week? Well, especially at 1,000 degrees.
That's every game.
It was hot.
Oh, so hot.
So but he knows one of the other families that were involved with that end. So I'm sure he worked.
Is that
through
how he
them.
got in?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's already landed on that planet.
Oh,
and he's already mining.
He's got him a permanent seat.
Yeah.
Bless her heart.
Are they regretting it yet, or a few more games?
I think they give him one more, and then they're tired of it.
We can check in. We'll see.
Right. Does anybody know what? And I should ask JT. I never did. What his son coaches? What position? Sherry asked me that, and I didn't know.
Anyway, it was a great game. Went right down to the end, and Jack State had a interception on a 4th and 1 that sealed the win.
Well, how about that?
As they were driving.
I watched most of it, but I felt like they were in control the whole time, even though the score wasn't that. They played really well.
Well, it'll be tough moving up, and it'll take some some adjustments and some growth. There'll be growing pains, but it's always good to get a win.
Yep.
Yeah.
Always good.
Do you think we'll get to the point? And we talked about this a little bit off the air. Do you think we're going to get to the point, because there are going to be so many FBS schools that they'll almost do divisions like you would do in high school, and let's take these people and they need to be they're really in a different world than all.
There is a real conversation amongst athletic directors and coaches that is coming now. Whether or not it happens, or and I mentioned this too because I didn't know this was a thing, and I don't know which league it is, but there is in soccer. I don't know if it's one of the European leagues or whatever. Let's say they got 4 leagues. Mm-hmm. You have your top tier, and then your bottom tier, and then your second and third in between. And every single year, the last team in the top tier league gets pushed down to the second tier, and whoever won the second tier moves into that top tier.
Yeah.
And you go through that all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
So there are teams in soccer that used to own it, and they're now in the bottom tier, and they can't get back up.
Yeah.
And so I know none of us here want to adopt anything soccer, but I thought that is an interesting concept, and one we may actually see at some point in college football.
Well, I'd like for you to say this is not a bad idea. Let's not say it's soccer's idea.
Yeah.
Let's just say this is just not a bad idea, and it stands on its own as an idea.
Yeah, it's kind of king of the court concept, a game we used to play in tennis. So, you can adapt to that. But let me submit this to you, and that may be the case. And the Power 5 conferences kind of separate themselves anyway, at least in conversations.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think with us going to 12 teams in the playoffs, I think with the parity you have with everybody now, like you saw TCU get in this past championship in the playoffs, and with NIL you're right, but they did what they had to do to get there.
No, and they'll be good this year.
I think until the dust kind of settles and we see, I think the chances for some of these smaller schools to get into that are going to be better than they've ever been.
No doubt. Yeah,
now, it still may be a giant gap, but at least it's closer than it was.
You're right. No, that is a good point. Really, the thing I'm talking about, if we had never gone to the 12-team playoff, you just about have to do that. Yeah. But the 12-team playoff, I think, does delay that.
It gives you some hope until the dust settles, and we kind of see how everybody reacts to it. But, the conference championships are going to be more important for these, teams that are outside the Power 5. And as I was joking around this weekend, and said, we're now at Jack State. We're excited about trying to get a conference championship and going to a bowl game. And, just right off the cuff, I think the Bahama Bowl would be nice.
Yeah, that's good.
Of course, this year they can't go postseason.
Correct.
Well, they got a year to
get set out.
Yep.
At our probation year, that's a fun one. But a lot of hype, and that's a great way to get it started.
Yep, we'll take it.
And glad JT was there. I think that was a bonus that maybe
bossing everybody around.
That Jacksonville State could have only hoped for. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
3 hour. Yeah, three
Rick, that team that asked Blake, they were out of Georgia. They were called the All Peach team, right?
All Peach. Well, Scott, it's good to talk to you, man. And do you still call home New Zealand, or where do you live now?
Well, I live in Indianapolis. The team's based out of here,
sure.
and our kids go to school and stuff here. But yeah, I get home, 2-3 times a year. New Zealand's still home to me. They have direct flights, out of Houston and Chicago now, which is definitely a big help for this side of the world. But yeah, I still call home New Zealand, man.
Well, it's on my bucket list. One of the countries that we've got to visit. A lot of countries I've never been there, but we certainly want to. So we will definitely
come down.
Yeah, we'll make that happen. Thanks for taking time to be with us, and
Scott,
look forward
thanks.
to you being back in Alabama coming up on April 5th through the 7th. Honda Grand Prix of Alabama. Scott Dixon and all the others in the Indy Series will be there. Mario Andretti will be the Grand Marshal. And you can get all the details by going to barberracingevents.com, barberracingevents.com, or just go to rickandbubba.com in the show notes. Scott, thanks a lot, buddy. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're bringing out your cake. Let's let Burning Rubber on Me play as the cake comes out. Here comes Edgar's birthday cake for Bubba, 55 years old today. Happy birthday to you. 55. Happy birthday, oh Capitan. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. There it is. Look at him there. And I tried not to get that picture. By the way, don't you hate when people try to get a picture of you actually blowing the candles?
I know.
Up? And you're like, nobody wants that picture. So they've got on the cake from Edgar's, Bubba in his captain's hat, out there on his pontoon boat. There you
You know, kicks can turn into.
Bubba, I've watched how you react to things for 25 years. Yeah. You didn't tell me anything. That's how long we've been doing this. Turn his off.
I don't want this to go the wrong way.
Right. You don't want us to get overly gross with it.
Yeah.
But there's a certain amount of grossness. There's nothing we can do about it.
But there is, there's some little markers along the way that you realize, well, things have changed. Things have changed.
Yep.
And I know y'all have probably seen the ads on TV for the little box that talks. It's on the front porch.
Sir.
It's called Color Guard. Mm-hmm. And this is a special test that you can get for if you're over 50, and they can test for a lot of things. It's really like a DNA type molecular test, and they say it's very accurate. They're having real good luck with it. But the process of this little box is you have to give them a sample for them to check.
Oh yeah, I've seen that commercial.
Mm-hmm. And
the process
Box is real happy about it.
He is. What a great attitude.
I'm only going to say this once.
That little box does have a good attitude.
He shouldn't,
considering what he's toting.
Yes. Right. I'm only going to say this once, okay? And we're not going to
one time.
We're not going to
Are you saying
repeat this term anymore. But you have to send them a stool sample.
Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Do.
All right, that's it.
Okay.
Right, no more.
That'll do it.
That's it. No more.
That will do it.
No more.
Greg, you
From
hear
here
that?
on,
That's it, Greg.
here on, it will be known as the sample.
That's okay. From this point, like a contract says,
Well,
as we go move forward,
That known as the sample.
known as the sample.
So
in a box. Don't miss that.
In the mail.
And many of you have already used this wonderful test.
The sample.
I actually got it once, never used it. It even expired because
did you
I
order
just
it yourself?
No, they send it.
no the doc does it. The doc does it through your physical.
I had one. I had one just show up like when I turned 50, like people know it or something.
Yeah.
Who's sending this?
But you pop it open and it's got all this, and you have like a collection bowl, with a screw-on lid.
Use the word bowl.
The sample.
Well, you know what I mean. And then you have another little thing there. You have to get a sample in too. So
Sure.
there's a lot of sample.
I've had somebody tell me
it
it features what I also call. I know it's more scientific than this. Popsicle sticks.
What? Yeah. That you have
Alrighty then.
that you have to put back in another thing.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Thanks for being with us today. I say, and clothes on the line. Hi, yeah. We'll talk to Span coming up, first segment next hour. And he'll talk about the hurricane coming in this week into Florida and up the East Coast. So we'll talk to him about that coming up next segment.
Anybody want to guess the name of that?
I haven't even seen it. What does it look like?
It is Idalia.
How about Adelia? Adelia?
Like the onion?
Adelia?
I tell you, it's Adelia.
Without the V. Yeah, exactly. Adelia. So, anyway, so over the weekend, the obsession with Oliver Anthony.
Good night.
So I have an update that's going to surprise y'all, by the way. So first of all, the one that everybody saw, he realizes now about today's technology. If he wants to speak to the world, he just sits in his tractor or sits out of the green field and turns around. So here he is discussing what it felt like to watch the GOP candidates.
Now, that is funny.
Try to reference him in their prime. What is it called?
In their debate.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Rick's under a lot of pressure this week. Okay, we got you, Rick.
It's aggravating seeing people on conservative news try to identify with me like I'm one of them. It's aggravating seeing certain musicians and politicians act like we're buddies and act like we're fighting the same struggle here, like that we're trying to present the same message.
Training.
I've had a lot of people reach out to me, and I've tried to be polite to everybody, and I've talked to hundreds of people the last 2 weeks. But it seems like certain people want to just ride the attention of this song to maybe make them their own selves relevant, and that's aggravating as hell. The other thing that I find aggravating is, it was funny seeing my song in the. It was funny seeing it at the presidential debate. Because it's like, I wrote that song about those people, So for them to have to sit there and listen to that, that cracks me up. But it was funny kind of seeing the response to it. Like, that song has nothing to do with Joe Biden, It's a lot bigger than Joe Biden. That song is written about the people on that stage. And a lot more, too. Not just them, but definitely them.
I
So there
agree
you
with
go.
it.
Yeah,
I think
he said, I don't like any of them. He said, I'm not anti-Joe Biden, I'm anti the government.
So, Rick, their arrogance when he's talking about the rich men above the rich men. Well, he ain't talking about me. He's talking about the other.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
He's
He was like, you realize the song's about you, too.
Yeah, it's all of you.
Yeah, all of you.
Playing the game.
Yeah. Well, so that kind of, and that's typical of all of us, when the way it is now. Somebody tells me, this is hysteria, I got to go over and wrap my arm around it. The guy's like, you don't even know what the song's about. But anyway, so I this was before I was attacked by the stinging red wasp. I was going to ride to go get something for Sherry and I to have for dinner on Saturday. So because of that video, I realized there's related videos because I had seen that, and I sent that to all y'all, and I was kind of laughing about that. And then I realized that there was a live stream, of course this was the archive now, of just some bar in Farmville, okay, where they're bringing him out with another a guitar player, who, by the way, Adler is a really good player, by the way. And I actually listened to his concert, and this is what's interesting. You can tell that he doesn't really have full songs ready. Greg, you remember when you and I were booked to play that party one time in our band, and we didn't know that many songs all the way through.
We just played parts?
And we just played parts of
songs? And then we'd start another one?
He basically just sat down, and some of his songs didn't last 90 seconds. You know what I mean? And he was playing parts of songs and bits of songs, and here's one that I've been working on. And he pretty much... There's very little difference. I mean, he has that angry, which is kind of cool, that edge that he has to him, but he just sings different lyrics and has that exact same. The melody's not even that much different.
Yeah.
It's like
so he stays in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, he stays in. I mean, it's good, but it was just interesting to hear him. I realized one of the reasons. I mean, and you know what they did? I mean, this is just a little bar in Farmville with the technology today. They did his concert from there. And there's no telling how many streams they got, and the money he's making off just the streaming, and the fact he keeps telling record companies, "I don't really need you." I mean, I'm making more money off of just on my own than I've ever made in my life anyway.
Yeah,
that Might ought to take that $8 million while it's out there.
Well, I will say this, and it doesn't.
For his financial planning.
And by the way, this guy over here can pick. By the way, but there's, and they said they've only been playing together. Like he said, I'm glad I met this guy. He goes, I didn't know I was going to blow up and need a guitar player. But they literally have only known each other for a little while, and some of it has some. You know, he's going to have some language in his songs a little bit to some level. So I'm scared just to pot something up. He did have that one right there called 90 Some Chevy. And, of course, you know, he's a good old country boy. So he said, yeah, a lot of people ask me when I'm going to write a song about a Ford. He said, I already have. It's called Standing on the Side of the Road with Your Girlfriend Waiting on the Tow Truck.
Oh, that's a good one.
And, of course, crowd loved that.
Yeah.
That was red meat for him.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway,
Here's a guitar solo if you just want that.
Okay. All right.
She's hot.
All right, I haven't screened any words.
Yeah, right.
So
well, he talks about how hot this girl is, and so, but anyway, but you know, it's good old. But listening to him, and I agree with you to an extent, Bubba. Look, stay independent as much as you can. I got that, but I will say this, and he may not want that because they may turn him into something that then he can't live with. And Pete, you know, stick to your guns. I'm all about that. But you can listen to him and tell whether anybody wants to say it or not. He does need some help.
Yeah.
Somebody could take him, get him in the studio, and put out an incredible album.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because this is all kind of thrown together, and you know,
he needs a little polish.
Right? Yeah. Because
a little spit shine.
Very talented songwriter, very very talented singer, and has that edge and that heart. But I know what he's saying. If they get me, they'll turn me into something that I'm actually writing against, or I don't want to be some country.
Yeah.
But I mean, country's got that genre right now that, you know, what we used to call outlaw country or whatever. He'd fit in all that nice and not have to compromise anything. Right. I wouldn't think.
Sure.
But I mean, he might. I don't know. And he may just say, "Look, I'm from a small town. I'm just a good old boy. I'm not comfortable stepping into that arena," and that's fine. He's doing his own thing, got his own fan base, and nowadays you can do that
and make money.
But it was interesting. You could tell. It reminded me of that party, Greg, that we got booked to play for. We read. I was like, somebody said, "Come down here to the club. We'll stream it," and everybody wants to hear it. And he's like, well, I don't have that many songs.
I think You Really Got Me was the only song we knew all the way through.
Right. Yeah.
And it sucked.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was it. So, but it was interesting to hear some of his other songs. He's got some. I don't know which one of those he put out as his second song on his YouTube channel or whatever, but because I heard several, but it was interesting.
That Virginia song?
Is that the one?
I think that's.
They don't write no songs about Virginia, but Virginia's always singing to me.
I think that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I thought that was a cool line. So it was interesting. It's a whole interesting thing. But I love that he's saying everybody's trying to find a way to say that I'm with them. I'm not with any of you.
Yeah,
right. When it comes
I was talking about you too.
when it's talking about the government.
Yeah. I mean all of you that are there.
That may have made me like him even more.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you got all kind of sampling going on, and
too young for this.
So,
it's
but you tear the box open and it seals back. Everything goes back the way it came out, and it's in its own bag. And
Helmsley, there's zero dignity to growing old.
Well, let me tell you, even at the point where you go, well, I need to do this, so you get this out, and it has a fold-out thing, you know, that you put the collection bowl in, you know, for catching. And
Hello 55.
You know, when you sit down with that in place, you can tell it's there. You know what I mean? So I found that then it turns into stage fright. You know what I mean?
Shut down?
Yeah, you're like, something's wrong back there. I can't go. You know what I mean?
I could see that. I could see that. I could see that. I certainly could see that.
And you have to really talk yourself through it for a while to get them what they're looking for. You know,
the sample.
Yeah.
When you have it all packaged up, you got to be relieved.
And then
the box could talk.
You can do it. You get it back in there, and you got all that, and then it kind of hits you. Hey, I got a box here with a sample in it, and it's just sitting right here on the counter.
There it is.
How about that?
And I'll tell you a little more about that when we come back.
Oh boy.
Did you overcome the stage fright? I guess if the box is sitting there.
Well, eventually you do, Rick. Yeah, if you stay with it long enough.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, we know the podcast is having some issues. We got
it, folks.
Well, nobody should be affected by it today.
No.
I'm having a problem here with equipment, but the backup plan
is fine.
I should not be getting an email this morning stating that the podcast. The only hour that has something wrong with it is hour 4 for Monday, and I can't do anything about
Well,
that.
the problem yesterday happened, which I think it'll take a few days for this to almost like you're trying to get something out of the system. Is they went out bad and then you replaced them with good. So some of the people that had them bad didn't realize now it's good, and they're
Just
still
refresh, you'll be good.
Refresh yesterday's archives, and yesterday's archives are fine. The only one we can't refresh is half of 1 hour. When was that? Monday?
It was
Friday.
Monday. It was hour 4 on Monday.
Right. That one we can't fix.
Right.
But we fixed yesterday.
Yep.
So just refresh those.
Yeah.
And then today you won't even know it.
No.
It's a handle for Hamsey, but it's not a handle for y'all.
Sure.
So podcast is okay for you, the consumer, now, and then Helmsley's got to figure it out on his end with Super Tom. And both of them tried to take days off. And those of you that work in the technological world, you know that if you take a day off, something's going to happen while you go. That's just standard. I don't know. I can't explain it. I don't know why, but it seems to be a truth.
We have had this set up now for at least since I've been here for 10 years. We hadn't been calling it a podcast, but we've been using this system
to record
for 10, and it's never messed up.
Wow.
And I take the one day,
They're
couple
good for
days
about
off,
10
and
years.
that's when.
Well,
we've replaced equipment, done things,
Sure.
But as far as this issue, I've never.
Well, you know the weak link in that system, Rick.
Oh, here he goes.
The human being.
Well, no,
I know where he's going with
gonna
this.
say
And
something
it's,
about
I'm not going
Microsoft.
to say anything because it's his birthday.
Let him have it.
Let him have it.
Let him have
Tee
it.
it up.
Hey, I want to say this to you.
Papa
Welcome
Charlie.
back. I want to say this to you. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
So anyway, and of course, so the podcast will be fine. We got the Bible study today. That'll be fine. Wednesday Bible study back today. So be looking for that. Also, if you go to upcoming events at the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events there at rickandbubba.com, you'll find some things that are coming up. I'll be speaking at West Alabama Fellowship of Christian Athletes Spring Banquet. That's in Tuscaloosa. Coming up on April the 9th, so go and check all the details about being part of that banquet. Look forward to being there. My wife, Sherry, will be speaking at a community-wide breakfast at the Dothan Civic Center, the home of 103.9, and we actually have Linda Taylor, who's an account exec there for News Talk 103.9 in our golden ticket seats today.
Okay. Yeah,
so for those of you that want to go to see that, we put how you get the tickets, or if you want to get a table to hear Sherry, you can do that on April 17th in Dothan. The 25th, the Wild Game Supper at Linden Baptist Church there in Linden, Alabama. I'll be speaking at that. And as other things are made available and contracts are signed and details are finished, we put all those out at rickandbubba.com, and you'll see some all the way through the end of summer. If you want to find out when members of the show will be coming to see you or something's going on near or in your community. Always at the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events there at rickandbubba.com. Think of O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices, excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings brings me to my
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us, coming to you from the No Name Studio. Living out on the bleeding edge of technology, we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. And we got the gang all here today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. A new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is available to you. It happened over the weekend. Letters from the audience as we read some of your emails, answer your questions. If you haven't grabbed that one, you can wherever you get podcasts. And welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. And Rick, we're very honored to have the one and only James Spann with us.
Here we go.
He's a man with a man.
Here we go.
He's a mighty James Spann.
He's a mighty glue weather man.
He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a main weather man. He's the mighty James Spann.
James, I have to ask you, because I have it over here ready to go, should I play the hurricane theme or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay,
We're that close.
Okay,
We're
all
65. We need 10 more miles per hour, so
Okay.
we're that close.
Whoa.
Tomorrow morning we can.
Okay, all right. Right now, no. Okay, so we're tropical storm right now.
He said, "Whoa,
whoa."
Yeah. So, this is going to be a pretty nasty situation for the Florida Peninsula, not the Panhandle, but the Peninsula. We've learned a lot of people are geographically challenged these days.
Yes.
They're challenged in a lot of ways.
Yeah, yeah. But and part of it's phones. You don't need to use maps anymore. You just get these turn-by-turn directions. But
sure.
The main impact of this hurricane will be over the peninsula. Some of the cities that are in the peninsula would include Tampa Bay and Jacksonville and Orlando and Daytona Beach, cities like that. Now, in the Panhandle, you've got Panama City Beach and Destin and Navarre and 38, Pensacola. The Panhandle is going to be on the good side. It'll be breezy, and they could see some rain, but the really big impact from the storm surge will be over the peninsula. And let me just say, guys, we're struggling with how to pronounce the name here.
I know.
Yeah,
we
are
were
too.
asking, is it Idalia?
Well, if you look at the pronunciation guide from the National Hurricane Center, first off, we know that you don't say I, it's E, which makes no sense because it's the ice storm, but it is Idalia, we believe.
Oh.
They in the pronunciation
Idalia.
guide they put D-A-L, and we think it's Idalia. But whatever, it's going to be nasty. And this will likely be coming up on the Big Bend region of Florida. North of Tampa Bay is a major hurricane. And by major hurricane, that's defined as a Category 3 or higher Wednesday morning. And remember, people are going to be looking at all the, tracking maps and these things. Remember, as you look at these maps, the main impact of this in terms of wind, rain, freshwater flooding, storm surge, tornadoes will be along and to the right, to the east of the center line. East is the beast. That's the dirty side.
Ooh.
The good side's the west side.
The west is the best.
West is the best. That's the Panhandle, the Alabama Gulf Coast, the Mississippi Gulf Coast. But basically from about Cedar Key south, it's going to be a rough ride. And obviously the population center and the core of this thing is Tampa Bay. Technically, the hurricane watch runs from Indian Pass all the way down to Englewood, Florida, which is down below Tampa Bay. But this greatest concern, Cedar Key down toward Tampa Bay. The storm surge in the core of this now predicted to be 7 to 11 feet, a little north of Tampa Bay. The storm surge in Tampa Bay itself, on the Gulf and in the Bay, is 4 to 7 feet. And that's a big deal for a big city like that, for St. Pete and Tampa. So again, 4 to 7 feet. And the consistency is really good in the track. We're very confident in the track of this thing. The skill is somewhat lacking in the intensity forecast. That's the problem with these. The intensity forecasting is not caught up with the track forecasting, but this could undergo rapid intensification. Obviously, there's a lot of heat content in the Gulf. The water is warm. There could be some shearing involved, which might reduce the intensification a little bit, but still, we think this will be a major hurricane. Whatever, people in that hurricane watch need to plan for a major Category 3. And really and truly, in all practical purposes, we always tell people to kick it up one category, plan for a Category 4. So, again, landfall will be Wednesday morning. And from there, it comes up to near Jacksonville. In fact, this thing will probably still be a hurricane at Jacksonville, obviously weakened at that point. And then it comes out back into the Atlantic near Charleston by Wednesday night. So a fast-moving system, but a very dangerous system, and this could be quite a booger. So everybody in Tampa Bay, they need to watch this thing very carefully and up the coast, up towards Cedar Key.
Wait a minute, because Span just made national news. Then this one could be a booger.
That should be the headline today. This one could be a booger.
I try and communicate with words people understand.
Right. Well, you've done it. You've done it.
We can relate to
that. Yeah. So sheer is
You know what
good.
I'm going to do today? I'm going to say, be careful. It's a booger.
You're right.
That's right. Span said it.
Span, of course, this is all caused by man-made global warming. We know that.
Even though we have hurricanes this time every year.
Yeah, we have those every year. But we know, are we going to have to deal with that again?
I don't know. And of course, and everybody's saying this is what the TikTok lady was referring to. Did you see the TikTok lady?
I did, Span. I wanted to ask you about this. Thank you so much for bringing it up. Your TikToks are excellent.
Well, I'm not a TikTok guy, but sometimes you got to respond to this idiocy. TikTok is basically an ocean of ignorance. I mean, if you turn on TikTok, they're doing one of three things. They're either dancing, they're funny, or they're cussing. That's what they do. One of those three things.
It's one of those three things.
I'm not a dancer. It's a bad look for a guy my age, and I'm not funny, and I'm not a cusser. I know all the words. I work in a TV station, but I'm not a cusser guy. So.
I work in a TV station.
I'm not a cusser guy.
It's like, but at some point you got to respond, because people were actually canceling vacations because they saw some nitwit on TikTok saying there's going to be a Category 6 hurricane September the 6th that will wipe out the state of Florida and wipe out North and South Carolina. And people believe this. This is where we are in society today. They'll believe any nitwit on TikTok. And what these people are doing, they're playing you like a fiddle. Yeah. You are a rube, because what they're doing, they're tapped into the creator content fund, and the more views, the more engagement, the more money they make. And it doesn't matter what they say. They could get on there and say a two-headed dinosaur is going to send an asteroid and destroy the Earth on December 24th. Right. And they'll get a gazillion views and make piles of money because of the society we live in today. So
so anything.
So can you show us your response to it?
Well, I made a TikTok video to respond to the TikTok lady, and I did some deconstruction. Sometimes you guys do this. You'll take you take news stories and you deconstruct it. Let's just review what we just saw here.
Right. Yeah.
And let's go through it. So that's pretty much what
it was
I did
excellent. And my favorite part, Rick, so that he would play some of the video, he'd stop and talk about it.
Oh, good.
He'd play some of the video, stop and talk about it.
Oh, James, we got to review that.
Yeah, can we review that? Like, we come back in the next segment, we could play it, James. I know you can go on. We can pull it on and play it, but that is fantastic. But you're right. There comes a time where you go, I can't let that go. I can't let that go. And somebody said they've got now Oliver Anthony singing about the hurricane on their ticket.
And again, some of the stuff is funny. There's some pretty funny things on there, and that's fine. And the dancing, there's some good dancing. I'm not much into watching dancing, but the cussing stuff I could live without. I mean, I'll turn that thing on and you get 55 F-bombs right off the bat. I mean, come on. To me, using profanity, it's weakness. People, they think it makes you look strong. No. It makes you look weak. Right. Any idiot can cuss. So just don't do that.
James, when did she post this predicting this hurricane?
That was probably about 2 weeks ago, and it had over 1 million views. It's probably got 3 million by now, and she is raking in the dough with this creator fund thing. And again, what's to stop her from making more? Yeah. So just don't go there. And I'm all for making money. It's great if you can make money on the talk. That's great. But using fear and lunacy, scare people, do better than that.
Yeah, people canceling vacations. All right, thanks a lot, Span. Appreciate
to watch this Category 6.
You guys have a great day now.
All right, tomorrow we'll play the hurricane thing, probably.
Thanks, James.
Thank you, James. All right, we'll come back. You want to find James' TikTok play? To hear me do that? Thank you, James Span. 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look. Every day. Bubba, would you like to hear some space news on your birthday?
I didn't read the box that close, really.
I know. That's what I'm laughing about over here, Bubba. That's hilarious.
Yeah. I wrote him a note.
It's so funny.
It's Colo Guard, not Color Guard.
That makes more sense.
Colonoscopy.
That makes more sense.
No, I
couldn't figure out where they got
honestly-
color guard.
Look, honestly,
I was thinking about them girls in the band flipping them rifles.
Yeah, I didn't want to read the box. I didn't want to read it. I don't want anything to do with the box.
Can I tell you this? When Bubba called it color guard earlier, after we had our 50 senators, but when I saw,
Look, it's only an R, miss.
yeah, when I heard him say color
I
guard,
lost 50 senators a minute ago.
yeah, right. Let me tell you what I said. 55. Let me tell you what I said. You've never been more 55 than you are today.
He was passionate about it being color guard too.
But let me go back to this, Bubba. Let me go back to this. When you said it, in my mind, I really did go, I wonder why they didn't name it to even give any indication
I know, I thought
of what
color
it's doing. And you know what I thought? It's so grotesque. They've given it a name.
A happy name.
The happy name. So, and I thought maybe the testing, different colors signal different things.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe that where I went with color guard. I did all kinds of things with it in my mind.
Look, my brain didn't want to read the box.
No, it didn't.
I get it now. Color guard. Or known as.
Once you got your brain to do what it needed to do to get in that box,
Right.
you couldn't.
SIB.
You
Let's
could
just go with SIB.
Hey, sir, my neck
But what I'm saying is, your mind works so hard to overcome that mental block. You couldn't ask it for anything.
No,
else,
no,
you know?
no.
Hey, what we gonna have?
It's like, buddy, once we pulled this off, you can't ask anything else from your mind.
I can't read the box.
Like, I don't want to see that box. I want that box to be so far away from me.
Color guard.
So look, I had stage fright. You think I'm going to read the box?
I know there's people that,
You know what you
that
should have
work
done?
there in the medical industry or something that were screaming at the radio.
Somebody said I googled
pounding on the steering wheel.
Somebody said I've googled color guard box 10 times and nothing's coming up.
Be careful googling that, by the way. Back to Greg's point. But let me go back. Let me go back to this. But people, let me tell you, y'all. Here's the thing, and y'all hit all over this. Let me tell you, y'all been all over this. And look, just like me yesterday. Here's an example of yesterday. Here's an example of yesterday. As we're aging, we're becoming not less dangerous with this platform, more dangerous.
Sure.
Y'all understand that we put so much misinformation out. I mean, so much of it. Yesterday, I go on a host speech about some guy telling me that I could get microwavable pork skins, and I go on a host speech about Sam's Club. He said Fred's. He didn't say Sam's.
Rick, because I heard you go, I don't like to buy in bulk.
Yeah, I don't like to buy in bulk. And you know what everybody's saying? It's not Sam, you idiot. I just think, well, Fred, Sam, something like that.
Some guys.
You know, I actually do go to Fred's. There's one down in Jim's.
I heard you
I
saying that.
was wondering. I didn't because I thought Fred, you don't buy in bulk there.
Oh.
But no, but you know why, Bubba? Because I'm thinking about Sam's. That's why I had it wrong.
I don't go there.
But the medical field, see, when we mess something up like Sam's Club and Fred's, that's mild. But when we're on here pontificating about medical procedures and all that, the whole medical field is screaming, please shut them
Well,
up.
it helped to write it
shut
down.
them up.
Yeah.
If you're telling one you heard a story about a certain subject on this show, just maybe check again.
Check it again.
Another source.
Check it in.
Right.
Well, here's the two things that can happen to you when it comes to anything that we're talking about. Okay, listen, color guard. Listen.
It was close. It's only one letter difference.
What if you looked on the front and it had a flag and a rifle? But listen, go back to
It's
this.
a much bigger deal to misplace 50 senators.
Let me tell you, I respect you so much. When you first said it, I even thought to myself, I must be wrong.
That was sleep.
Because usually on
That's
stuff like that, I usually, I'm always very cautious about, getting the right name. So I didn't even question it. But in my mind did go this: we only have 50 states, and I know we have more than one senator.
Yeah.
Now I know that's not.
So
like,
do I.
I know it's not.
So
I know it's not like representatives where different states have different numbers. I know it's the same number, but I knew it was more than one. But anyway,
55.
What was funny about that is think about nowadays. So
A lot
first
of numbers today.
First of all, this show will mess something up just because we're all a bunch of good.
We're dandies, yeah.
And now we're aging, and we're not getting better at it. We're getting worse at it as we age. But now we've aged ourselves into an era where the information we've been given might be wrong.
That's true.
So not only the information we have is wrong, and then it goes from that wrong filter through another wrong filter. Please double check anything we say.
It's dangerous right now.
Right,
Rick, it's double jeopardy.
Getting it right.
Yeah, it's a dangerous world here.
Yep.
And as we age, it just seems to.
So if we tell you something, go maybe research.
Well, I
just to
always
make sure.
say, go check it out for yourself.
You know what? gang's all here. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being here today. All right, so we've got James Spann's TikTok. We're going to unpack it. I love when James gets upset with people. I just love it. I love how James says the word rube and things like that. I just love it.
I saw the original when the girl was predicting this.
You did? Okay, so I haven't
this
seen
hurricane, and it was going to be a Category 6, which it only goes up to 5.
6?
James points that out.
6 is better.
Yeah.
All right, so here's James breaking down that TikTok video and saying, I just can't let this go on. Here we go.
So we've had increasing concern over the last several years about people getting weather information from bad sources. This whole TikTok thing is just a great example of that. Let's roll a little bit of this. And remember, over 1 million people have viewed this, and they're soaking this in. Let's do a little deconstruction here. Roll that video.
What they haven't told us is that it's predicted that September 6th of this year, Florida and the Carolinas will be hit with a Category 6 hurricane.
Stop. There's no such thing as a Category 6 hurricane. The Saffir-Simpson scale is 1 to 5. That's the first problem here, but keep going.
It's predicted that September 6th of this year, Florida and the Carolinas will be hit with a Category 6 hurricane. That is a hurricane that is stronger than when Katrina hit Louisiana. The hurricane that is coming is expected to destroy a majority of Florida and destroy a lot of the Carolinas.
Oh, man. September the 6th. So here's a problem here. There's no skill, no skill in forecasting the placement and the intensity of a tropical cyclone beyond 5 to 7 days. None. She's making this stuff up. But don't let facts get in the way of a good story. Keep on, roll it.
If you look on TikTok and you search this information, many scientists and meteorologists have been bringing this to the attention of the government, of the Weather Channel, of the right powers that be, to let the people know to prepare themselves.
So wait, just stop. So I would like for her to name one professional meteorologist that's saying this. Just one. I'll be waiting.
And we as Floridians haven't heard anything. Why is that? I'm here to tell my fellow Floridians, start getting prepared now. There's nothing worse than running to get supplies when they're all gone. Pray for everybody. Pray for Florida.
You just can't make this stuff up. Well, apparently she did make this stuff up. And the people say, well, what's your problem with it? If people want to live in this fantasy land, that's fine. And I guess it's okay. But the problem is, so I'll get dozens of messages on these social platforms. Is this true? Is this true? Is this true? Is this real? Is this true? Will this really happen? And the problem is, I'm spending time and energy I don't have to deal with that. And I answer everybody. And I ain't got time for that. So just please consider finding a reliable source and don't listen to these lunatics. This woman's playing you like a fiddle. You're a rube if you are sucked into this.
She's mad now.
You're part of her monetization plan. She's using fear and lunacy to drive engagement and video views and monetization. Don't be part of this deal. Just find a professional meteorologist. If you don't like me, that's fine. There's a lot of us out here. And stick with it as we get into hurricane season. All right? Thank you.
This rube, your rubes. It is amazing that people can get away with it.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, you come with a category that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Right.
And then you're telling people in Florida that they need to get ready for total disaster.
That's right.
And the Carolinas.
Greg, you
and
you had some points, so you wanted to make about it, didn't you?
What's that?
You said in break that she was actually accurate on.
Well,
the
I
date.
mean, she's
Pretty
getting close to the date. Now I don't know about the intensity of the storm.
Right.
But I think
hey,
you could
not a big prediction this time of year.
Yeah, I started to say if you want to predict that there's going to be a hurricane bearing down on Florida around
Yeah.
Labor Day weekend.
It's not a huge.
Within a week, that's pretty a safe bet. Every year,
pretty much is. Yeah, especially that Cat 6.
Hey, watch out for them.
Cat 6. But do you realize how much bad information's out there now? I
You
mean,
think she got it confused with the cable she was pulling for a network?
At one point, when she first came on the screen, I thought she was an AI person.
Yeah.
She didn't look real.
She had, I think, a filter on.
Yeah,
something,
something
making her eyes look weird. Span said that she had 1 million views or something like that. Span's response video had only 20K, so that's unfortunate.
Well, do people love all this?
Yes, Rick.
Is this that same comes from the place where people like horror movies? People just like to be terrified.
They do.
I think that-
We right now hysteria is a drug, and everybody just wants to be absolutely hysterical.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really like hysterical.
No, I like
environment.
calmness myself.
No. We got enough of it as it is.
I prefer the calm. And speaking of that, I see that I keep getting more and more stuff about mask mandates coming back.
Oh, yeah.
Now let me say this before we leave the hurricane.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
They have declared a state of emergency in Florida.
Yeah.
The governor, Ron DeSantis.
Of course, you might want to know what part of Florida.
And he has also told people to be sure at least they have half a tank of gas because they may have to evacuate.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and that's good to be prepared.
That's the real news.
Yeah. And so we got
time
that.
of year you deal with those.
And then
every year.
And then I know that climate change is, of course, going to be blamed on any hurricane this weekend, but it's also being blamed, as we know, about the Maui fires. And speaking of hysteria again, that now climate change is going to burn us. It's going to cause us all to burn.
Well, I think they've come out really with the underlying reasons that it went up
they have.
the way it did.
Yeah, and that, unfortunately, I don't think is going to stay with the narrative that the Democrats really want.
Was it? I read part of the story. Was it to do? I mean, the reason I think the power lines
that started it, but they said they also hadn't cut their underbrush. And
of course.
Yeah, they're not going to do anything because they want it to be natural, and then you get natural results, and everybody's shocked by it. But some of it had to do with the fact that this part of the island used to be a pineapple.
And they quit
farm or something.
Yeah,
and,
there was
and
some
the
kind of
roots up under
agriculture
it or something. They never.
They quit.
They left all that, and
it's
it
all
burned.
grown up from where they.
Something. I didn't see the whole story. I'm speaking.
I mean, they're sure it did start with the power lines, and the power company is being in trouble because they claimed that they had warnings of the wind and they should have dropped the power out.
Wait a minute, Greg. But Senator Ed Markey, a Democrat in Massachusetts, said this is actually a climate emergency.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he's an expert on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So climate caused the utility companies not to be wise with the utility poles, and it caused people not to have the underbrush and fire breaks, and it caused the pineapple industry, whatever's going on there. So how does climate cause all that?
Well, I think this whole area used to be like where the pineapple farming was done, and then they turned it into, real estate. And a lot of the underbrush and roots from the pineapple trees were still there. Something like that I was reading.
It was like it was land that was used, and it's not used anymore, and they've just let it grow up.
Right. Yeah.
Basically, I think.
But that doesn't sound like a climate emergency. That sounds like a failure on the keeping of the garden emergency.
And if you have high winds like they do, I mean, I know you hate to hear this, Greg, but I believe I'd go underground on those lines,
It's going to be tough to do. Tough to do.
All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big. We'll do our first phone segment of the week. Find out what's on your mind. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I would say if you're
Don't trust me.
If you're going to have to put a sample in that box, one thing you could do, because it always eases me if I'm having a little mental block, is to read something. Just read the box.
Yeah, they'll get the name
that you're going to
right.
be mailing it in.
I'd already distanced myself from the box. And I don't think it says it on the box. They got a logo on it, but I don't think it says it.
I think it says it clear as day.
Go guard does make more sense.
I think we actually showed it during the segment.
It's like a
It's a
two
logo.
color C's in there. Or something.
Look, that little cartoon looks happy, and that's misleading.
Yeah, I know it. He ain't happy.
Giant text.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
color is love.
How about old Mark Phillips?
How about it? Well, he's been through it, hadn't he? Came out on the other side, just turned 65.
Wow.
Hello.
How about Mark Phillips?
How about
I
that?
miss old Mark.
Yeah, sure. I talk to him from time to time. He's still out there plugging.
Yeah, he called me one day out jogging. Just wanting to know about hearts and stuff. And it was pretty funny.
Yeah, I got a similar call from him then too. But he's still doing good. We actually had a conversation about him yesterday after the Wednesday Bible study. I've got this new group that has been with us for several weeks now, and they kind of sit over in the peanut gallery off to the left over here, and these are some older guys, and some of them all out of the old music world. Even one of them up from Muscle Shoals way, so they all remember Mark when he was out there gigging, and they were all playing and all of that. And our friend Bill Searcy, who's been battling pancreatic cancer, returned yesterday, back up on his feet. And
Bill?
All the surgeries went smoothly.
That is great.
Yes.
That son of a gun still plugging. So he seems to be doing good. Still got some, I love the Bill Searcy quote. And, we've had him on the show. You've heard his story. When I said, we're not completely there when you're dealing with something as wicked and evil as pancreatic cancer. He said, yeah, but we got our foot on its throat. And he said, I'm just about being.
Keep pushing.
So far they think that all the treatments are successful. He's got now, I think he's had to go through one more round of chemo after the surgery, then some radiation, then he should be released.
Well, good.
So
Glad he's doing good.
We'll see what happens.
You've heard him here on the show before. Glad old Bill's doing good.
Old Billy Searcy. And if you've never read his book or heard his testimony, boy, you're missing out. He's got one for sure. And so
he's one of those people. Every time you see him, he's in a good mood. He seems that way.
Yeah, even more so now than ever.
Yeah.
He said, he talked about though what it was like after that surgery, the first 30 hours or so.
That's tough.
Mm-hmm.
He said he said something that we've talked about yesterday about. Everybody, which is good, has an urgency. Now, I struggle, with hospital visits, and I just have to push through them because they wig me out a little bit. But he said, a lot of times people think, well, I want to go see you the day that you've had surgery. He goes, I've talked to people that came that day. He said, of course, I didn't know they were there at all, and they said it was very unnerving to hear me out there screaming out loud for Jesus to just take me home. And he goes, so I went to see him when they, first time I walked in there, I thought he was still going to be in the bed. Heck, some of him was walking. But anyway,
they get you up, move you nowadays.
Yeah. So anyway, that was good news. And if you missed yesterday's Bible study, it's out on all of our social media platforms. You can grab that also in yesterday's podcast archives. And on YouTube now, if you want to see that on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, and you can catch that if you missed it yesterday. So we'll see what's going on, Bubba. I hope you had a good birthday. I see you rocking a new shirt today.
Yeah, I did. Had a great birthday. It was fun. Thank all of you, and thank all the listeners for all the well wishes yesterday. It was a great day. Had everything kind of went smooth, So that's good. Yeah. Except for one little snafu we may talk about here.
Well, if you want to talk about that, you can. That's not.
I think we need to educate people on this.
You ain't got that box back out.
They need to.
Oh boy.
No, the box has been sent.
That's over, right?
Okay. That's funny.
But I will
the
say,
box is gone.
I will say that what you had to fool with yesterday.
Yeah, that color guard.
What you had to fool with yesterday was not. I wouldn't put that on my hopes for a birthday.
No,
but we do need to educate people.
Yeah, it needed to be done, and I think anytime we can educate people against evil people out there, we need to.
I'm all in on it
because we've let the evil folks get away with so much for so long. That's why they keep doing it, and it's time we fight back a little bit.
Well, it also falls under the you just have to go out there sometimes, like you said, and fight back and try to stop some of this garbage that goes on. 35 minutes past the hour. Your phone calls are coming in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, the real Greg Burgess on the phones. But not time to chat with Gregory. Time for you to say, here's what I want to talk about. Put me on hold. I want to talk to the team. And then you can work your way in here. For our first time to talk this week, so we've there's a lot to cover. LinkedIn.com/Bubba wants to help you make a wise hire. If you've got an opportunity, be sure you're working with LinkedIn. Well, why? Because they're going to weed out, help you. They give you screening tools so you can weed out people that really, honestly, they didn't even have the basic things, the requirements for the job, and you don't waste time on interviews. You're only interviewing the cream of the crop. We're going to let you do your first job post for free. if you go to linkedin.com/Bubba. And I did say free. Over 50 million job seekers out there on that site every week. You use the purple hashtag hiring frame, put it on your LinkedIn profile, spread the word that you're hiring, then use those screening questions that they make for you and help you with, so you can focus on the candidates that have everything you're looking for. Then you just make a good decision. Look, you ever hired the wrong person, you won't ever forget it. LinkedIn.com/Bubba is ready to make sure that doesn't happen. Also, you can find their link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. We continue. Let's go to Al out of the great state of Florida. Al, go right ahead.
Hey, Rick, this is Hal Krausen. Hey, I called during COVID and made a suggestion about the the phone screening room. You couldn't hear them over the mic, and y'all made a great update on that. It is great now. You can hear everything that y'all say in the other. Perfect. But this sniffing thing, man, y'all got to do something about this sniffing thing. There's him, he's got the mic right in his face. He's playing on his computer. He's sniffing into the mic all the time. It's killing me out here. This sniffing thing is crazy.
What are people sniffing because their nose is running? Is that what you're talking about?
Well,
I'm going to my office.
I may be doing it too. I'm a sniffer. So,
Yeah.
We got a bunch of sniffers, and it's our time of year to sniff.
Yeah,
ragweed's coming in.
Yeah, here is the problem, because sometimes there's coughing, there's sniffing, there's eating, and because the show is an ensemble of people, I'll have to leave the mics open in case somebody has a comment. And some of them have the ability to cut their mic off for that kind of stuff. Some don't.
Move it away from the face. They do that sometimes.
But but I don't know what to do.
I don't know.
What I'm saying is, I don't think there's really a solution.
I don't think we're aware we're doing it.
Yeah.
And I haven't noticed it, but I'm not saying that it's not happening for sure.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
I am a sniffer. I know that.
Yeah.
What are y'all talking about?
Yeah. I will tell you this, Hal. You're the first person to mention it. I'm not saying it doesn't go on, but it must not be at the level. Because look, let me tell you something. This audience will do.
Yeah, they'll let you know
They'll
if
let
something's
you
out of
know
line.
if something's getting on your nerves.
And we appreciate you doing that. We'll be more mindful of that. We'll be listening closer for sniffing.
Yeah, what happened is now that's gotten in your head, and that's all you can hear.
We can see if we can sniff it out.
Bubba.
Let's go. Let's go.
You watch this now. The floodgates are going to open though. People are going to pile on now.
Rye in Alabama. Rye, go ahead.
Greg, how's it going, brother?
Good, man.
Hey, look, I got a message from my dad. He wanted me to pass along to you here this morning. I'm just going to quote it to you. He says, Rainbow Steve by Merle Haggard, tell Rick they need to use as an intro song when fixing to talk about President Biden. And he says, also, are the good times really over? I wish a buck was still silver. And Jack has also just chimed in and says if we don't use it, he's going to hack into the soundboard, and then overnight when you come back to play the intros tomorrow, you're going to be playing "Are You Try to Get Sober" by Oliver Anthony.
That's funny. I've never heard that song before.
No, I'm out of the loop there a little bit.
Let's go to Tayson. Tayson, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, how are y'all?
Good, great. Good.
Hey, so not many people know about this, but just recently I was diagnosed with acute macular neuroretinopathy, and it actually comes from having COVID. It's where your body attacks the wrong target, and it's caused a blind spot in my left eye.
Wow.
And nobody's heard of it. It affects 1 in a million people, and the first case of it ever happening was in 1975.
What, before we had COVID? I mean, what caused it then?
They said that the flu-like symptoms, which is what COVID is, but since COVID affects our nervous system and neurons and everything like that, I guess mine just decided to affect my eye, and nobody's ever really heard about it. And I thought it was just the weirdest thing.
Or it's like my grandparents would say, you they didn't have COVID then, but they would say you had COVID and it settled in your eye. That's how they used to say it.
Well, look, we're going to see on the other side of all this, and I know that this latest variant's popped back up, and it's about to be hysteria again, and we've got some stories about that, but unnecessarily, by the way, because it's we have to. We've said this all. You gotta live with it, and you gotta keep moving. And it's called getting sick, and come back when you feel better. But on that note, we are just beginning to see and it's going to go on for years, some of the side effects to either A, having the virus, or B, having the vaccines and the boosters for the virus. And we're in the early stages of all that we're going to find out.
Yeah. Spike protein, either way, no matter how you got it, can cause a lot of problems.
It's bad, yeah. And I talked to so many people just over the last few days that are just saying, if I had to do it over again, there's only these boosters. I don't know why they just kept coming. And now Biden says he's going to come up with another vaccine that is going to that everybody's going to take. Is that right?
Oh, well, they're trying to get a second generation out, which tells
and recommend
you,
a shot for everybody.
And remember that means they know the first one is not working.
And they keep giving it to people, which I don't understand that. And masks don't work either, but we keep doing that. Let me say this. I mean, for the life of me, I don't understand it. But I will say, based on things that I know have been sent to y'all, been sent to me, the first time that they did all this stuff to us, we didn't know what was going on.
Right.
And we had no body of work to compare it to.
Right.
I'll just tell all the government people, if you think the people are going to lay down this time, you're out of your mind.
That's it.
That they're not going to lose their livelihood again. They're not going to be made sick. Their children in mask all day.
They're not going to buy the scarlet letter if you didn't get it done, so you're causing it.
No. Everything that was tried the first time or done last time, it ain't going to fly this time. Now, there's some that are going to get in line because they, for some reason, think the vaccine and mask help them. I don't know why they keep thinking that. It was okay to try it, but it didn't work.
It didn't work.
And it doesn't work. I don't understand. The damage done by all that is worse than the actual catching it, getting over it, and moving on.
Yeah.
And of course, there's hyperbole always around it, that it's this and that and end of time. But I just don't think the American people are going to get in line again. I really don't. So I would be real careful if I was the government on things like mandates. I don't think you're going to get the same response you got before.
Yeah, it'd be tough to play that card. Though they got a lot of pushback last time toward the end of it.
Yeah.
I think it'll be tenfold this time.
Yeah. Jason in Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I just want to call and check and see. Did you ever get that confirmation email on the cancellation of your insurance policy?
You know what? I haven't checked. I'm glad you reminded me of that. I need to check on that today.
Rick Burgess.
Rick.
You may have to call back in and do the process over again.
Pass. Yeah, no, I won't be doing that again. Yeah.
The only thing I ask is, if you do, please do it on the air. The second one should be on the air.
As Dickie Nadmeyer.
Well, the good news about things that involve premiums, there's one way to get it canceled.
Yeah.
Stop sending that premium.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And so
shut her right down.
That'll
Yeah,
shut her.
well.
But good point. I haven't checked on that. I need to go find that. Let's go to Jonathan in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jonathan, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to clarify some things on the Lahaina thing. So in Lahaina, it used to be a wetland about 100, 150 years ago, before it was colonized, and they started diverting a lot of water towards the Dole pineapple mills and towards the sugarcane fields and so forth. So, and then they brought in some invasive grass that kind of doesn't grow really well there and ends up just turning brown for the most part. That was pretty much a lot of fodder for the fire. And that area right now is, even though they're in a drought, I'm originally from there, so it's always been pretty dry in that area for the most part. So yeah, that was, like you said, I mean, as far as I know, everyone that I've all my friends that live there and everything has said that they've pinpointed it to the electrical, all the poles falling and causing those issues and them not turning the power off. So that's what they're kind of going after right now.
Not man-made climate change.
Yeah, they had video of the line hitting the ground and a fire starting. I mean, from a security camera. So
Robert in Alabama. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, monkey grass and Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy.
All right. But I saw on TikTok where some media was questioning why Elon Musk is not hiring legal or illegal immigrants to work on his rockets program. He said, well, that's a advanced weaponry because they got to have the security clearance. But it seems like the media is fixing to go after Elon Musk.
Yeah, you're talking about the Department of Justice suing them for not hiring and going out and trying to hire more people who have migrated to the country recently. And Elon says, look, my deal is I can't do that because we're in the export business of rocketry. You have to meet certain qualifications, and they don't meet it. So he's only being accused of following the law.
Yeah, what a concept. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With the lowest of the low out there who just won't simply go work hard and make a living straight up. They got to find some angle.
Oh, yeah. And they work a lot harder at this. I mean, if they would just go with something legit and put this much effort into it, they'd be fine.
Yeah. So we'll talk about it. And I think you're right, because I think a lot of people, we talk about it a lot when we do our LifeLock commercials. They're gripped in fear because it is so prevalent now, and we can kind of shed the light on what it looks like to actually have to go through a little bit of that.
And what's scary, there's a lot of people out there that think, I don't want to fool with that, I don't want to deal with that, I don't do this, do that. Just don't want to deal with it. And there may be people already who've stolen your identity out there and you know nothing about it. And you won't until you go and try to apply for credit for something, and then you're gonna be knocked down at what's happened to you.
Yeah.
So this is one of those things you're better to know about than stick your head in the sand.
Right. And you just described me perfectly, but even I, you have to, I don't like to have to deal with this kind of stuff either, but you got to. And you'll be thankful that you do.
Yep. Ounce of prevention, Rick. Ounce
I
of
know.
prevention.
I know. 15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. The number 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sweet 16 tonight. If you're loving March Madness, you got Florida State, Gonzaga, Purdue, Tennessee, Texas Tech, Michigan, Oregon, Virginia, and then tomorrow you got LSU, Michigan State, Auburn, North Carolina, Virginia Tech, Duke, Houston, Kentucky. So Sweet 16 play starts tonight.
Some pretty good basketball teams left there.
Yeah, and this is where it's getting down, like we say, it's getting intense now. So you can watch those tonight. Then you got another lineup tomorrow. And one of the things that you were talking about, this story today from Deadspin. We've been asking the question, and I certainly don't know how this is going to end, but I certainly can look at trends, right? That's all we can do. And through our lifetime, we're old enough to remember as children it started, and we were just kind of luds, this attempt to do a professional football league in the spring, or another professional football league that competes with the NFL, and none of them have been successful. I'm going to say that again. Zero, none. And we've seen it happen over and over and over again. Well, now the AAF is attempting it again, and then we hear the XFL is coming back next spring. And there's a lot of us have been saying, and the question that just me in that logical common sense world, I kept trying to figure out what made this spring attempt different than all the failed attempts prior. And I've never really gotten a good answer on that, because every time somebody tells me something, so far, I've been able to go, yeah, that's been tried.
Yeah.
And so maybe this will shed some light today.
Well, let's back up to week 2. We had the story that this guy in North Carolina had ponied up a few $100 million or something to prop the league up, and we were all kind of scratching
after week 1.
Yeah, we're scratching our head. How can your business plan be in shambles after week 1? It didn't even make sense. So. But didn't he get to be the commissioner or something? They gave him some kind of control of it.
I think you're right. In fact, is he the guy that's making the statement now?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. He is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is. And he's basically saying that the Players Association in the NFL is not currently working with the AAF, and if they're going to be a developmental league, then they need access to the younger players to help, build the league. And if And he doesn't seem to be getting much traction from that, because currently the practice squad guys, at least the way I understand it, is they have future contracts with the NFL. And so that it's kind of a sticky situation. And he's saying if he can't have access to them, then how's the league going to thrive if he doesn't get these young players?
Well, it's just what Speedy said. And this is when somebody brought this up to me on the list of things that people tried to tell me would make this league different. And I had to be the older cold shower and say, by the way, that's been tried.
All right.
And one thing that has been tried is making it a developmental league. That's been tried before. And it sounds like this is why it didn't work last time, because the NFL won't really let it truly be a pure developmental league, because they said that one of the problems is giving active NFL players to a league like this. It heightens the risk of injury. And, of course, more game action during the NFL season would also violate rules about mandatory workouts.
Right.
So, if you got a contract with a team and you're on the practice squad, there's a certain time of the year you got to be there.
Yeah.
And if you're in the AAF, it overlaps there in their spring stuff. And so that's a problem. And this was the problem before. People like me can sit around and go, make it a developmental league. Well, that sounds great, but there's an actual way you have to do that, and there's some obstacles you have to overcome, because, again, we're talking about a contact sport, a collision sport. And people all the time try to take football and say, why doesn't it do things like basketball and like baseball? Well, it can't. It's a different kind of sport. You can't. We're back at 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number, and a big week coming up. We got a couple of things going on. Speedy, Calvin Speedy Wilburn, the most sought-after stadium guy in the country, has been commandeered again this year for UAB football, and they kick off Thursday night. Here we go. They host North Carolina A&T at Protective Life Stadium. If you're going to that, see Speedy while you're there. On that same night, Calvary Baptist Church, Union City, Tennessee, Lee Moore from Team Man Church will be there kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. A couple of things going on this week. Find it either rickandbubba.com or themanchurch.com under upcoming events, based on your preference. Bubba, I know you can't mention it, so I'll step in. Bob Barker has gone on in.
Rick, it seems like he was the MC of The Price is Right for all of my life.
Pretty much what?
Since I was a little kid, he's been hosting that show. 35 years.
Wow. 35 years, Bob Barker. So he went on in at 99. 99. I'm trying to find.
I pulled the Rick. I thought he had already passed away.
Sure.
I may have thought he was alive.
Well, guys, y'all have heard me say this.
No, they've added him.
I thought he had died too.
Well, look, I hate to say this, and
Most people are now.
I know it does not reflect very good on me and my, getting ready for the news for my big talk show. But when I know something's happened is by Babylon B. And so Babylon B was putting Bob Barker jokes out, and I thought, well, Bob Barker must have died, and that's the only way I knew it. And I checked on it. I can't find the one they did. Maybe they just put that one on Twitter. But they were basically showing, because everybody knows all dogs go to heaven. Mm-hmm. And they show Bob Barker coming into heaven and all the dogs like freaking out. And he had a pair of scissors with him.
That's a good one.
Which is pretty funny. But anyway, so we've got
Bob.
now. Can we do this or not, Adler? Where are you on this? We don't need any more.
I mean,
is it worth it, Bubba? Because it ain't to me. And you're the one that has to deal with it.
You might let's just flag it. I'm good with that. So
these network shows are pretty good about their content.
Yeah,
you mean pretty good? Like they don't allow it? I'd put that pretty bad.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of the epic.
Pretty good means go ahead, guys.
No, they're pretty bad about it. Then.
Well, let's don't do it.
One of the epic clips is this lady that cannot write the price of a car down to save her life, and he struggles through it, and he is. I'm talking about exhausted because she keeps writing the same number down twice, and you can't do that.
Right.
And everybody is screaming in the audience. She finally wins it. He sits down in exhaust, like I'm done. I have no more energy for anything. I can't believe you just did that. It's funny too.
Well, we used to watch it when we were a kid all the time, and I really learned a lot about the price of groceries.
Yeah, I used to love that
used
show.
to learn. Yeah, I did too. Couldn't wait. Let's Make a Deal was the first one I remember, and then Price is Right.
Greg, I remember.
And of course, the Great Tattletales.
Greg, I learned watching, to Bubba's point, I learned the price of food, and I went, oh, that's why we have toast with ham on it.
Also known as.
That's why we have salmon and croquets.
What I used to love was that game where you had to price the groceries and get, within $6.75 and $7 or whatever the number was. And somebody that really knew what they were doing would buy the gum and buy it a whole bunch of times dead on.
For some reason, I liked the guy that was yodeling going up the mountain.
Oh, I did too. Yeah. You had to stop top him.
Yeah, before he went over the edge.
Yeah, that was a good one too.
I love that one.
Yeah.
I know.
And then there's the fight scene from Happy Gilmore.
Price is wrong.
Yes.
When he says the price is wrong.
Look, and he's slamming him. He's throwing him around.
Let me ask you too on Whale Wars. I know they had one of the ships named Bob Barker. Was that because he donated to them?
Yes.
And they named the ship after?
Or in honor of
so
him.
he was way out.
Oh, he
there
loved him.
live on that
He was an animal worshiper.
Just said it. You read his lips.
But if you remember, we laughed pretty hard the fact that because Bob was known to be a ladies' man and to have his eye on one.
Oh yeah,
and we
didn't he get accused of being a little inappropriate?
Yeah. And we always thought it was odd that he was trying to neuter animals. And I'm like,
Bob, you might want
to take that scissor to yourself there.
Yeah.
So there you, Rick. Don't forget you just died.
99. Look at me, 99.
99.
99 years, and Rick, all you think about that one moment.
I know. I shouldn't be like that.
Well, it was a running joke for many, many
No, it
years.
was.
Rick. In all honesty, everybody was talking about it.
Yeah. Also, in the entertainment news today, and I know, Bubba, you and I have our theories, and I think we're right. They keep coming out on this Michael Orr story, and they keep saying once and for all the allegations that Orr has made, they're just not true, and people don't know what to do. They're like, well, what you're claiming happened didn't happen,
right?
And now the producers of The Blind Side saying, look, this keeps going on, and we have to come and address these many characterizations, the uninformed opinions attacking our character that we somehow didn't do Michael Orr right. And it says that both producers of the movie, Johnson and is it Kozov, they said this is a statement they gave to People magazine. The family, including Orr, I think that's important, right? Underline that, made roughly $767,000 in total payments for the movie. And the deal was consistent with the marketplace at the time for the rights of a relatively unknown individual and individuals. Therefore, it did not include significant payouts in the event of the film's success, meaning you're not bringing much to the table. We don't know how this film will go, so you don't really garner a lot of guaranteed money or points.
Yeah.
Right.
So we gave y'all to split up about $767,000, and Orr got his share of that.
That's right.
And so they don't know what these allegations are about either. They're like, I don't know what I don't know what to tell you.
And we've already pointed to his book in 2011 where he knew that he was not adopted. He knew it.
Yeah,
but now he claims he just found out. Well, you just said in your book, which again, brilliant move.
Right.
Again, you have to
know.
believe that this family saw this guy walking down the road and they thought, well, you know what? If we get him and adopt him and teach him how to play football real good, we'll probably make a lot of money off of him. I mean, you really believe that? Well, that's what they're selling. How stupid is that?
There's something missing from this story. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't.
Do you think
add
it's
up.
a woman?
That's been my theory all along.
Some woman's got Michael's ear.
And he's retired now.
They didn't do you right.
He made a lot of money. Probably went through a good bit of it. Most of us would. And maybe worried about retirement now.
Right.
Some woman done got in his ears.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I'm just speculating.
I do want to ask him, why are you so mad?
Well, I keep going back to this. You can make allegations against people, but when they keep coming back going, that didn't happen. Do you just keep doing it?
I don't know.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Play the amount of games that you can play baseball or basketball. You can't do it. The body can't take it. And so this guy is saying now, if I don't get a little more help from the players union, if y'all can't let us have some of these young players to develop, we're not going to survive as a league.
Mm-hmm. But to me, and I guess I'm looking at it wrong, I don't understand. We're talking about Sean Ledia. How many players are in this league that are on NFL rosters anyway as practice players? Probably not very many.
Well, I don't think there would be any right now because it would violate their players' union.
I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? They're fielding teams now. Mm-hmm. So I don't understand how this would shut the league down. I mean, you obviously got problems.
Well,
but saying this, I don't understand how that we don't have access to
if they're practice squad, if I'm on a practice squad, I'm not going to play in the AAF anyway.
But you're free to, according to their agreement, that the unsigned NFL players and the practice squad players are free to join the AAF at any time. And I guess the practice squad players.
But the majority of these kid players in the AAF are not on the roster anywhere.
But
correct.
I think
that's what he's saying.
But I think what he's saying is
we need some of that.
We can't survive with these kind of players. We're going to have better, younger players. What I've got is a bunch of rejects right now, and I don't think that that's going to bring the crowds out, and that's going to give us the level of football that we're going to need for an audience to like the game. But it's the same problem we had.
Again, I just don't understand. I think it's a small percentage you're talking about because you got the players you have now, the Johnny Manziels, the people like that. They're not. This doesn't affect any of them.
No, it doesn't. I think he's just saying mixed in all that. We need some young guys that are, I guess, fresh.
Well, to your point, Greg, what
NFL.
I'm saying is it'd be
Greg,
like,
you're right.
You're right, but it'd be like me saying, "Well, you got you got these guys, yeah, but I don't want these guys."
No, but there's not enough of the others that you're going to. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he feels like this.
The practice squads don't even have that.
Whether he's right or not, he's saying this is the fuel injection. You know what he's saying?
It just sounds to me like a diversion that you just league. Well, week one when you had to put $250 million was another sign. I think
he's chasing something
all
here.
All you're doing is trying to sell that out.
That's not pushing. Yeah, it's not going to make
and that's it.
A difference. But I think too, from his standpoint, their working relationship with the NFL is very good. The AAF players,
it's not.
It's one way though.
Right. Yeah.
AAF players can get out of their contract if they're signed by an NFL team. The NFL Network is airing some of their games. They're working together, although they're not directly partners in this. And I think what he's saying is we need more of those low-level NFL players that are not on the field to put together a better product. But I'm kind of from the school of, look, a good football game could be between two high school teams or two college teams or two guys who are not in the pro, two teams not in the pro. I think if he's having problems with the product, I don't know that upgrading the play on the field is going to, as much as it would. I mean, if you put in star NFL players, yeah, but you're talking about a third or fourth or fifth string guy. I don't know that it's going to make that much difference. Plus, from the other side, they're saying, this was from one of the players, he said there's no reason for an NFL player on an NFL roster to risk catastrophic injury while playing for a team that is not in the NFL. Even a third-string quarterback or a developing lineman playing in the AAF could lose everything if he is injured. And it still would be better to be on the practice squad of an NFL team than playing as a starter of an AAF.
Right. And
absolutely.
And that's what, plus the practice squad pays you the same, if not more. So what you're saying here, you have to remember this too. And I hate to, once again, I certainly would be pulling for these leagues to do well. I like football and I enjoy it, but you got to be a realist too. You do realize that we did have one, the USFL, and even to a degree, the very first one that was tried, the World League. They did have big name NFL players. They
competed against
They
the
just
NFL.
stole players that would have been playing the NFL in their prime, and it still didn't make it.
Yeah.
And so somehow I'm going to come up with a developmental league, and people are going to be more interested in that than back when we had a spring league that had the biggest names in the
Walker,
sport.
Doug Flutie, USFL they went to the USFL. They didn't go to the NFL.
They were they competed with the NFL for the very first contract these stars would have. And that didn't
Jim
work.
Kelly.
That didn't work. I mean, they had some of the biggest names in football, and it didn't work. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
So the Jesse Smollett or however you say his name, this story just keeps getting stranger by the day.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
If you think this is how the Jesse Smollett, if you think this is the truth, this is going to be another item today that will probably continue to give you confidence you're on the right track if you believe the following: that Jesse Smollett acted like something happened that didn't happen to bolster his career and put his name in the headlines, or he has some weird, bizarre Munchausen thing or whatever. If you think that's what happened here, and by all accounts that seems to be the truth, today the proof for that narrative seems to continue. When now, because we all started wondering why was he not charged for making up a fake crime and dragging all the tax dollars and damaging some of the hate crime legislation that Rahm Emanuel was crying over, saying he's taken away the bite that has, because now people won't believe people when they come forward. The police is mad for all the time they've spent on it and the time they spent proving that he did break the laws that, they're. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here today. And we thank you for being with us as we work our way back. And we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up before the hour is over. So, we did not have a very active weekend, thankfully. But had some stuff I had to do, prepping, and of course, that now we head off to New York this coming weekend for a wedding, and then 30 days later another wedding. It was almost like I was enjoying the calm before the storm, and just kind of kicking around and chilling and getting work done, and even came back up here to the office and worked on some things to get ready that I needed to get finished. And so I was kicking around, and I was looking, and
just to kicking around,
and it's rare that I go to public television.
Maybe Oliver Anthony can write a song about you out kicking around.
That's right. I'm out kicking around with muscadine wine and dogs, and the man's holding me down like my dog and my muscadines. But anyway, so I was. I landed, and I know y'all know this, but I got to watch some of it, and I landed, and there was some show called Firing Line. Is that the public TV thing? Firing Line?
No, wait a minute. Let me back up.
Yeah.
You were on PBS.
I was.
Firing Line.
So you have to get there first, and
Right.
I actually landed on PBS.
Wow.
And I'll tell you how I landed on PBS is when I was trying to watch Greg's son, my nephew, coach one of the worst TV broadcasts I think I've ever seen.
It goes down in history
of a high school
forced
football
you to go
game.
to PBS?
Well,
gracious.
well, the stations are down on that end. They're down on that end. So I was down in that area.
Sure.
So when I went to try to get back to leave that area,
It was like a joke.
stumped. That was the worst TV production of a high school football game I've ever seen.
Rick, there were 3 touchdowns we never saw.
Yeah. All right. So what's this host's name?
Margaret Hoover.
Firing Line.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you,
A little edgy.
We've talked about
courtesy of PBS.
We've talked about how getting older is really a blessing. I like me better at 50, not about to be 59, than I do at 29. And you just kind of refuse at some point, like you've earned the right. Going, I'm just going to say whatever I want to say, and I really don't care what y'all think about it. And that's happened to Richard Dreyfuss. Richard Dreyfuss.
Yes.
Richard Dreyfuss has become. You can't rattle him.
What are you going to do to me?
You can't shake him. He doesn't care what you think. And he's calling out the absurdity. Now, Richard Dreyfuss and I would assume would disagree on many things.
Sure.
But this woke thing and the way it's affecting entertainment, he just hates it.
Oh, yeah.
And what's funny is watching this host try to deal with him, but he's an old man now, so he didn't care. I mean, was he afraid not going to part in a movie or something? I mean,
He's done with all
there's
that.
there's nothing you can do with it. And what I've realized now is he's old and he's well spoken and he's calm, and you just can't rattle him. I mean, he's not going to back down. I mean, when she was talking about, he said, it's some of the stuff we said. He goes, I just hate the fact that some of these people don't understand how patronizing some of this is. It's patronizing.
That's all it is.
He goes, we got to have a certain amount of diversity in the cast of movies. Do we not want to make a good movie? Right. And he was talking about that. Greg, what he said about Greg. I thought, well, Greg's applauding right now. He says, they said, you said you don't watch movies anymore. He goes, no, I don't. He goes, I realize I'm probably missing some good ones. But they're such diamonds in the rough, and they're such needles in the haystack. Most of the movies I watch are not any good.
He's not willing to work his way through that.
And he talked about Jaws, which is what Adler's showing here when he was in Jaws.
I love Jaws.
And he said, she said, well, why don't you like movies? He said, well, some of the reasons I've just told you, but another one is, and I thought of you, Greg, sequels. He said, now movies are just made for a sequel. So they don't even want to give you a good movie. They just want to be sure they've set up a sequel. He goes, like, there were sequels to Jaws, but he goes, none of them were any good.
They really weren't.
He goes, Jaws, the original, was a phenomenal movie, and I'm honored to be part of it, but nothing after that.
That why
the others don't even compare.
Is that why we never had a sequel to Close Encounters?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but he said there was a time when you tried to put a good movie out there. Not well. If you do it this, we could do sequels. And so anyway, he said, I acknowledge I'm probably missing some good movies, but I'm just not willing to go there. But anyway, so she started talking to him about. He said he doesn't like the trying to do the diversity just for diversity's
Well,
sake.
the Oscars came out with that you cannot be nominated if you don't meet
And
these quotas.
He said this is so insane. And of course, I didn't know he would double down, and I thought this host was going to have a conniption. He goes, in 1965, I think it was, he said that was the last time that Othello was played by a white man. He said Laurence Olivier. And he said, and he was in blackface, but he wasn't being derogatory toward black people. The character's black.
Yeah.
And so he said, so he played, the character in Othello. And he looks at it and he goes, and did it brilliantly. And he goes, so as an actor, you're telling me that, he goes, I'm not talking about dressing up to make fun of somebody, but you're telling me that I'm no longer allowed. If I wanted to play a character that just happens to be another ethnicity of me, I can't get in makeup and play that part well.
No, I'll tell you can't.
Yeah,
you can't even go to a Halloween party.
Did she melt, Rick?
And at that point, she was like, no, wait a minute. He goes, no. Do you realize how patronizing that is? So do you realize how we're not, what's wrong with, it's acting. It's pretending to be something. And he goes, Laurence Olivier did it and did it brilliantly. and he goes.
And I thought Eddie Murphy made a pretty good white guy when he went undercover in The White America. You remember that?
Exactly.
And Robert Downey Jr. played the black guy in Tropic Thunder.
Yeah. But anyway, he was just talking about this.
good.
But what I loved, I guess the key, the main thing I like, is I love to watch some older men now that are going, you know what? We don't cancel me. I'm going to say what's on my mind. I think this is absolutely all just ludicrous. Yeah. And it's
he got on The View. I think they didn't vet him out or something. It's the first time because I thought, well, here goes Big Lib. Well, he got to going on about that Oscar thing. In their faces, they were, they never do it.
Well, just for somebody who was looking for something to be informed or entertained about, and I was taking kind of a break, I really enjoyed watching a man that is older, wiser, and again, he and I would probably disagree on several things.
Oh,
but on this particular topic, the fact that he was immovable but communicated his point, you couldn't rattle him, you couldn't get him in an argument.
Got his glasses way down there on his nose,
and he's just talking about.
He really doesn't care, does he?
No, he said the rhetoric that's going on in our country right now is absurd, and he says, we're talking about things that are just outlandish, and we're treating them as if it's normal. I mean, and then he talked about, like we said before, do you realize how patronizing some of this is? That you're rescuing people or something, and all under the guise of feel-goodism. And he said, I think it's very dangerous, and he goes, I'm just not going to participate in it.
Yeah.
And if that bothers you, it bothers you.
I think it's funny you were looking for high school football and came upon that and stopped.
Right. Well,
and it pulled you in.
Yeah,
that's how bad the broadcast was.
Yeah, well, I had been there, trying to suffer through that broadcast, and then I started leaving the next day to get away from it, and I landed on that.
Yeah.
And so.
If that would have been the same people doing that, right when he was about to answer a question, it would have froze up.
Yeah, I thought that high school football game that my cable was freezing up. I didn't realize their broadcast was freezing.
Are you talking about the Thompson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
dropped out a few times. I saw a little bit of it.
It was
switching.
Bad.
Whoever was doing the switching.
It was awful.
Well, I had mixed emotions. I was frustrated. Then I felt sorry for who was working it because I couldn't imagine what they were going through.
Yeah.
Because they had to know.
Yeah, but I mean,
they were calling for camera shots and they were on somebody else, and they were like doing keys to the game while a play was going on.
Yeah, they have covered the screen up with the keys to the game thing while the play's going on behind it.
My favorite,
or we got the coach on the camera, and you hear the crowd go crazy, and they've scored. And they never even put it on the play.
You said there was 3 touchdowns. You never did.
3.
Yeah.
Well, I just imagine what
they were either because the screen froze up, or one time they were actually looking at a replay from the play before.
Right. And then
Completely missed.
Then they would go to commercial break, and you can hear the sideline reporter talking to the booth about an interview she was going to do.
I hate I missed that.
I don't know who was running the board. I don't know who these camera people were, and I don't know what was wrong with their stream, but it was all bad.
And they normally do a good job. I've seen them.
Yeah.
They always have the game of the week, but I don't know what happened.
First
I don't
game,
either.
it's
Something
first
happened.
game. It's
My-
preseason for
It
us.
was frustrating.
Yeah,
Oh,
get
it
the
ruined the
kinks
game
out.
for me. Ruined it. I wasn't even sure who won.
No. The 15 minutes past the hour, 866 We Be Big. It's just a breath of fresh air watching an older guy just sit back and go, I'm not going along with this.
What you gonna do to me?
I'm Richard Dreyfuss. I'm not going along with this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But he's not going to face any further damage on that other than the 18 hours of community service he did for Jesse Jackson. Well, now an internal email from the office of Cook County State's Attorney Kim Fox. You know, Kim was the one who says that he is free to go. Well, now Fox News has found this internal email, and you see that State Attorney Kim Fox is asking Assistant State Attorney that office to try to find any examples that would bolster her claim that she should drop charges against Jesse. And she's trying to say, give me some things that when I drop these charges, it doesn't look so uncommon and weird. Mm-hmm. Give me something. I need something to work with here.
She's trying to build her case, so to speak.
So it look like he's just getting privilege because he's famous.
So this looks like if all we can do is read the email. Let me say that again. The only ability you have to have is to be able to read. Here is Kim Fox, Cook County State's attorney, who said she was going to drop all the charges against Jesse. We now have an email where she's going to the assistant attorney and everybody who's going to be helping her with this, saying, I need stuff so I don't look so ridiculous when I do this. So there's nothing here that says, hey, good news. Jesse should not be charged with this because he didn't really do this.
Yeah.
And we're going to exonerate him and free him. Everybody help me free Jesse, and let's show the world that he really didn't do what he obviously
didn't
did.
make up this.
Well, that's not what the email says. The email says, give me stuff so when I do drop the charges, I don't look so ridiculous.
Can I ask you part of this,
Give
too?
me some other uncommon cases.
Maybe this has been covered, and I just missed it. You know, I was out looking for 50 senators yesterday. But
Right, that's funny.
She recused herself from this case in the beginning. Why did she do that? And then
because she had been texting with family members.
Okay. So she
something to that effect.
She had contact with the family.
She recused herself, but then all of a sudden she jumped back in to drop the charges. I thought once you recuse yourself, you're out, right?
That's a good point.
Well,
kind
of like Jeff Sessions did. He was out.
You're right.
Yeah. He didn't just go, well, I'm changing my mind. I'm back in.
Yeah, now I'm in.
Right?
Yeah, but I can answer that. That's before you get a call from probably the Obamas saying you need to get in and drop these charges.
Well, we know that one of the attorneys that worked for the Obama administration had made a text or phone call to her. I don't remember how the communication went down, but, I mean, is that not obstruction of justice? Since we like that term so much.
We do like it. Here's the thing, and this email only, I'm one of those people, after looking at the evidence that was presented and hearing law enforcement talk about it, and again, this did not look political when you are talking about Chicago. You're talking about the superintendent that's there in charge in Chicago is African-American himself. Rahm Emanuel is a raging liberal. So when I look at people who are just saying, look, this guy made this thing up, and we all know he did, that's good enough for me. I don't care whether Jesse serves a day in jail or he's taken off and changed. That's fine with me if y'all want to let that go. But what I don't want is this where I see Jesse kind of playing games that them not charging me means I didn't make it up. Now,
Right.
that I can't live with.
Right.
Okay, I can't.
Yeah, he
live, I can't
he
live with
didn't
that.
help his case, so to speak, with his little speech he made.
No, Jesse. Well, let me tell you what happened. I guess you won't listen to people just telling you the truth. I don't even care if you go back and work on Empire.
No,
I mean, if there's people who still want to watch you act, that's
Yeah,
fine
don't
with me.
bother people.
But what I don't want, I want somebody to at least say that you tried to stir racial tension and political tension in this country on false pretense and a false made up narrative. I do need that to stick.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to ruin. I'm not trying to ruin Jesse's life.
I don't know. I don't know
It's
what the usual punishment is for that, and I don't think even somebody who does this and is proven to have done this. I mean, I don't think they ought to serve 5 years in prison.
No,
but it ought to be enough to keep other people from trying to do it, and to make sure he doesn't try to do it again.
But
well, we haven't seen that in this case.
Yeah, but I will say this: he is guilty. Because he apparently he did this.
He didn't have a trial, but it looks like it was from all accounts.
Well, when we saw two people being interviewed yesterday who were in the investigation, that said he's absolutely guilty.
It's
I
either
believe the
him
grand
or
jury
him
would
or
have
the,
enough to send it to trial.
yeah, him and the two brothers. One's lying.
But here's the
And some
problem.
others.
Here's the problem. It may not be a big deal that I get in a theater and yell fire, as far as it doesn't make me some heinous criminal. But if people get hurt screaming and running and causing pandemonium, we
have laws against it.
Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us again today. A short week. Rick and Bubba Best of show on Friday. Rick and Bubba replay coming up on Monday. 4-day weekend coming up. And then we'll be back, Lord willing, next Tuesday for a brand new Rick and Bubba show. All right, so a couple of things that we haven't talked about. We do have a climate change protest. Climate change protest as climate activists try to block a highway in Nevada. But eventually you just can't block a highway, and people will finally remove you and see how strong your commitment to the block is. So I guess they're trying to keep people from running their automobiles because automobiles are destroying the earth. Is that where all
they protest it somewhere else when I'm not going to work.
Burn, baby, burn. So we have video. It looks like that finally the Nevada Rangers, I'm not familiar with the Nevada Rangers, I guess like Texas Rangers, they bulldoze through the blockade and arrest everybody. So here we go. Climate activists trying to keep you from driving.
They thought they had a setup too. Let me just tell you.
They thought they had it just like they liked it. Of course, they miscalculated on the bulldozer, didn't they?
Right. And here he comes.
All right, so here's the Nevada Rangers coming up.
Sorry for those of you looking behind you in traffic right now.
Right. So here, look, please look. Please look.
He goes right through the little barricade there.
Yeah, we're going to take the barricade and move that right out of the way, then turn around.
What I love, they'll all scream. Look, she's got herself chained to it. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, right. And so now.
Get out now! Get out! On the ground! All of you on the ground now!
I think it's a taser, or is it a gun?
He's got
Maybe it's a gun.
Don't move!
So now he's cuffing her.
Yeah.
Good.
Stuffed and cuffed.
Throw him in the back of that truck and get him off the road.
Please look over here laying on the side of the road.
You see that, dude? He didn't want nothing to do with that, did he?
See, but this is the way you handle. You don't have a right to block people's ability to get down a highway.
Listen to what she says right here. We're environmental protesters, please.
We're environmental protesters.
Can somebody, the two that are sitting down here, do they have their hands in a pipe or something? Are their arms?
Yeah, what is that they have their hand in, Bubba?
Is that like a raccoon trap when you can't let go?
That's funny.
You're right.
Is there honey buns in
chained to
there?
that trailer too.
Yeah, their day changed.
But what is that? What's that they have their hands in? What's that about?
We're environmental protesters.
I have that hat, by the way, when I cut the yard in.
Boy, the drama.
I still think that guy over there still hadn't moved.
Yeah.
Well, the guy over there, he was all about putting stuff out there to puncture your tires till somebody put a gun in his face and said, lay down.
Yeah, he gave it up.
I mean, he crashes right through the little barricade.
Oh, yeah.
And she cusses, so I got to turn it down.
Yeah, there you go. And look at they've got their little, they're going to try to, they've got this laying out there.
They've always got somebody on the side screaming, I'm videoing this, like that's going to make you stop.
So what? You know, when this video comes out, I find myself wanting to give a standing ovation to the Nevada Rangers.
I know, I do too.
And
I wish we should have had more people so I could cuff them quicker and get everybody moving again.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Don't move!
I hadn't seen anybody screaming that much since they arrested that lady that painted our studio up.
That's funny. That's good. But I still want to know what these two have their hand in.
I don't know.
It's some kind of black tube of some kind.
Well, if you'll notice, when he went through the barricade, I mean, they got disconnected. And then old dude in the hard hat walked back over and said, "Put your arm back in."
Right. Yeah.
But I don't know what
is that. What he said? Did he say just like that?
I could hear him saying it.
So anyway, so there you go.
I tell you what they did. They cleared the road.
They did.
I bet
they
they're
did.
acting out.
Yeah.
I bet this is some kind of oil pipe, kind of thing.
Is that
And
what it
she's probably
represents?
acting like some animal, and he's a worker.
Oh my goodness! They're doing like a drama.
That's probably
there.
what it is.
It had something to do with Skinwalker Ranch.
Probably
I heard
did.
them screaming, too.
I'm sure it has something to do with pipeline and drilling. And
We're environmental protesters.
Well, good.
Well, good.
Travis Taylor.
But you know what you do? You got to get off of the road. You got to get out of the road.
You're going to find somewhere else to protest. You slowing me up going somewhere is not part of your ability to protest.
Well, it's a great time for us to go to 1C here. This is 4 minutes. So.
Yeah, it is.
We don't
It
have
is.
time for that.
But
Okay,
in
never
4B,
mind.
there was a big fire in Greece that they said
this is more climate change.
was climate change, but actually they arrested 79 people for arson.
This is like.
This is a serious straight-up fire.
It's supposed to be a climate change wildfire, but they found out there's 79 people that set it on fire.
Yeah, they've arrested 79 people.
If you've got 79 people, do you think now that they're trying to create these things so they can say end of time planet, all that? To what gain?
Well, they think
to what gain?
They think that somehow, if there's some big announcement, we're not going to drill for oil anymore, the world will be a better place.
Yeah.
But they won't have any plastics for their battery car, all this stuff.
Well, here's what I don't
And
get.
what are these people? How they eat? They have jobs. I guarantee you. I bet every one of them's on some government program. That's the only way they got time to go out and do that.
Well, let's
crap.
talk about this attitude. It's almost
That'd be
like
the first thing I'd cut when I pick them up and lock them up.
Yeah, they're almost the opposite of a test. See, I would rather be sitting here looking at man-made climate change and hoping it comes up negative. They want it to be positive.
Oh yeah, it's more about Rick. It's more about the cause than the actual facts. That's the problem.
Right. I would try to first make sure I'm not destroying the economy and not destroying the world in an unnecessary way.
Yeah.
Maybe that isn't going to save the planet, and these things do more damage than they do good.
Well, how much damage did all that smoke and all that burning do?
Yeah.
You know, if you say you're really trying to stop this, you made it worse.
Oh, no doubt you did. Yeah, you absolutely made it worse.
Did you see all those beach
genius,
chairs and
by the
umbrellas?
way.
Everybody was ready to have a good time there on the beach, enjoy themselves, and the fire in the background.
Sure. Well, people are not going to tolerate things like what we just saw. You're not going to block interstates and things like that. People are not going to tolerate. And it's really not the way to win people over to your cause.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's somebody going, I'll tell you one thing, I was considering this, but if this is the way these people act, I don't want anything to do with them. I mean, it's...
Do you think the coverage of the fire is so overwhelming that the cause of the fire is sometimes just hidden and barely reported? And they know that. So if they get footage of the fire, then most folks just see that and go, oh, man, we got another wildfire.
Well, again,
but they rarely find out what happened.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, they announce it, but it's a lot of times not as big a deal.
Yeah, back to kind of what I was saying, it seems like they almost have I hope we're destroying the earth.
Yeah.
Where we're over here going, why don't we look and maybe we're not?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be good news?
Absolutely.
Wouldn't that be good news?
Rick, I think the word is deranged.
I hope we're not.
You know, I think they're deranged.
Yeah. Maniacal's a good word.
Yeah, they're just so into the cause, they've lost all credibility on what they're doing or why they're doing it. And if they put that much energy into other things, there's no telling what they could accomplish.
I never thought that we would, you know how sometimes we...
Imagine if they sold Girl Scout cookies, they were that dedicated. How many they could sell?
Oh, wow. But you know how there was a time we've
That'd
had
be
to...
heck down at the mall.
We've had to call out, we need more of these, we need more police, we need more firemen, we need more...
nurses.
Whatever. I think we're living in a time where we need more mental health counselors and mental health people.
I agree.
We got to have more people that understand mental health issues. Yep. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
Said that we got to hold you accountable for that. Jesse Smollett caused political and racial unrest and caused protests and building of mobness. He did do that.
Yeah.
because these topics he's talking about right now are volatile racial and political topics in our country right now. And Jussie played to that audience with false accusations.
Yes.
And that is serious, by the way, because what if a building had got burned down? What if, what fights broke out? What if somebody got stabbed?
Shot.
What if somebody with a,
somebody's mad about it?
Somebody's got their Donald Trump shirt on and somebody stabs them in the name of Jussie Smollett.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so this is why we don't let people do these things, because it can be dangerous. I wouldn't say this is harmless by any stretch. However, if we'll just all stick with it, Jussie Smollett, whatever, made the story up, and that didn't happen, I'm good. I don't need anything else from Jussie.
Yeah.
But now if he's going to continue to say, well, I didn't lie about anything, now, Jussie, come on now. You can't do that. And now here's another.
Well, part of his deal to have the charges dropped should have been that he admitted he did it and apologized to the city.
Thank you. And then you don't have to face any charges.
No.
You're free to go. And you go back to your life. And
at least some probation or something.
And then your audience can decide whether that makes a rip to them or not.
Now, wait a minute. He did stuff envelopes at Jesse Jackson's
Rainbow
organization.
Push. Correct. Yeah, well, that's fine. Whatever.
By the way, we let a mail fraud thing go with him, too. That's big.
Well, it's
they're
not
still looking at
the
that.
feds are still looking at it.
Are they?
Yeah. It's not completely over yet.
So the latest update on Jussie, now we've got internal emails that Kim Fox was clearly saying, I need help to make me not look so bad when I drop these charges on Jussie.
Yeah, Kim Fox is going to be under the microscope, and she may have to go too.
We'll see. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, I don't even know what to title this under because it's in Australia. I'm surprised at the Australians sometimes. There's a side of me that thinks they should be more like those of us that see the world the way we do. They seem to have that edge, but then they'll do things like this.
You mean like Crocodile Dundee?
Right.
Yeah, that's what you're thinking about.
And this just feels.
Hey, Mick.
We're just starting to just lose, like I say, all sense of reality, the things that we're doing. So now we have an expert, and Bubba, do I have this right? That thinks the word cyclist should be banned because it dehumanizes people who ride bikes.
Well, Rick, you know this is coming from the extreme left.
Dehumanizes them.
Because you know how they are about words. They're so sensitive about words and how it's used and phrased. Look, you're riding a bicycle.
Mm-hmm.
That makes you a cyclist.
Bicycle.
That's
bicycle.
I don't think. This is maybe the dumbest story of the week.
All right, Bubba.
When you say cyclist, I know that means a person on a bike. I know that.
Right.
What else is on?
Do you want to call it a bicycle?
That means war. What it means according to them.
When I see the word cyclist, what do I think's on the bike? A bear?
Yeah.
I mean, is it one of these bears? Because some bears can ride bikes. Now, there's not a lot of them. What else do I think's on there?
I know.
What do you call someone that drives a car? A motorist?
I think.
No people in cars.
Can you not do that anymore either?
Well, let me tell you. Here comes the face. This is the picture of the person who's leading this, and this person looks exactly the way you think they do. You ready?
They do.
Look right here, Bubba. I mean, that's the person that always wants to. That comes up with this kind of stuff.
Is that a man or a woman?
Stop it.
This is the person that always comes up with this kind of stuff.
That is a valid question.
Don't show them that anymore.
They always come up with this guy, probably a college professor somewhere.
Oh yeah, she's a professor.
Is she really? Yeah. Okay, I didn't even know that.
It is a she.
Yep, it is, Greg. I know it looks like maybe somebody with a ponytail, but
She might want to wax that lip.
Greg.
Well, you can just tell people that hadn't been out on a date in a while and need to go have a little fun. You know.
All right, here's what I thought, and my dad was the first one to teach me this when I was younger.
Double nickel.
I thought if you were we call learned, we call learned. By the way, I laughed my head off, and we do this phrase at the house all the time. The first time that Brian Regan was talking about how people who are sticking to the newspaper, and he goes, the problem with the newspaper, once they tell me continued on page whatever, it's over.
Yeah.
And then he did this too. He goes, these people, they love the newspaper. He goes, look at me, I'm a learner. I'm learning about it. Look at me go through the pages. I'm going to get every bit of it. But anyway, I thought part of trying to get highly educated was to actually be somewhat smart. I mean, it seems to be that these academia people, they seem to be some of these strangers.
They're just weak. Yeah. They're weak.
They're strange, and I'm
candies.
And they just come up with, are they bored? Are they just so bored? Do you realize the level of boredom there would have to be for me to think the word cyclist dehumanizes people? It's 35 minutes past the hour. Your phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Calvin Speedy Wilbur takes your phone calls and gets you set up ready to go today. Bubba from the email, guys, I'm here at the gym early Saturday morning. This happened this past weekend. I'm on the bike with my Raycons turned up, got it like I like it, getting it done, great quality, great sound. Well, people love it. And a lot of you are listening to the Rick and Bubba show right now on Raycons. And you can get yours by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. About half the price of the other premium audio brands, but sound profiles that it's all based on what you're going to be listening to. The noise awareness mode, or you can go isolation, either one. And also you can go there and do 32-hour battery life, 8 hours of playtime. They've got the gel tips that you customize the buds into your ear so they fit more comfortably and more secure. And like I say, about half the price, but now we get you an additional 15% off if you go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, or go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and pick up your Raycons, and you send us an email and let us know how they're working for you too. All right, to the phones we go. Let's go to Richard out of Vestavia Hills, Alabama. Richard, go right ahead.
Happy Monday, fellas.
Thank you, buddy. You too.
Trying to see if y'all saw the wild ride Ryan Priest took at Daytona Saturday night, where he flipped, I think it was around 11 times, and at one point he was spinning so fast, he rolled, I think it was about 5 times before even touching the ground again.
Oh, I've never seen nobody flip like that.
No, I didn't see it. I actually flipped by there, and I noticed they were all running really, really tight together, and they were all talking about this was going to happen. But, no, I didn't see this wreck, but good gracious. I mean, it is a...
it's so amazing
right
these
here
guys
when it
walk
gets this big
away.
air. Look how many times it flips right here before it ever hits the
Wow.
ground.
Wow.
How about inside that?
Wow.
Reckon how that feels.
Well, what did he say? We got a story on it
He's
today.
okay.
I mean, it just wouldn't quit.
Look at that. It's back up again.
How do you walk away from that?
That's crazy.
Well, the way those cars are built, I mean, it's.
You'd rather do
that is a testament to the design. That's for sure.
Look at that. Look at it, still flipping.
Yeah, look, Bubba, it is still going. I mean, it flipped so long, you've turned away, and behind you, it's still flipping.
Yeah.
Just so you know. I mean, it's still going.
That was crazy.
Yeah. So, and they said that he was cleared as okay out of the infield care center. Can you believe that?
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
That's a credit to how those cars are built right there. But that baby was. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen one flip that many times.
Like he's talking about that one big jump, and he flipped so many times
Yeah.
in the air before he ever hits the ground.
Well, when I went by, there was about maybe 70-something laps left, and I mean they were all
banging.
but they were 3 wide. I mean, all the way back. Let's go to David in Georgia. David, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I love your show and your message. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
I retired from the fire department a few years ago. I went to a class over in Anniston for a week, and we spent the week cutting devices like that off of those protesters, learning how to do that. Well, that thing is, they string each other together. They call it a dragon's tail.
Oh, my.
And they each have a sling around their wrist and a carabiner, and they're clipped to a bolt on the inside. They make it where you can't get to the bolt. Sometimes they cover the pipe with chicken wire and tar and thick layers of duct tape, human feces, all kinds of stuff. And what they're trying to do is make it hard to get them apart, and so they get more time on camera. And then if we do injure them, getting them out, then they get to sue, and that's how they finance their operation.
So it's all about making apprehending them as difficult as possible.
Harder. Yeah, they'll chain themselves to barrels of concrete, all different kinds of things. Put bike locks around their neck. They got a bunch of different styles that they use. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Thanks for clarifying that, buddy. Randy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead.
Biggins, how are y'all?
Good. Good.
We got a dispute, and you are just the guys to solve this.
Bring it on.
Had something over the weekend about a movie. What is the greatest comedic compilation of a group of comedians in a movie?
Oh, wow. You mean they're all in the same movie together?
Yeah, the greatest group of comedians in a movie. I said Caddyshack. They said Blazing Saddles. And somebody even threw in Harlem Nights. But come on, it's got to be Caddyshack. I'll let you guys. Thanks.
That's hard. It's hard to vote against Caddyshack.
I would say Cannonball Run had a pretty good group.
That's a good one. Bubba's always going to throw down Cannonball Run.
It was a classic.
That's going to go
He's
right
got
down.
it right there beside him.
Yeah.
I'd think about that.
Yeah, I can't really think off the top of my head.
Dodgeball is one that you might
That's
not think
pretty
of.
good.
That's got a lot of comedians in it.
It does.
It does.
Office Space.
Don't know that one.
Tropic Thunder. That's got tons of comedians.
Got a lot in that.
Would you consider Anchorman?
Yes.
Yeah.
That did.
For sure.
That's a good one.
Comedy troupe right there.
That is.
Tom in Pell City. Tom, go ahead.
Green Acres, fellas.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
Hey, I was talking about these mask mandates. I was in a convenience store in Stinson, and on the front door, you will not believe what I saw. I saw no mask allowed.
No mask allowed? No, that's somebody trying to
No
get
mask allowed.
That's somebody trying to get business right there. That's smart. Let's go to Anonymous in Alabama. Go right ahead. Hello, caller. Go right ahead.
Hello.
Yes. Hey. You put up there Anonymous, so it's impossible for me to call your name. So go ahead.
Okay, I read an article this morning on Ramaswamy.
Yeah.
And it deeply concerns me, and there's so much in it I can't really go over hardly any of it. But he was, according to this guy, he's a congressional staffer.
A what?
And the guy that wrote the article is a congressional staffer.
Okay.
And his name is Brandon J. Weichert, Weichert.
Okay.
And the title of the article, I found it on MSN.com,
right,
is Vivek Ramaswamy is a scam. And he talks about his schooling and the company that he was hooked up with, that he made his billion with, was hooked up with China during the COVID deal.
Kind of like the Bidens.
Do what now?
I say kind of like the Bidens.
I wouldn't worry too much. He ain't got nothing to worry about. He's not going to win.
No. Ramaswamy.
I saw him. Somebody asked him that about the China. I can't remember his answer, but he had an answer for it.
Yeah.
Boy, he can hit a tennis ball. Don't know if y'all saw that video.
Yeah. Big Western grip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what Jimmy Wacker thought of it.
He
wrote the article.
Yeah. Well, articles these days. Who knows? I don't know anything about Ramaswamy.
I don't either.
And I'm kind of in the Helms camp. I'm not worried about it because he's not going to win. It really is a moot point.
I wouldn't spend a whole lot of time worrying about that one.
Yeah.
I agree with a lot of the things he does and the way he says it, but he has no chance.
Herb in Alabama. Herb, go ahead.
Herb. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I was listening a little earlier this morning where the woman was talking about the retinopathy problem she had because of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
I had COVID in January of last year, and at that time I was a type 2 diabetic. After COVID, I began to have problems with my glucose levels.
Right.
I went to an endocrinologist and was diagnosed as having LADA, which is latent autoimmune diabetes in adults, and had to go on insulin. An article out of England that they were doing research with, because of the number of increase in type 2 diabetics, they said that it also could cause a type 2 to go to a type 1.
Huh. I have not heard that. I sure haven't, but sounds like you've lived it. At this point, it wouldn't surprise me either with the vaccine side effects or COVID side effects.
You know the problem. It takes time to do research and to do it well and do double-blind studies, which is what you really need in this.
Right.
And we're just now beginning to see more and more of that kind of stuff come out. You just can't. I mean, it hit us. People are dying.
Yep.
People need to go to the hospital.
Sure.
You just can't get the studies done that quick.
Let's go to Neil in Pelham. Neil, go ahead.
Thanks, guys. The best comedy troupe
There's actually two different forms. There's a short form, there's a long form. Short form movie would have to be probably Coneheads. It is full of every possible actor from the Lorne Michaels SNL group. It's astounding how many they crammed in there, but they're all funny. Long form, on the other hand, if you got a movie longer than 2.5 hours, this was way back. It's a mad, 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 mad world. Back in the 1960s, had Jonathan Winters, Imogene Coca, Phil Silvers, all the legends of comedy, all of them at their best.
I'm not familiar with that. Either one of those. Are you?
I want to thank Roger Allen for calling it. Not Roger. Dadgummit. Roger
Lewis.
No,
the movie critic.
No, the one that does ours.
Siskel and Ebert. Roger Lewis is who you're talking about.
I mean, I said Roger Allen. Never mind.
Golly, Greg, you
He
really
did sound like him, though.
Yeah, it did. It did.
Greg.
I missed it. Dadgummit.
I thought to myself, I need to go back and listen to that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah,
I mean, I would have to have one. I would just have to be
Rick, she wants to replace it with people who ride bikes. I mean, how?
That's what we're going to call it?
I thought, if you were going to take cyclist out of the vocabulary, you'd think they would have some really cool word they were going to plug in. But
and here's the part.
You know what this falls under? It is what it is.
Well,
you ride a bicycle, you are a cyclist.
Well,
if you drive a motorized vehicle, you're a motorist.
Right.
So
if you walk, you are a pedestrian.
She's saying if you refer to them as cyclists, it dehumanizes. So you don't consider, like, if you run into them, you don't think about, hey, I'm hitting a person on a bike. Is that what she's saying?
Right. That's where her area
we don't care
is.
as much about their life.
Right. So changing what we call them is going to somehow make me be safer.
There's a
around.
study that said, she was referring to a study where a large majority of the people, and I don't even remember what the number was here, didn't consider cyclists human. Well, they're saying they don't like people who ride bikes and clog the road up. Okay, that's what they're saying. They're not saying the word is what does that.
Right.
But she's so brilliant, she doesn't understand that.
Well, this is
it's going to. And let's say we all agree to do this. It changes nothing.
No,
nothing.
So let me go to this. This is what, and Bubba just said it. This is how these people think, Greg. And I want you and Helms and Speedy. I want y'all to roll with me here. Jalen Fruithurst and the interns. This is really. I know y'all can't believe people think like this, but they truly do. In this person's mind, they literally think, because of the way they are about words, if we could somehow get the word cyclist and everybody adopt people on bikes, fewer people will be hit by cars on bikes.
Exactly.
They really think that.
They do.
Now, so what we're saying is people aren't just hitting people on bicycles because we have too many distracted drivers, or in some cases the cyclist isn't being safe.
Or they're sharing the same pavement.
Yeah. Or they're sharing.
Who would think that would be a problem?
Maybe a conflict.
They're sharing the same pavement with automobiles. But if we could just stop calling them cyclists, all those scenarios we just mentioned suddenly work out.
Yes.
Then people aren't getting hit anymore.
Well,
now that I look at that as a person on a bicycle, I'm so much more aware of them.
Yeah, that's wasted brain power right there.
Exactly.
See, here's a more logical way to look at this. May not be realistic, but here's a better logical way. We have roads that are just for bicycles that cars can't get on.
Yes.
Okay, we make them slightly narrower so a car can't even drive on it if they wanted to. But bikes have plenty of room. Guess how many bikes are hit by cars on that trail? Zero,
Bubba.
Zero, unless one is dropped out of an airplane.
Even if you refer to them as cyclists, still no one's been hit.
So I can cure that problem immediately. Now, I still have the problem. I have to build roads for bikes. I got that.
Sure.
And it may not be cost effective. But we solve that problem. That's a real solution to a problem. We just have to decide, is it worth it or not?
Well, it's just like
changing the name of what you call the person on it has absolutely nothing to do with it.
You call that bike whatever you want to. You can call it Donkey Kong. It don't matter.
Which was not a bad one.
Right.
So
I suggested that.
Is she suggesting that when I say the name cyclist, I think a bicycle is driving by itself?
Yeah, it's just a piece of machinery.
That it's just going down the road?
She's dehumanizing it, Rick.
Well, let me stop there for a minute. Now, I don't know this. Let me be clear. I want to be fair. I could be wrong, but I'm highly confident because of these top people and the way they see the world. Here's what's so hilarious about them and sad. If we asked her how she felt about where life begins and how she felt about second and third trimester abortions, I'm going to bet you that she lands on the side of the political and moral fence that she has no issue with it.
Yeah.
You're all
and
over
then
it.
she's going to lecture us on dehumanizing anything.
Yeah, I bet you the farm on it, Rick.
Yeah, so
You're right.
so now I
Absolutely.
could be wrong. In a rare case, a person afraid of words may be pro-life, but I don't think that usually doesn't line up.
No.
But
and Rick, the study. If you go on to look at the details of when you really
but that's
unpack,
not dehumanizing anybody. But the
you're all
word
over it.
cycling is
the whole attempt
unbelievable.
is to ban the word cyclist for a solution to change the negative attitudes toward people who ride bikes.
No.
See, she thinks that back to what we were talking
That'll have
about.
no impact.
She said the study found that 1 in 5 drivers have deliberately blocked cyclists on the road. 1 in 10 admit to using their car to cut off a cyclist. Well, this is because they're angry that cyclists are in traffic, bogging them down. That's why they're reacting that
That's
way.
nothing
Not,
to do
not
with
with
they're
the
called.
name of it.
It has nothing to do with what they're called.
Instead of yelling, damn cyclist, I'll yell, damn person on the bike.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
But it shows the
If
flaw.
I see another person on the bike or cyclist,
It
ain't
shows
gonna
the
change
flaw of her logic in this.
Right.
She's totally, her heart is in the right place, but she's going about it all wrong because she's so afraid of words, and that goes back to her political leaning.
Right. Well,
I can tell you right away, people who are conservative they're not worried about words because they don't really pay that much attention.
As
to
you
it.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we unpack another show on another week. And excited about the long weekend coming up. Hope you all get to have plans and go out and enjoy yourself. So we had the call about Vivek Ramaswamy. And so people are starting to pull up like clips of Obama and Ramaswamy and are talking about how much they sound the same. I haven't heard any of these, but we have some today. So Adler, tell me what we're doing here.
Yeah, in fact, what's his name? Chris Christie called out Ramaswamy during this past debate for Ramaswamy's opening line sounding a lot like Obama's line from 2004.
Right.
And here's Vivek's opening line from the most recent Republican debates.
Okay.
So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage?
So there you go.
Okay.
There's that. That was Vivek, and then here is Obama in 2004.
The hope of a skinny kid with a funny name who believes that America has a place for him too.
So there you go.
There you go. And that's all this is what they're making the big deal
That
about.
means they're in cahoots.
Unbelievable.
Right, they're in cahoots. Well, but then you think
They're
about
both skinny guys with funny last names.
I don't know anything about Ramaswamy that matters, but I don't recall hearing Obama do the 10 Commandments that Ramaswamy throws out about America. It sounded anything like Obama.
Mm-mm.
You know, I saw a clip.
Those 10 things.
Yeah.
I saw a clip from Bill Clinton the other day, and he sounded like today's Republican.
Yes.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
where he's talking
yeah.
about the border and all that.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought,
No doubt
you know,
about that.
wow.
Yeah.
How'd he talk? How'd he talk, Bubba?
You just, I mean, when you hear that, you see how far they have moved. to the
Oh,
left
good
off
night.
of this.
Yes. Well, I know that
Thanks, sweetie.
So
Had it going on, didn't
it? He did.
He did.
So are we going to try to do this Biden thing on 1B, where he is literally trying to compare Bidenomics to Reaganomics?
Oh my gosh!
I'm doing that just to stir Bubba today.
Yeah, we've hit an iceberg, folks. He's sinking on water.
So one.
Oh, good.
1B. Let's see if this is even true. That he does it. Here we go.
I want to share with you my economic vision to grow our economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down.
Is this AI?
Trickle-down economics is the belief that we should cut taxes for the wealthy and big corporations and expect it to trickle down to everyone else. That we should shrink public investment in roads, bridges, and water systems, airports, and public education. Well, when put into practice, trickle-down economics failed. It blew up the deficit, increased inequity, and weakened the infrastructure of America. And it made it harder for folks to get to the middle class.
What?
That's until now. It's about growing the economy by strengthening the middle class and making things in America again. We must make the wealthy pay their fair share, not cut taxes for the wealthy. But folks have been calling this Bidenomics, and it's working. Bidenomics has three main pillars: making smart investments in America, educating and empowering American workers, and promoting competition to lower costs for Americans and help small businesses thrive. First, smart investment in America includes investing in our infrastructure, manufacturing, and clean energy. Our Investing in the American agenda is powering resurgence in American manufacturing, bringing investments in good-paying jobs,
I want to see it.
union
It's
jobs
great.
back to America. Companies are investing in America again with over $500 billion in private commitments to rebuild America's manufacturing. And now we have a factory building boom. Spending on construction and manufacturing facilities has doubled over the last 2 years.
Boom.
On my watch, we've created more than 13 million new jobs, including nearly 800,000 manufacturing jobs.
Does anybody believe that he's the one that's been sitting down keeping up with all this and he put together this presentation? I mean, on his watch?
Yeah.
Every time I see him, he's asleep.
I want to know how many takes did that happen?
Oh,
that
the edits. The edits.
What do you
All right,
think?
We got one word. That's good. We can piece that together here.
Well, he mumbled right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Economics.
Speak up, Mr. President.
He mumbled the economy right out of the gate, and you know what they finally said? Just keep that. That's close.
Yeah.
Open
then he
your
whispered
mouth,
one.
sir.
He
Sir,
whispered
open
one.
your mouth, sir.
Please.
Unbelievable. So,
And he just keeps repeating these lies. It's because of COVID. The whole country was shut down. You can't claim that you've created all these jobs and done all this great stuff. The country was shut down because of COVID. All you had to do was do nothing, and the economy would have recovered. Instead, you spent more money than God has ever invented.
Right.
And so now we're in the situation we're in.
And we have what commonly is known in 8th grade civics class as runaway inflation because
Yes.
you've printed more money than we have products and services to
Correct.
sell.
Bubba, good news on 1A. Biden said he just signed off on a funding request for a new COVID vaccine.
Oh, yeah, there's another couple of billion.
Put that
pump in there.
That's right.
Now, let me ask you this. Will this $1 billion or $2 billion go to the working class, or is it going to go to the top and have to trickle down?
That's a great point, Bubba.
I'm serious.
So here we go.
Mr. President, can you say anything about the uptick of COVID cases and the new variant?
Yes, I can. Matter of fact, I signed off this morning on a proposal we have to present to the Congress a request for additional funding for a new vaccine that is necessary, that works. And tentatively, not decided finally yet, tentatively it is recommended that, or would likely be recommended that everybody get it, no matter whether they got it before or not.
Another one.
Everybody get it.
I feel better about it.
Did you notice when he said a new vaccine that works?
That's what I was just about to say. Did he just admit? He said it is necessary that it work. Is he finally saying the other one didn't? Hey, can I just ask somebody something?
Well, if the last one worked, you wouldn't need a new one, would you?
No. I'm just going to say to everybody right now, are there people still getting the old vaccine?
Yeah,
I think there are.
The last 6
But
seconds
why?
of that really bothered me.
I think because they're being told to by their providers, and they're just doing it.
And they're still pushing it. They're still promoting
Right.
it.
But did y'all hear the last few seconds of that? That everybody will be required to get.
He said recommended.
Recommended, even if you didn't.
Right.
But the way he said it, guys, please tell me
You can recommend
companies
on-
aren't going to start saying their employees have to get it.
What if they do that? They're just going to say, "This is my official medal that says I'm stupid." Because please let's don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Do we learn nothing from trial and error? Nothing.
As people have mask mandates, they didn't learn that.
Well, let's go back a minute to Biden trying to compare his economic plan to Reaganomics.
Yeah.
That what
You got to be kidding me. Okay, seriously.
It's comical. It really is.
It really is comical. Oh my gosh! And look, I would suggest that everybody goes back to JFK and listen to his economic plan, where he talks about when the water rises, all boats come up in the harbor.
In the
all
harbor.
boats rise.
In the
Same thing.
harbor.
Rick and Bubba.
People, and
They know their meaning. They know their heart in things.
I'm not saying this is right or wrong. We need to be patient and follow the rules of the road. And I have friends who have people they love dearly have been killed and,
Yes, I do
and
too.
severely injured
it is
being hit by cars. But it's dangerous because bicycles and cars don't go well together.
Yeah.
But I will, and drivers do need to be looking for them. But the word doesn't change our awareness at all. People get angry at a person on a bike or a cyclist, whether they should or shouldn't, when the traffic's backed up because there is a cyclist
and you can't get by them.
That's sharing the road, and people are afraid to pass the cyclist because they don't want to have a head-on collision, but they also want to give the cyclist enough distance.
Don't want to run him off.
And it bogs the traffic down. People get frustrated by that, no matter what we call the person on the bike.
Right.
It has the word has zero to do with the dangers of bikes and cars.
You're correct.
Zero. It has zero to do with people's attitudes. It has nothing to do with it. And for someone to use the word dehumanize and then areas they won't use that word is just baffling.
Amazing.
You know, I think I could even get on the dehumanizing train if we'd stay consistent with it. Yeah. I'd be willing to talk about all things that are dehumanizing.
Yeah, I would too. But you can't cherry pick it.
Phone calls are next. We'll talk to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Will of Meat can happen anytime today, so maybe that's still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, we'll start with the Democrats today. A Democratic governor is even getting flack from his own party for having a $25,000 a plate fundraiser.
Rick, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who has been in the news a lot lately, is catching fire from some of his own party members for having a $25,000 a plate fundraiser. He is facing criticism from at least 3 fellow Democrats over the exclusive fundraising event held at a swanky St. Regis Hotel in New York City earlier this month. Now, some of the people being critical of this are saying that the governor might be engaging in a pay-to-play political scam. You think that could be happening in New York?
No,
anybody?
surely not. Not Democrats in New York. Surely not.
It's impossible to say if a $25,000 ticket is not influencing decisions, according to the critics.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I certainly see where they say that. I may take a little different spin on this. I'm no fan of Andrew Cuomo at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We've covered that lately. We don't agree on anything pretty much. But it takes money to run for office, and if he can get $25,000 a plate for a fundraiser, good for him. Good for him. Now, you can't sell tickets and say, I'll vote for something you want done.
Right.
Obviously, that would be illegal.
Yeah, you have to wait to actually get into office and let them see you privately about that.
Sure. Yeah, that's handled on a whole other scale.
Right. Nobody's looking.
But, Rick, I mean, look, if he can sell it and people will pay that to go, good for him. If they have a bunch of empty seats and he knocks it down to $10,000 a plate, that's
free market.
That's great, too. This is free market capitalism as far as this part of it. And there are people who want to support a candidate, and they said, I'll donate to go to a dinner that this guy's going to be at and give a speech and probably get a picture with him. I mean, we've seen that with all parties. It kind of goes back to this argument about golf and the president and, troops and all this stuff. Look, I don't have a problem with the president playing golf. He's in a stressful job. Getting out in the fresh air might do him some good. Doesn't matter if he's Democrat or Republican. I don't have a problem with these guys trying to raise money to run their campaign. That's part of it. Part of it.
Well, I'll try to help the Democrats today.
Am I wrong?
No. Well, here's
that?
something. Here's something I learned when we were in Italy. If you want to ring the bell, and that was in the historical city of Florence. Okay, if you
give it its own bell.
If you look at how many, I'm talking about world famous, extremely talented painters, sculptors, people who figured out how to build domes. All these incredible artists came out of Florence. You'll be shocked how many came out of Florence. Shocking.
Oh, yeah.
All the big names came out of Florence. You know why? And learned this while we were there and actually watched a documentary where I got home. There were people like the Medici family. Now, look, the Medicis can get a little shaky. I'm not going to lie certainly about that. But they were wealthy through what Florence at that time, they were way ahead of their time. These are the kind of cities that even influenced our founding fathers when they were trying to put together a constitutional republic.
Yep.
When they were talking about capitalism. Florence was full-blown capitalism. Everybody maximizing their potential, maximizing their wealth, and guess what these wealthy people started doing?
Oh, I'm sorry, I slipped.
You know what happens? You know what happens a lot of times? Think about it now, and you've heard it in your own. A guy who, say, is an extremely talented guitarist or extremely talented singer, and some of them make it, some of them don't. Why do a lot of them not make it, though? They can't afford to go through the time when they're not making any money to try to master their craft and their potential. They go, I had to eventually go take a job at the factory or take a job somewhere because I had to make a living. Well, the wealthy people who had become wealthy by the free market would finance Michelangelo. They would finance Da Vinci. They would finance all these people and say, we think you're so talented, we'll take care of you while you develop your art, and then when the art gets where it's good enough that you'll make your own living, we set you free. But if it had not been for capitalism, and it had not been for the free market, we would not have had the people who financed the arts that came out of Florence that are world famous to this day.
Great example.
Would not have happened without capitalism. Capitalism funded that. So I know how they love the arts. Well, how's arts going to make it if there aren't wealthy people to fund them?
Because
It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the team all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much, does it?
No. Do you give the Little League World Series anything?
Yeah, I do. If I catch it, I don't. It's not something that's on my calendar every year.
Yep,
but if it's on, I like to watch a little bit of it. And I hate I missed the one yesterday.
Yeah, I'll watch a little yickety yak.
Yesterday, Mac Daddy visited Birmingham.
How about it, Mac Daddy?
And he wanted the Little League World Series on, final game. And exciting game. We picked it up in the third, and it was 5-1.
Who's winning?
USA.
Okay.
Well,
who we playing? The Caribbean?
Is it it's some team, Caraca or something out of the Caribbean.
Okay.
They hit a grand slam to tie things up in either the fourth or fifth. But then in the bottom half of the sixth.
Tied at 5?
Tied at 5. 12-year-old's dream takes place.
Yickety?
Take a look.
All right, here we go. So this
it's tall.
Curacao has not allowed a home run at the World Series.
Oh, little jinx there.
Wow. Did they just throw that out there? And yickety.
That's a big boy.
What a mojo.
How about that for the game winner?
Listen to the last thing that is said.
He looks about a foot taller than everybody
That's
else.
one that's hit puberty.
Yep. Curacao has not allowed a home run at the World Series.
Oh, my goodness. He's about to. Oh, he couldn't get down. He ripped it.
You see, the catcher wanted the ball outside, and he got it right over the middle of the plate.
He couldn't do it.
Yep.
Yeah, you can tell them where you want to throw it. They got to be able to throw it there.
That's right.
Yeah.
He missed the spot, and that was a costly time to do it.
Yickety! Wow. Yeah. That's a dream come true right there.
Exciting day for those kiddos.
He took his helmet off, man. The run don't count.
You should see the bat flip. He threw it so high.
Hey, he took his helmet off. He's running around first. It don't count.
What a way to end it.
It could have been dangerous.
Everybody in that ballpark knew that one was
going. That was it. So is that it?
That's it.
So the United States wins.
I bet they won it.
And they beat the team out of, looks like the Caribbean.
Yeah, I don't know how to say
Caribbean.
Whatever happened to China Taipei?
How did he say that again? Y'all want to hear that one more time? What the jinx is when he says it too.
Oh yeah.
Curacao has not allowed a home run.
No,
Curacao.
Was that the pitcher or was that the
pitcher's
team?
name.
I think that was the
that's
pitcher's.
the pitcher's
that was
name.
the pitcher's name.
It's Caraca, isn't it?
Curacao. I mean,
Curacao.
Caraca.
Now,
could be
I will say
Curacao.
this: maybe he's talking about the team has not given up a home run.
Maybe.
Okay,
But-
Maybe.
let's hear it again.
Maybe.
I thought that's
let's
what
really
he was
get
saying.
canceled today. Let's hear it again.
Okay. yeah. Let's get taken.
That's Curacao.
Girl, you don't know.
Curacao has not allowed a home run
I think
at the
that's
World
Curacao.
Series.
That's how you say Curacao? How you spell it? Maybe. Greg said he knows.
Challenged him, and this game is
And by the way, you're right, Bubba. That's kind of inaccurate when he said challenged him. He really didn't. He just didn't get the pitch where it's supposed to be.
He missed the spot.
Yeah, he just missed the
He
spot.
missed it. This guy was so far ahead of that pitch, he swung up on it. He had a big uppercut.
I'll say this: it's more impressive if the team has not given up a home run the entire World Series.
It really is.
Well, exciting
They have
nonetheless.
now.
I'm glad Mac Daddy brought this to the table yesterday.
Oh yeah,
It was a good bonding experience.
Greg, I don't know how to break this to you today. We've been trying to hide this from you all day. You may have missed it over the weekend.
Here we go.
Biden's alcohol czar.
Now, what's that got to do with me?
What's an alcohol czar? I'm going to tell you what's got to do with it. He says the U.S., and this is never a line any American, no offense to our Canadian brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
But as an American, you never want to hear this line, says the U.S. may follow Canada. You never want that.
No.
You don't want to hear that we're going to follow Canada. But Greg, apparently,
Canada.
it says the director of the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, his name, by the way, George Goob. He says it's Coob. But I mean,
You know what his nickname was.
yeah. So anyway, it says that he may follow Canada's footsteps on alcohol guidelines and limit Americans to no more than 2 beers a week.
What? Let me ask you this question.
A week?
Let me ask you this question. So this is my point is there's nobody's knocking on people's doors saying how many beers they had a week. Are these the recommendations?
Yes.
They're just changing the recommendations.
Yes.
So basically, your insurance company can go, well, you say the recommendations.
Right.
Or is that it?
Yeah.
Because when you see the headline, you act like someone's going to come knock on your door and say, hey,
Well, Greg,
here's
here's
your first beer this week.
Here's everything you need to know right here. Currently,
So nobody's going to care at all.
no, Greg, here's all you need to know right here. Currently, American guidelines recommend men limit themselves to 2 drinks per day. Currently, so and women should only have 1 drink. I thought there was no difference between them.
So no one is, that ain't fair.
You mean their bodies are different?
Are their bodies different?
Well, how about that?
What?
What is a woman?
Why are we
Wait a minute.
What is a woman?
But I mean, is anybody keeping score? You know, I mean, hey,
But you're right. The new question now is, do you have more than 2 drinks a week?
yeah. So
That's
that
gonna
is
be
a
the
changed
question.
Yeah. Well, it's recommendation, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, they act like when
we
you
were-
see the headline, you think that there's someone who is going to stand there at the convenience store and go,
We recommend too, if you're a certain height, you have a certain weight too. But we ain't following that.
no, we ain't even close.
I mean, a recommendation.
Yeah, that's
okay,
probably an
gotcha.
office and a report that we wasted money on.
Don't you think that's just somebody trying to be sharp?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
sure.
that's all that is.
Just
Come on.
somebody.
So anyway, so the I don't know if if it's going to leave the world of recommendation. I don't think it will. There's all kinds of recommendations. We've got recommendations on what we're supposed to eat, not eat.
Yeah, tons of that stuff.
You know, I keep seeing these signs on highways that recommend some sort of speed thing.
Yeah, what's that all about?
Yeah. Insurance companies will now consider you high risk if you have more than 2.
Well, I mean, again, I told you all this. I still don't, for the life of me, don't know how anybody started smoking this week. I mean, it's. I mean, I understand if you're addicted to it, but all the things about smoking and the things that it costs, is it worth? I mean, first of all, the cigarettes look really expensive, and then what it drives your insurance on is smoking. Is it just me? Is it that important?
I feel like the jury's in on that one, Rick.
Right, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, maybe. So anyway, we'll continue to follow.
That commercial with Miss Terry was enough. That was.
Yeah, what's the new one now where the guy's got some sort of oxygen on or something? Have you seen that one?
Those work.
But Terry to me was the worst.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
that was the scared straight version of smoking.
Really, absolutely.
Yeah, that one. If that one, well, and I understand if you're already addicted to it. I don't understand the new people. Those are the ones I'm.
The new smoker.
Right. I'm perplexed by that one. They started last Thursday. I'm real.
That makes you want to set your ass straight right down.
Right.
Get rid of that.
That's the one I don't get. I don't know what information you're still waiting on.
Yeah, some discovery. Hey, we were wrong.
Right.
Yeah. The teenage to lower 20 smoker. Well, what are you doing?
I don't know. Here we go. 14 minutes past 866. We Be Big is our number. We'll get back. We'll jump through more stories this weekend when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
usually do not fund themselves.
Right. And then what happens? You may have a very talented person who said, well, look, I can't live like a pauper my whole life.
Right.
I got to go find some way to put food on the table.
Right.
But what if a wealthy person invested in the arts who made their wealth how? In the free market. Capitalism. We say this about our faith. There's nothing that has funded the advancement of the gospel to the ends of the earth more than people who came out of a capitalistic society where capitalism, which can be evil just like anything else.
But we're not
also can
talking
be
about
good.
that. People can abuse the system. We know that, and we try to set up rules to prevent that. But we're talking about the freedom and the liberty to do what you want to do, to carry your product to market, to make a profit on it, to reinvest in your business, to have the opportunity to compete against other people who do the same thing and build a better product, thus selling more. That is the free and open market of capitalism that has made America great.
And if it was not of the capitalism of the city of Florence, we might not have heard of Donatello. We might not have heard of Michelangelo. We might not have heard of Da Vinci, Donatello. These people we would have possibly never heard from if it wasn't for capitalism.
There you go.
And I, and that, see, nobody wants to talk about that. They think it happened one day. And look, I'm out here with something on the street with a sculptor, and somebody walks in and says, "Wow, you look pretty talented. I think I'll pay you a lot of money for your first sculptor ever." That ain't how it works.
No.
We'll come back. We do have a Trump update to finish our political update today. A couple of Trump stories today.
What if Michelangelo just took a job painting fences? You know.
I bet they've been nice.
Lot would have been lost.
Can I tell you a little something I learned about Michelangelo?
What's that?
Loved to sculpt, didn't like to paint. He painted so he could sculpt. Hated the Sistine Chapel job. Big handle for him.
Yeah, he didn't rush through it, did he?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Captain America is weighing in. Sad that Chris Evans plays a character called Captain America.
For real.
But he said that he hopes in a recent interview that Tom Brady, if he ever was a Trump supporter, that he now regrets it. Because he said that his favorite team is the Patriots. And this is in the Hollywood Reporter. They published this yesterday. He says, you don't want to alienate half your audience, Evans told the magazine, of the tweets he puts out. Undoubtedly, he's quite the little tweeter. But I'd be disappointed in myself if I didn't speak up, especially for fear of some monetary repercussion or career damage. Hey, Chris, you're a liberal in liberal Hollywood. What career damage are you worried about?
You bring up a good point now, the fact he plays Captain America.
And I got news for you. Let me tell you where you land in really the perfect position for people like you. You've got no repercussions for the people who hire you. And sadly, those of us that like to see a Captain America movie, we're not the kind of people that really get wrapped around the axles about what you're putting on tweet.
No,
you're
not that important.
So you're
just
not
play Captain America.
You're not even in this. He said that he hopes. Speaking of Tom Brady, that he hopes that he's not a Trump supporter. I'm just hoping he's one of those guys that maybe supported him and now regrets it. Hey, Chris, you talk about not living in reality. No, what you're finding now is that people who voted for Trump secretly and regretted it now do not. It's actually going the other way because of the things that are happening for the country. Not Donald Trump, the human being, and some of his comments and all that, but Donald Trump's administration and what's happening with the country right now. I think you actually find people going the other way. He said maybe he thought it was going to be different, and even that bothers me, but maybe there's a chance now he just thinks Trump's an absolute dumb blank, which he is. If he doesn't, if he's still on the Trump train, I might have to cut ties with him. It's really tough.
Now, what kind of ties does he have with Tom Brady?
Is Tom Brady?
So I can't pull for Tom Brady because he has a different political view than me.
That's something else.
Are you kidding me?
These liberals, they wave the banner of everyone's opinion matters and everyone has to be who they are, and I'm not going. Hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm me. I am who I am, unless you disagree with me.
Yeah.
And then overboard.
Then you don't get to be who you are. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, they should. 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Much to cover as we move through the last live hour anyway. All right, so we've been talking about legend killers on the show for a long time, and if there's any way that we could solve some of these problems for you, we would. But in our current state, we believe right now that the UFOs, they are the walking dog. Everybody's into UFOs, space people, all that. They're way ahead. The UFO encounters.
Yeah, I mean, they've had testimony in front of Congress.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I think the big losers here, Rick, the abominable snowman,
struggling,
Yeti, Bigfoot.
Bigfoot, guys, let me tell you Bigfooters.
And Loch Ness.
Let me tell you, Bigfooters. We got a Loch Ness update. Both of y'all are in trouble. I may say that the Bigfooters are in worse shape than Loch Ness. I mean, Loch Ness doesn't have as much coverage, but hey, Bigfooters, y'all tried to milk us out of documentaries and shows, and you got nothing. I mean, you desperately need, I'm talking about a show enough Patterson film sighting, right?
Yeah, that level.
That was your heyday. You were smoking on the Patterson film. I mean, we got down to fake suit or Bigfoot.
Oh, yeah.
And that's where you want us to be. Yeah. But now we've all kind of lost interest. Bigfoot's
we have.
Right. Bigfoot, y'all need something. You don't have a lot going on.
Well, the Loch Ness people
leaning on rocks a lot lately, I've noticed.
Yeah,
they throw rocks at you or throw rocks in the water. That's Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Did you hear something that sounded like rocks throwing?
We got to have something.
So it must be Bigfoot.
The thumping of a tree.
Yeah, banging on a tree.
It's called a woodpecker.
Oh, I saw one the other night. They thought they had a sound. Finally, they went to one of these sound experts, and he's like, "It's a wolf."
Oh, did they?
Well, Rick, this past weekend, hundreds of people gathered at the Scottish Highlands for what is considered the largest search for the mythical Loch Ness Monster in over 50 years.
It's just another reason for Scottish people to drink.
I think it is.
I think so.
An estimated 200 volunteers converged on Loch Ness, either boarding boats or lining the banks of the freshwater loch in horrific weather to search for the monster, better known as Nessie. The search lasted from Saturday to Sunday. That's not a very long time.
I mean, how many sightings we got?
With
They're
investigators
really dedicated to it.
With investigators reporting they heard 4 distinctive noises using underwater microphones.
Okay.
There's nothing under there that would be noisy.
And we have this famous photo, which has been proven to be fake. The guy that did
is
it
fake, yeah.
said it was fake.
Yeah,
and that's not very scary anyway.
No, that's something floating.
Got a little lizard head to it.
That ain't very. What's so scary about that?
What if that peeked in your boat?
All right, so right now,
I wouldn't be scared.
We know on the supernatural or unexplained, UFOs are owning it right now.
Yeah, they've
even got a name change.
They've been before Congress.
Yeah.
They've got departments now in the military. Everybody's seeing one. It's the runaway boss of the out of the normal.
Do you think Bigfoot's still sitting at 2? Because Loch Ness doesn't get a lot.
I would say
still TV shows. About
Bigfoot is a distant 2, Rick. It's almost like DeSantis to Trump in the polls.
Yeah,
That's
right,
a great
exactly.
analogy.
And in desperate need of a sighting.
Yes.
In desperate need.
And then everything below Bigfoot is just almost off the scale.
Chupacabra.
All that. We ain't had a good Yeti
Mothman.
sighting, and I don't know
Mothman.
when. Yeah, Mothman, Skinny Man, all them men living in the woods.
Slender Man.
Dog
We
Man.
ain't even had a good killer clown in the woods lately.
No, we
Y'all
haven't.
remember that ridiculous mess and wasn't even true.
Right.
People. It goes to show you get something started, everybody runs with it.
Yep.
Clowns everywhere.
All right. If you're in Scotland, which I don't think anybody except me probably has a chance of being there, and you can go down to Loch Ness. You go down there, though, right?
right.
You got to
How
go
about
down.
the loch?
I got to go do a selfie, right?
Rick, I'm gonna tell you, I know they had a lot of equipment for spotting, underwater microphones. I promise you, there was a lot of alcohol too. They were only there for 2 days. That's not much of a
that's
search.
not a very much
I mean,
of a
to me,
commitment.
you know, Jacques Cousteau will go in there and he'll be in there in a month. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, there's only so long. You remember when you were a little kid and your daddy would take you fishing or your granddaddy and they wouldn't catch no fish? or you go hunting and you don't see anything. I mean, Loch Ness, you're just gonna sit and look at the water. Now, if you like to sit and look at the water, but I do, but not for days. I like to look at water for some hours, but not for days.
What if they let you go over there for about 2 weeks to fish, Rick? And while you're doing that, you also just kept an eye open for
It's
the Loch Ness
okay,
Monster.
sure, absolutely. Now, if I really believed in Loch Ness, I probably wouldn't be putting my bass boat out there.
Unless I read it wrong, that thing is deep. A lot of, areas real deep.
What is it?
750 foot something.
Greg, you just threw out a number out of nowhere.
I swear, I think that was it.
It was a different
Where'd that
deep. It
number
was a
come
deep.
from?
I think it was.
D.
When is the last sighting that somebody actually had a good picture of?
Well,
Loch
we have a
Ness
fake one, but we never had a
No,
real
but when's the good one? What is the best one we've had?
I don't know.
Do you know?
I don't know.
745 feet deep, Greg.
Greg, say it.
Right again.
There it is.
Have y'all figured out about 98% of the time I'm dead on?
Greg, how about this? Deep and wide, deep and wide, there's a fountain flowing deep and wide. Deep and wide. So
that's a deep water, man.
How about y'all? How y'all on big old dragons?
No.
I'm blowing fire. We'll have some that protect the stadium Thursday night, but
those, I think,
loved your idea, by the way.
I think those were dinosaurs all the way. The dragons.
Yeah.
They
I'm
just
gonna
we
tell
did,
you.
the word dinosaur wasn't even invented till like the
How about
1920s.
werewolf?
So.
Werewolf.
No, I think that's
none of
made
that.
up.
Yep, real.
None of that.
Definitely real.
I tell you what, I'm a little spooked about vampires. Because the people are crazy enough now, they're trying to do that on their own.
think
now.
they're bad.
They're not supernatural, but there's some people out there that drink your blood.
Yeah, that's just demonic people.
Yeah,
That's just demonic
I don't.
people. Yeah,
I don't like. Like I say, I'm pretty much. I spend, like I said the other day, I spend most of the time on the things that I know are real.
Yeah.
Or are believed to be real. It doesn't leave a lot of time for the other.
Yeah.
But have we got another picture other than the fake one on Loch Ness? To Bubba's
Quit
point.
showing that. That's been proven.
That's real, Greg.
That's been proven.
It's not
that
a
it was
toy.
fraud. The guy on his deathbed said, yeah, we did it.
Now I will tell you this: I would be all in on knowing a weekend like this was coming, and me and my buddies put together something that we sent down the river. Now I'm for that.
Yeah.
I would love to do that and make everybody think they're seeing something.
Sure.
Of course, I'd work a little harder than this guy worked.
That basically like maybe their arm up out of the water doing that.
Yeah,
that's what that looked like.
I mean, when that was in somebody's garage and they said, "Y'all want to go with this?" I said, "This is the best we can do."
Yeah, I was going to say. And we keep going back
Do you
to
remember? Do you remember that Disney movie? And it was on, when Disney used to come on Sunday night, where those kids all made them a monster and they could paddle it and they'd wait till it was foggy and go through the local lake.
I forgot.
And that was good. And people just barely get a glimpse of it. And they were,
But what I would love is like, think about if there's a lot of money tied to this, but let's say that you were one of these people, you had the animatronics. You worked for one of those companies, with the dinosaurs and stuff, and you could send one down the lake. One of them showing up good ones. God, like people would lose their ever loving mind.
Like, be better than that picture.
Like right here is one of the best latest pictures I have been able to find.
That one ain't real.
That's real.
That's not it.
That's a dinosaur that's alive still.
That's Champ from Lake Champlain.
A tourist took a picture, and it's just like a dark spot in the water with some waves around it.
Right.
And they estimate it to be about 65 foot long. But I mean, it's not a really. I mean, we want that picture.
Yeah,
and
that's real.
Now go back to Patterson film. If that's real, we're looking at. Guess what? There's a monster.
All right, I'm going to ask y'all a
There he
question.
is.
Which one are you most likely to believe in, Bigfoot or Loch Ness?
Oh, Rick.
I think scientifically, I think the Loch Ness is
I agree.
more of a
I knew you were
monster.
gonna say
We don't
that.
know what's down
I'm
there.
with you on that, Bubsy.
We got
Especially
some
now
big
that I
sea
know how
creatures.
deep it is.
Is this salt water or fresh?
It was
fresh.
it was part of the ocean. It got locked
Okay.
in. That's one reason.
Loch Ness.
Yeah, that's one reason they think that it could have been a sea monster that got trapped in there.
And just
But I don't know, is it salt or fresh water now?
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, we've been seeing this thing supposedly. The first sighting. I mean, so there's families of them because obviously the original wouldn't be alive. Surely.
No, but they live forever.
Surely
They
we'd
can
have
live a
found
long
one. They
time.
can't live that
It's
long.
fresh water, by the way.
Fresh water.
Nobody knows.
Some-
how long they
some-
can
It's
live.
like them turtles that they claim are over 100 years old. How do you know that? Nobody's here that saw
They
it when it
asked
was
them.
little.
They asked them.
That's
I saw it in Nemo.
You count the rings like a tree.
Okay.
I would love for a turtle to come out and hold a press conference and say, "Look, y'all seriously think we're this old?"
Yeah, you think I'm 120?
And it talks real slow like Biden.
Well,
Yeah.
that's right. I've seen turtles give press conferences. It's the Biden. press conference.
There's
Whispering turtle.
another
There it is, right
picture.
there.
There's another picture from the mirror, and it's somebody's actually taking a picture. And it's like they caught the Loch Ness Monster in the background, but to me it looks like a big duck out there. It doesn't even look.
No.
It's just not very convincing.
Now that
stuff.
picture he just showed us looks real convincing.
Oh yeah, it got a goat. Oh, wow. That's real.
He got a goat. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Some are on hold. Others, you can join us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, this is one of those moments, when you have celebrities and you start thinking, there's certain things you don't want to know, and you're just like, well, just keep cranking out movies. And Tom Cruise, when it comes to movies, let's face it, he usually delivers. He'll
give you Mission Impossible.
Oh, the Mission Impossible,
and they're good.
There's some of the best. There's some of the best action movies I've ever seen.
When are we going to see that Top Gun 2? When's that coming out?
I know they've been talking about that for years.
They really have.
And it's not going to be good. I can already tell you.
But like we do a lot of times when it comes to celebrities, the less we know about them, the better. And we just try to pretend like this weird Scientology side of Tom Cruise doesn't exist. I mean, you're right in the middle of your latest Mission Impossible movie, and you don't want to think about that.
Oh, we give him a pass on it. We all admit. We give him a pass.
We don't want to think about how strange he really is, but today is going to be one of those reminders of just how strange he is. And we had a story earlier in the week that was concerning his daughter talking about the letter, wrote a letter about how wonderful he's been, and it kind of ties into this story today involving Scientology and all that.
I was wondering if she wrote him a letter, how did it get made public? I mean, shouldn't that just be something she tells her dad? We all didn't have to know about her crazy feelings for Pop.
So now this is his daughter that he adopted years ago, because the one that he had with what's her name, when they left the church, he's forbidden to speak to, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Nicole Kidman?
No, yeah, but I'm talking about. I don't know these people's names that he was married to, and then they got divorced.
Oh, that's right. There's been a couple of them now. There's been a couple of them now. I forgot about the other one.
Katie Holmes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, Surrey or something like that.
Now he don't.
No, there's one. You talking about wives he's had?
Yeah.
Nicole was 2.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the
Katie
last
Holmes
daughter
is
he
3.
had.
Katie
and their
Holmes.
daughter.
I didn't know
remember
that.
they
Dawson's
left.
Creek girl.
So what do they call those? I was watching the Scientology when people that you can't be around anymore. You must separate.
They're called suppressive
people or
suppressive spirit or suppressive person by the church.
Yeah, yeah.
Now Tom, his son Connor Cruise, who I believe is also adopted. Is getting married. He is also very involved in the Church of Scientology. And they say that Nicole Kidman has been banned from coming to the wedding because she is a suppressive person.
Okay.
Now, don't forget, they're saying that his son's fiance and Tom Cruise, is high-ranking in the Scientology deal.
Yeah, he's like a.
They say he's deity. We got another story today that says he's reached the deity level.
So he's now deity, and he has approved his son's fiance that she will be a Scientology princess.
Okay.
Did you?
Wow.
Did you catch the pictures of the couple?
No, is that what?
Now, couple of strange things here.
Oh my!
And I don't remember what happened with this when Tom and Nicole split up. Tom got custody of the kids, and I don't remember what the deal was with that. That's usually not what you see, so that was a little strange. And then we had this letter that she wrote to her dad, and it's all about the Church of Scientology and how she loves it and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have Connor getting married, who is, they say, highly involved in it, and his mother is being banned.
Because she's a suppressive person.
Right. So, and we have this thing about Tom reaching the deity level. I don't know if that's like on the pinball machine, you score so many points, or you get your Ingrams reprogrammed or whatever they do.
Yeah, they put that little C meter on them.
Yeah, and shock them out or whatever.
So because Nicole wouldn't go along with Scientology, she's now not even allowed. Now, somebody clarify. I'm looking in the story, and I can't get the clarification.
Now, Katie was hung up on that too, right?
She left, so she's suppressive, her and the daughter, so he can't see either one, right?
Siri.
All right.
Something like that.
Let me keep
I bet that's real trouble when you holler at her and everybody's phone comes
I know,
out.
mine just did. I just had to mute it.
Yeah. Right,
How may I help you?
I'm going to try something here. I'm going to see if I can't get Tom Cruise's wives and children on the table and let me know where everybody belongs. All right?
Okay.
Here I go.
Oh, wow.
We had Tom Cruise marry someone that no children were produced, and it didn't last very long early on. We're not even going to follow that.
Yeah,
right?
but you need to know her name because she's a famous actrris too, and I can't think of it right now.
I do not know her name.
She's so famous, we don't know.
No, you would know. You know who am I talking about? No.
Somebody said Kelly McGillis.
That's a good one. It's a good one.
Mimi Rogers?
Yes.
That's it.
All right. Okay.
Mimi Rogers.
But
you would know her if you saw her.
He was married 87, divorced 90.
All right, so nothing happened.
No
Scientology.
kids.
That's pre-Scientology, right?
I don't know.
All right, now Nicole Kidman.
90 to 2001.
And if I recall, and I could be wrong, that Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise never had any biological children, but they adopted two. Which includes Connor here, right?
Yes.
Am I right?
You're right.
You're right.
All right, so they have 2 adopted children together, which means they have a son and daughter together.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all that means because it doesn't matter.
They
about
raised
And the daughter is.
All right, here we go. Lines are available, all 10 lines, and people are on hold, but there's still room for you. And this will be a phone show, which means it'll move briskly. You make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. Lines are available. If you move right now, Helmsy is on the phones. You should get in pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. SimplySafeBubba.com. Now more than ever. You got to secure your stuff. I wish it wasn't that way. I really do. But it is. And fast response is crucial. Did you know, Bubba, that the average break-in lasts about 8 to 10 minutes?
No, I didn't.
8 to 10 minutes, and they ransack the place or ransack it. So right now, the new Smart Alarm indoor camera is the only indoor security camera that can trigger the alarm and instantly deter intruders with a built-in siren, 24/7 live guard protection, and the new Smart Alarm indoor camera, they work seamlessly for protection. And you know what? It keeps your whole place safe from break-ins, fires, flooding, and more. Named again Best Security for 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So if you don't have a Simply Safe system, like I said, this is one of the wedding gifts that we gave to our son that's getting married. So go to simplysafebubba.com right now and get your system, get it set up, ready to go. You won't pay for it to be installed either because you'll install it yourself. All right, standing by, let's go to Donna. Donna, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to tell you that the Mad, Mad, Mad World had 48 comedians. It was made in 1963, 60 years ago, which is the reason probably why you have never heard of it, most of your people. But great comedians are always and forever funny, so no matter how long ago it is, it was one of the greatest comedy movies ever made.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, we've had several people bring it up today.
What's it called?
No, Mad, Mad, Mad World.
Yep. Need to dial that in, Greg.
David in Leeds. David, listen to ZZK. David, go ahead.
Hey guys.
Hey buddy.
I called y'all Friday about the Moody Pell City game.
Yes.
And y'all see where Probst? I know I don't have 6 seconds. Did y'all see where Probst took his headset off and slung it at his son?
Yeah. Well, people were talking about it today, but we didn't know that, but we did hear about that, and I think, Greg, you told me that Coach Probst's comment was, "It's my son. It's my son. I discipline." It kind of goes back to when I played for Dad, and he was eating me up pretty good about something one time, and a bunch of Daddy's cousins were standing around, and you know my granddad has 12 brothers and sisters, so Dad has quite a few cousins, and they were standing around, and they heard a woman say, "Well, he wouldn't talk to my son that way," and my second cousins looked at him and said, "That is his son." Yeah, he probably will. Like we said, Probst is always going to be the story, win or lose.
Yeah.
But I understand they came out and
run
the triple option,
Yeah.
right? How about that?
They were a big underdog and like to won it.
Chester in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead, Chester.
Hey, y'all had a couple callers last segment that stood out to me, and I just want to tell everybody, don't become your parents. Parents.
Is that the heavy breathing?
What did he do? Was he jogging and then we picked up and he didn't realize?
That's a new caller, Chester, the heavy breather.
Makes his point and then gives you 2 good breaths.
Yeah. Don't become P-R-A-C-T.
Did he have to run to get to the phone?
I don't know.
I think he did.
It's a troll. He was running out of time.
And I don't know what he was talking about.
I don't either. Let's go to Luke in Jacksonville, Alabama. Luke, go ahead.
Morning, guys. How are y'all?
Fired up, loving it.
Oh, good. What y'all think about the old Jackson State Gamecocks Saturday?
I don't know. They got a lot of work they got to do. I mean, that's
we
didn't
covered it earlier in the show.
We talked about it earlier in the
very big win for them at
Fear
Was
the
it
Beast.
Let's see what
Stakeout
FBS.
Yeah, I can't
Now
see.
that they're
But it's
member of
okay
the
to say D1 if you want to.
Wow.
So I don't know. I didn't see any of it, but I heard great things, and like I said, that is a big day for them, no doubt about it. Let's go to Coop. What's up, buddy? Down at Gulf Shore, Sunny 105. Coop, go ahead.
Hey, man, buddies, how y'all doing this morning?
Good.
We're good, Coop.
Yep. Hey, put your socks up.
Hey, I want to ask a question about the podcast. What in the world did you mean by squeaky tomato sandwiches?
Yeah, if you eat a tomato sandwich and my parents would bite into them and their teeth would squeak as they bite through the tomatoes.
That's a unique Rick thing.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever witnessed the squeaky tomato.
Nobody has, by the way.
Yes, they have, Coop. Pull your socks up.
Coop mad about it for some reason.
I know what I heard.
You don't know what you're talking bad about tomatoes?
Let's go to Bonnie in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Bonnie, go ahead.
Hi, first-time caller, long-time listener.
Thank you. Very, very much.
Just wanted to clarify the name of the island you were talking about a little while ago. That was the name of the island is Curacao.
Okay.
It's kind of spelled like Caracas or something, but it's pronounced Curacao. And it's actually one of what's called the ABC Islands in the Caribbean, and those are Aruba,
Jamaica.
I heard if you translate it into English, I think it stands for second place.
Oh, walk off. Ouch. Are you talking about runner up?
Eric in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Eric, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Biggins, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, just wanted to see if y'all really believe in Bigfoot. Kind of see what y'all stance is on it.
I do not.
I don't know. There's been a lot of sightings. I think more of them are probably bears or something. But it's another one of those things we need some hard evidence on.
Yep. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but boy, you've had a tremendous amount of time.
A lot of cameras nowadays. We got cameras on everything.
Cameras everywhere. Not one body found. No bones. No.
Now, if they can jump time, okay,
Yeah.
Right.
Interdimensional.
That changes things.
I'll say this: if they exist, there's not many of them.
Now,
And they don't like to
skunk
be
ape-
seen.
No. Skunk ape, yes. Bigfoot, no.
No, yeah.
Yeah, so no, I don't believe
Abominable
it.
snowman, absolutely.
Robert in Oxford, OXFORD. Hey, Robert, go ahead.
How y'all doing this morning, man?
Good, buddy.
I know the base things hurt. Them yellow jackets, what things they hurt worse. Yeah. But anyway, you know a male honeybee only mates one time. That's what they got.
Yeah,
that's where they got Honey Nut Cheerio.
All right.
A lot of bee jokes.
A lot of bee jokes. He worked a lot of bee jokes.
Don't you laugh at that, Speedy.
He worked a lot of bee jokes.
I think the best part is he got
I don't have a
tickled
dump
to say
button
that.
anymore. I can't do it.
Just go to Josh in Wisconsin. Josh, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. So a few months ago, the Parkland shooter avoided the death penalty. And, of course, a lot of people were mad about that. And it just had me thinking about, being a Christian, how can we as humans determine whether a person deserves to die for the crimes that they've committed?
Have you ever read Romans 13?
Yeah, it doesn't pop into my head that well. I'm sorry.
Well, apparently God said it was okay. So that's how I'd answer that. It's actually God. God actually
it could be even read as required.
Yeah, God actually required that early on when He was trying to get His people to be set apart, and that's one of the things that He called for.
Or an animal that killed a human, it was required that they be destroyed.
And then as we get into the New Testament, you see Paul telling you what these governments were established by God to do, and one of them is to take care of people who don't know how to act. And he even said, so don't live a life that might put you at odds with people that could kill you. And then later we'll hear Jesus saying, don't be so concerned with people that can take your earthly life. You need to fear more from my Father that could take your eternal life. So you don't really hear Jesus or God speaking out against the capital punishment. You just don't.
And really, and we've talked about this before, when Jesus was a victim of capital punishment, he had everything he said was going to be detailed, and he knew that. He could have easily spoke out against it then and did not.
Yeah, I think what you're missing,
even when he was wrongly accused.
What you is clear though, no one's beyond redemption.
Right.
The good news is you could be sitting on death row, and that'd be a great moment. You go back to all the grace and mercy that God has always shown. Noah's a good example. You don't think God could have built that boat quicker than 120 years?
Mm-hmm.
So he gives him 120 years to say God's wrath is coming. 120 years. Get into the ark or be destroyed. So he's very gracious, but sometimes he will use other human beings to carry out his judgment on earth against you. We're working on a new 31-day devotional that's going to come out next year. And I remember my wife saying it to our children. She was talking to our children about what the Scripture says about sin and how God calls us, to behavior. I can speak to it in my own life. Anyone can. And I remember my wife used to say, and this is going to be the name of the devotional, sin always matters. Hey, it may all work out, and it may be good, but just keep in mind, sin will always matter. Mm-hmm. It always matters. And so if you don't believe that, we're all dying because of the original sin. Every one of us right now. So it always matters. And many times God will use human beings to carry out the earthly punishment for our sins and the consequences and repercussions. However, how gracious for God to take somebody and sit them on death row for how long? And give them a chance to repent. But that doesn't mean that what they did on earth, the consequences of that go away as well. They don't. They never have. They never will. And there's going to be a day when all that will be over and the new heaven and new earth, but we're not in that place now. So Scripture does not speak against capital punishment. So apparently God has given human beings the right to carry out his judgment.
Yep, sure.
So Josh, you would just be theologically wrong on that one.
And that's what we base it on.
Yep. We'll be back. And he said Christians. If he didn't throw Christians in there, I would say, well, that's your worldly opinion. But he used the word Christians. So I guess he's trying to say that as Christians, that would be in conflict with what we believe, but it really isn't.
No, I don't see it in conflict at all.
And I know a lot of people that have been redeemed because of the earthly repercussions of their sin. Sometimes it works.
Rick and Bubba.
Named Isabella.
Okay.
She's 26 now.
Then he went on to marry Katie Holmes.
Remember he acted crazy on Oprah.
08 to 12.
And had a biological child with her, who is the one that's named after all the phones.
Yes.
Siri.
Yeah.
Rick,
okay.
Did it again.
All the phones.
All right, now stay with me. Please let me get it because I got to know. So Nicole Kidman says, I'm not into Scientology. I'm out. Stay with me.
Yep.
My children with you are staying in. Evidently, based on the letter we had.
Not sure the age they were at the time.
Got it. They're there now, though.
Yeah.
All right, Katie Holmes also says, Scientology, I'm out. Where's the daughter?
With her.
So went out with her. So
Yes.
gone. Tom didn't win that one.
Didn't win
on
that
keeping the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So-
you remember Katie said you're not getting her and disappeared for a while, didn't she?
Yeah, I think they were.
All right, so let me see.
And
if
then
I-
she started dating Ray Charles.
Yeah. Jamie Foxx.
Okay, that's good, by the way. All right,
He
so-
played a great Ray Charles.
He did, but there was an uncomfortable moment there where he thought he was Ray Charles, and we all had to correct
That's
him that
true.
he wasn't.
Well, he was getting into it.
Right, which we've seen other people do.
Sure.
And matter of fact, it ruined Jim Carrey to the point he's never been the same.
Oh, he
All
started
right,
painting weird paintings.
All right, by the way, Jim Carrey is way out there.
Jim finally crossed that line.
And then he wants people to not have access to the same wealth that he had access to, which is very convenient. But let's go back to this. So Tom Cruise is now deity in Scientology.
Wow.
And one of the son that he had with Nicole Kidman. So Nicole Kidman is this man's mother.
Yes.
And now he's going to get married. Deity Tom Cruise approves his fiancée as a Scientology princess, but has banned his son's mother
because she's a
suppressive person and cannot come to her son's wedding.
Right.
Do I have that right?
Yes. Wow. Boy, that's good.
That's
All right.
impressive.
That's
Rick.
good, Rick.
All right, and
That's
then
good.
we have a daughter that wrote a letter this week about how much
Careful here.
she loves her dad, and that's the adopted daughter
Yes.
with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, which would also be Nicole Kidman's daughter
Yes.
with Tom Cruise.
Yes.
Right?
Isabella.
Katie Holmes left with her daughter. We don't know the status of those two.
Yeah,
Right, and
that's
after
impressive.
And Mimi Rogers is saying, please don't pull me into this.
Yeah.
Right, and after Katie left him, the church held a series of interviews for a new girlfriend for him in the Scientology world, and he dated briefly a Brazilian model or something like that, but then she left the church.
Okay. Now somebody said he's about to marry somebody, and later in this story, this may be new.
He got another one,
and it's also, to no surprise, another model.
Tom Cruise is 56 now, by the way.
Okay. And but maybe that's falling apart, Speedy. Maybe
he must have told the Scientologists when they're picking him wives, make sure they're models.
Apparently, there's something
something
tied to Scientology and models.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: they make a whole career out of pretending to be somebody else. Do you think they just can go too far with that? That they spend so much time pretending to be somebody else, they forget who they are? Mm-hmm. Is that possible?
Maybe, Bubba.
Guys,
I mean, we know
characters.
actors who've gone over there. I mean, Keith, not Keith, but what was Hedger's name?
Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Who
you comboed it?
Well, he got into that dark, Joker role to the point he killed himself.
Yeah, you got to watch all that. All right, so they're saying these are terms being used here that Connor, the word is used, worships the ground his dad walks on.
Well, he's a deity, Rick.
And would never disobey his dad, and his dad is happy that the fiancée is a fellow member of the Scientology church. Well, therefore, she gets to be a princess.
Okay. I got to add, have we talked about his dyslexia?
Who's?
Tom Cruise.
I remember that. That's been talked about before.
He claims Scientology helped him overcome dyslexia.
Okay.
And he apparently got involved with Scientology in 1990 with Mimi.
Did he? Okay, so she is pulled in.
Yeah.
And then for some reason,
who's that other actress that's out to get him?
Yeah,
What's her name?
Leah Remini.
That's yeah. She's really. I mean,
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wasn't that weird? We're back 8 minutes to the top of the hour. So as we work our way back to wrap up, Bubba, did you see this? I think the kickoff hour discussed this, but that's been a while ago. The Texas Longhorns, Steve Sarkisian is the head football coach there. This is their last year, as we all know, in the Big 12, which consists of how many teams?
I don't know, Rick.
35.
35 teams. But anyway, he says that he knows everybody in the conference hates them because they are, not going to be in the conference anymore. And he has put together a shirt. And tell me this isn't true, Greg, and I heard it upset you too. There's outrage on social media because of the shirt. And the shirt says, "Embrace the hate." Why are we upset with that? Why are we mad?
Because they're being hateful for having embraced the hate shirt.
But wait a minute. Are we scared of the word hate? Because if you listen to what they're saying,
they're
saying hate someone. You're hating us.
Embrace it and motivate from it.
Yeah, you're all hating us, and we're going to embrace it.
Yeah. So you gotta.
Everybody needs to lighten up.
Yeah.
Francis,
let the hate of us.
Good looking shirt, by the way.
Yeah, motivate you. I wish I had one.
I think that's a great shirt.
Yeah.
Embrace the hate. Hey, y'all hating on us? We on our way out, going to bigger, better things.
Well, in the Big 12, they had outlawed you doing the hook 'em horns down.
Which
Remember?
Again is silly.
But they're not going to have that protection in the SEC. You think they'll be able to play through it?
I hope so. It may not be tough.
Well, if you're going to embrace if you're going to embrace the hate, wouldn't that also you would embrace people doing horns down too?
Yeah, I think you'd have to.
Right.
Yeah. And when you're doing that, don't be whining about the horns down. You got a good looking shirt like that.
Stuff like this tells me they're ready for the SEC.
That's right.
Yeah, I hope.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't understand this world that we're living in right now. I don't get the we're mad because hate's on there, or have we become?
Well, is it just the word? Even though the meaning,
Yeah, I think that's what it is. The word hate's on there, so it immediately.
So we can't.
What's the term? Triggered everybody.
Yeah, we
and
can't.
I wouldn't care if it did use it. Like if somebody had another shirt that says "I hate the Longhorns." So what? Get over it.
So what?
It ain't
I don't
hurt
know
nobody.
when it changed.
I would embrace that hate.
This isn't new, and I don't know when it changed, what year it was, but social media, if I've got a Twitter account, I can control the media, the narrative of the day, where it used to be journalists would do research, write a story, and then you would read the story. Now it's I can get on social media, create havoc, or cancel somebody, and then they write the story about that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So social media is driving this because somebody got butt hurt,
Right, yeah.
and so now that they write a story about it because now there's uproar about it, which I doubt there's.
And
a
they
whole
just
lot.
saw the word hate. They didn't even think about what the shirt means.
Right.
No.
I mean, it means embrace the hate that you're getting from everyone else.
Right.
Yeah, we've been hearing this. Remember, he hate me and all back to that. All you haters, all you haters out there.
Yeah,
this has been around for a
grow
while.
up.
Everybody,
Cares?
yeah.
It's a tough sport. Let's not be so soft.
Right. The game, not the player.
Look, I love this, Greg. Listen to this. Exactly who at UT Austin authorized this literally hateful use of the Longhorn brand, asking for all faculty working to install a positive learning community in our classes and on campus. Surely there are better ways to show your UT pride.
You gotta be kidding me.
Well, keeping that now, Austin has turned into a very,
It sure it has.
Oh yes, it
I mean,
Yep,
but-
You're right.
So it is. But to me, I mean, hopefully we're better than that. Come on.
Beth Mowens, the game that she has this weekend has not come out yet, but I'm as soon as it does, Rick, I'll let you know.
Thanks, man.
And
No, I'm looking forward
Dr.
to
Lou
that.
will be here Thursday to kick off the season.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Dr. Lou coming in Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
And then this Saturday, I know that we have TCU, Colorado. What else do we have? Well, I guess I can listen to Dr. Lou. He'll know.
Can I tell you this too? Last night, the Saints were playing, and I want to say they were playing Houston. And
I think they were.
and they announced that they had talked to Coach Prime about Colorado's uniform coming Saturday to play TCU. Apparently, they're going to be like an all white, and there was a big conversation about they're like debuting some new uniforms and stuff.
We coming.
So so it should be a big. I think that's a noon kickoff on Fox. I think I have that right. I could look it up.
I thought I was going to get to see it, but then I realized the travel
It might be
plans
later.
coming up this weekend. I'm not going to see it. I want to be close to seeing it.
Yeah, maybe it is
Well, I
later.
would
I'll
say
have to
this:
look it
first time in a long time, I want to see part of the Colorado game.
I
just
know.
to see
You're
what's
right.
going on.
It's 11 a.m. You're right.
It is okay.
11 a.m. on Fox.
I've always liked different versions of their uniform because I like black and gold anyway. But it'd be interesting to see what he's going to do with those colors.
Will they get hammered?
By TCU hammered?
It's possible.
Yeah, they could.
They got an uphill battle, but you never know.
I don't think they're going to win.
The team is definitely a lot different than it was last year.
Team's phrase is "We coming."
Right. Now, is everybody upset about that?
I don't know.
I'm not. Who knows?
Does that make anybody feel bad?
You got to run it by the
huh?
feelings police.
They
Make
doing
sure
some-
nobody gets their feelings hurt.
Some new cleats too.
Mm-hmm.
They had the story. They're like it's going to be a different.
Now
look.
what's going to be bad is when you get all that shiny stuff on you getting handed to you.
That's not good.
Right. Now that does tend to take this presentation and make it look not so good. But
I think they're a Nike school. I think, and I think it is a Nike. promotion,
I think
too.
what you're going to look for with Colorado is: do you see them flying to the ball? Do you see them playing hard? Do you see
I bet
them
they will.
getting
Not giving
after it?
up?
Yeah, right.
They may win the thing. I don't know.
21 point dog.
Where are they playing?
We love
at?
that. We come
At TCU.
At TCU.
You know, I say embrace the hate.
That's a tough start.
A little motivation.
It is a tough start. Probably watching a lot of Georgia film.
Yeah, TCU. Let's see, they had some transfers that went in, and actually their starting quarterback is the guy that was the starter that got hurt last year when the other guy took over.
Okay.
So he was actually beat that guy out,
Mm-hmm.
and that guy was pretty good.
Yeah.
How about it started hitting me how many people got new quarterbacks this year in big-time college football? I don't even know who's playing quarterback for some really big schools.
No.
Who's even the quarterback at Alabama? I have no idea.
I don't think they're saying.
I don't think he's
Haven't
named
named
yet.
one yet.
Yeah, I have no idea. So
I'm excited about Sunday night because you've got LSU and Florida State.
That's gonna
Number
be
5 against number 8 right there
That'll
on
be
Sunday
good.
night.
Yeah.
Come on.
That is good. All right, thanks for being with us. If our time together is closing, we sure do thank you for being here. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number for you to be part of the program on future editions. If you've got more Rick and Bubba today, enjoy it. Never miss a minute of Rick and Bubba. Find out how at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.